The damage was done, and you weren't the one. This shit was all over before it begun. The ship went and sunk, and so did our love. Always forever was short like I thought. So long until we meet again. So long, I don't need you, my friend. So long, I got 3 in the Benz. So long, I'ma be like, it was time for me to vanish. Don't care if you understand it. All the nights you made me panic. I'm anxious to what you planning. Highs and lows you made me manic, but doubled it, now I'm frantic. Now I'm leaving empty-handed, but happy to finally end it. Cause it don't even make sense when I think about the time I spent. All them years down the drain with them lies you said. Shit was never ever clear, that's why I'm upset. And I was never made aware, fuck it, I don't care. You the devil on my shoulder saying I should never leave. And I know it's finna haunt you cause I'm all you ever need. Now I'm longing for my sanity, it's hard for me to breathe. When you told me that you love me, that's some shit I don't believe. The damage was done, and you weren't the one. This shit was all over before it begun. The ship went and sunk, and so did our love. Always forever was short like I thought. So long until we meet again. So long, I don't need you, my friend. So long, I got 3 in the Benz. So long, I'ma be like the way
I got voices in my head telling me things, trying to incite the violence. I never liked it, I tried to fight it. Last night we talked and I think that he's my friend, yeah. But he came from the damage you did to me. Ever since I just been thinking differently. I know I always regret what you did to me, but it was meant to be. So long, bitch, see you on the other side. Me and your dad worked a deal you can never hide. I finally feel how I feel being dead inside. And all I gotta say to you is forever goodbye.
The damage was done, and you weren't the one. This shit was all over before it begun. The ship went and sunk, and so did our love. Always forever was short like I thought. So long until we meet again. So long, I don't need you, my friend. So long, I got 3 in the Benz. So long, I'ma be like the way out. Look, I say yo bitch a party, call her fiesta. She wanna skirt off in back of the Tesla. Way too fast, I've been missing every rest stop. If we got a problem, send the niggas at your head top. We ain't in the same range, we ain't in the same game. Little nigga Paul Pierce tryna step to MJ. I ain't finna say no name, better stay up in your lane. I've been sunning all these niggas, they don't want it. Man, these niggas never ballin', broke boy facts. But my money always calling, finna call back. On my back they put a target, what you call that? I just been a better artist, they won't talk back, real chat. I've been doing what I want, with no problem from the jump. It don't matter what I'm dropping, all these niggas finna bum. They be fighting over crumbs, I can never be with them. Add up all they fucking totals and you still won't get my sum. And these niggas sleeping on me, so I call them siesta. Shorty want it all, but I just had to next up. Said she had a friend and they want a trifecta. She be going hard like a fucking I say yo bitch a party, call her fiesta. She wanna skirt off in back of the Tesla. Way too fast, I've been missing every rest stop. If we got a problem, send the niggas at your head top. We ain't in the same range, we ain't in the same game. Little nigga Paul Pierce tryna step to MJ. I ain't finna say no name, better stay up in your lane. I've been sunning all these niggas, they don't wanna hit replay. I be winning every time, even with a head start. Niggas think they making hits, they ain't in the ballpark. They be trying to make it on, but they really fall hard. You ain't even in my zone, how you think that you a star? There's a real fine line between the confidence and cockiness. I promise that the difference lies how often they be talking it. Fuck around and do it, niggas swear that I be walking it. And they don't want no problems, but they acting like they starting it. They living the facade, always wanting what I got. Won't get Freeman how they acting, always wanna play a part. I don't know if I'm a sign, like the treaty of Versailles. At this point I've been at war with all these niggas. I say yo bitch a party, call her fiesta. She wanna skirt off in back of the Tesla. Way too fast, I've been missing every rest stop. If we got a problem, send the niggas at your head top. We ain't in the same range, we ain't in the same game. Little nigga Paul Pierce tryna step to MJ. I ain't finna say no name, better stay up in your lane. I've been sunning all these niggas, they don't wanna hit replay.
Yo, won't stop shooting till the whole thing's empty. Better take this L like MP or Zeki. Swinging my blade, don't tempt me. Farm blocks, late night, no entry. Sentry, pookies, all wanna arrest me. Yo, man get sought like Jezzy. 5 AM getting it for murder. No further, you got John, no wellies. Only got John, no wellies. No one to so we can't see clear. Foot on the clutch to get. Wine on the window, they all disappear. The neighbours like, what happened here? Donny got shaved, but he still got hair. Big drip, little drip got tear. Got me with lurk, you be had big man scared.
Shotgun man, slap man, boot it, tune man down, now it's Canada's ruined. Don't think we can sleep on the volume, we came right back and they done 2 doings. Chilling the same spot, what are you doing? They just don't learn like stupid students. Spot any ops, don't think, just do it. 100% Broski's gonna shoot it. Hop at the ride, he's dashing, catch him, beam man up and then vanish. Free Boogie B, well known savage. Pull up on them and of course they panic. Next day, me and Nabs went on alert. Didn't see nothing, just one little strang as this beef is frying, don't get caught lacking. Yo, too late, all damn he's
I
capping.
see Broski watching, catching, mopping. Hopped out the ride and chopped him. They get back, dropped him. Everyone's flossing, gassed up, OT bopping. Machine gun shopping, shotgun locking. 2 hands bow and popping. My auntie still ask if I'm fine. A lot's on my mind, but the money ain't stopping.
Due to get long when corn starts flying. Bucket the A, don't expect kindness. Riding, I find it exciting. Knife it, somebody's dying. Pipe it, babe, stop piping. Cause it come down if I ride, he's riding. Bad beat, come to the nist for a piping. Leave it, a little bro swipe it.
Without, that's my big pal. He's on violence, he don't make no sound. Spin the whip, give a fuck by the crowd. If you chill with the odds, you ain't making me proud. Bro, what's wrong with this child? He got his time to, he still runs his mouth. Cause he comes to the end, if Broski's riding, then I'm riding, no doubt. I got hella length things from south, just brought their back and open mouth. New bando, I don't chase no clout. I just hit the up, you smoke it and I'm out. My broski got knit like how, just wish him the best when they take it to chow. My broski got knit like how, just wish him the best when they take it to chow. I see broski watching, catching, mopping. Hopped out the ride and chopped him. They get back, dropped him. Everyone's flossing, gassed up, OT bopping. Machine gun shopping, shotgun locking. 2 hands bow and popping. My auntie still ask if I'm fine. A lot's on my mind, but the money ain't stopping.
Due to get long when corn starts flying. Bucket the A, don't expect kindness. Riding, I find it exciting. Knife it, somebody's dying. Pipe it, babe, stop piping. Cause it come down if I ride, he's riding. Bad beat, come to the nist for a piping. Leave it, a little bro swipe it. Ride and tap it, this shit's fantastic. Hey broski, pass me the dot. Watchman hops, got chip, get cabbage. Both baby got shotties and daggers. Hammers, pull up on ops and it dashing. Head to the blocker, just on the mad team, side team. Run up a youth, no manners. Still too spits to forget what happened. Angle arms, I swing it. Dip it, rip it, twist it, kill it. Everyone's bad till bro starts chinging. Gunshot, holy, you in existence. We caught one, he left his misses. Pull up on my block, his scripts with flipping. 3 doors, pop shotgun, get lifted. If you caught him, you'd see him on pitch.
I see broski watching, catching, mopping. Hopped out the ride and chopped him. They get back, dropped him. Everyone's flossing, gassed up, OT bopping. Machine gun shopping, shotgun locking. 2 hands bow and popping. My auntie still ask if I'm fine. A lot's on my mind, but the money ain't stopping.
Due to get long when corn starts flying. Bucket the A, don't expect kindness. Riding, I find it exciting. Knife it, somebody's dying. Pipe it, babe, stop piping. Cause it come down if I ride, he's riding. Bad beat, come to the nist for a piping. Leave it, a little bro swipe.
Yeah, best believe if we got smoke, you know what's up. Nowadays my niggas pushing Balenciaga, yeah, the trust. If you boys really want drama, I'ma tell they ass pull up. I don't fuck with many niggas, so I keep the hammer tucked. I just really want the bucks. I don't need to say too much. My gun's a thotty, it's a slut, yeah, slut. Cause it's gon' blow you till it's dust, yeah, dust. I just really want the bucks. I don't need to say too much. My gun's a thotty, it's a slut, yeah, slut. Cause it's gon' blow you till it's dust, yeah, dust, yeah. I call a Uber if I drink too much, yeah. Hit these niggas with a Ruger, I don't play too much. My mama told me since a kid don't let them play with ya. Came in this game with my niggas and they hating us. Whoa, I got the juices like I'm high C. And shout out Brian, that's my nigga, that boy Brycey. I need a meal, I might just do it, call me Nike. These boys my son, I know they wanna be just like me. I just really want the bucks. I don't need to say too much. My gun's a thotty, it's a slut, yeah, slut. Cause it's gon' blow you till it's dust, yeah, dust. I just really want the bucks. I don't need to say too much. My gun's a thotty, it's a slut, yeah, slut. Cause it's gon' blow you till it's dust, yeah, dust. Bitch, you know it blow you up. Yeah. Best believe if we got smoke, you know what's up. Nowadays, my niggas pushing Balenciaga, yeah, the truck. If you boys really want drama, I'ma tell they ass pull up. I don't fuck with many niggas, so I keep the hammer tucked. I just really want the bucks. I don't need to say too much. My gun's a thotty, it's a slut, yeah, slut. Cause it's gon' blow you till it's dust, yeah, dust. I just really want the bucks.
Lost it all, I look back at all the memories. Miss you most, without you I have no energy. Can't control all my thoughts, they eat away at me. I can't run. Lost it all, I look back at all the memories. Miss you most, without you I have no energy. Can't control all my thoughts, they eat away at me. I can't run. I'm cold, so much has been untold. Let the story unfold, I don't wanna fall down again. I'm through, I don't wanna hurt you. Can you tell me the truth? I can't do this all again. Can you make it okay? I don't know if you can save me now. I might flow away, I'm too high up on my lonely cloud. Gone too far today, you can find me in the lost and found. Please just stay away, you're the only thing I care about. Lost it all, I look back at all the memories. Miss you most, without you I have no energy. Can't control all my thoughts, they eat away at me. I can't run. Lost it all, I look back at all the memories. Miss you most, without you I have no energy. Can't control all my thoughts, they eat away at me. I can't run. Take my heart every day and then go. It's my fault cause I can't let you go. I was good when you leave, I feel low. Up at night thinking about if you go. Take my heart every day and then go. It's my fault cause I can't let you go. I was good when you leave, I feel low. Up at night thinking about if you go. Up all night, drunk and high, wasting all my time till I see your eyes. Wanna stay by you cause you are my life. Pushing through it all till I reach the sky. Running circles in my head, I get scared I'm about to lose it all. Lost a piece of me, I don't know the fame could make me old. I feel all alone, all my fears are going to control. Do you really care? I don't know if I can trust a soul. I feel alone again without you. It's my home again, I'm so through. Oh my heart again, I need you. I'm sorry that I'm not with you. Take my heart every day and then go. It's my fault cause I can't let you go. I was good when you leave, I feel low. Up at night thinking about if you go. Take my heart every day and then go. It's my fault cause I can't let you go. I was good when you leave, I feel low. Up at night thinking about if you go.
Hey yo, Doug.
I ain't feeling good, but you know that already. They not with my bitch, and she said she already. And the fans want me to win, so I know we already. Lord, give me mercy already. Show after show, man, it's been too many. L after L, man, I guess I had plenty. When I was on my lowest, they was popping no confetti. And I don't wanna talk it, all this shit get too heavy. I was fucking with a bitch, she said she love my vibe. Who would've thought that would be the last one I see her eyes? Talk to boy, you see.
Carry 'em all, just look at the boards. I had to show up and ball to settle the score. All the lights are beaming down when I'm in the arena. I pulled up at the Octane, boy, this ain't a Beamer. Real slick, whipper, made another hitter. Certified winner, that's where dim and I differ. Pockets on, swole, flipped on the mode. Running up the score, girl, I look like goals. Running it up, running. Running it up, running it up, running it up. Showing up when it goes down, going up when it goes down. Sure enough, it always goes down. I'm with the squad, we in the VIP. The beat got a penalty kick. Put in the work for the crown, it's fit for a king. I'm covered in gold and rings, the diamonds are V's. Real slick, whipper, made another hitter. Certified winner, that's where dim and I differ. Pockets on, swole, flipped on the mode. Running up the score, girl, I look like goals. Running it up, running it up. Running it up, running it up. Showing up when it goes down, going up when it goes down. Sure enough, it always goes down.
We're going to start a show. Now, some of you people have been with me before. You know it's going to be a tough grind. It's going to be the toughest that you ever lived through. You're going to dance until your feet fall off. You're not able to stand up any longer. But we're going to have a show.
Big L, rest in peace. Rest in peace.
You wanna mess with this? One of the best yet. We've got it. You can feel the realness in this business of rap. Go ahead.
Fresh out the gate again, time to raise the stakes again. Fatten my plate again. Y'all cats know we always play to win. GNG to the stars, son. Haters took this shit too far, son. So that's all for you. I'm wiping out your whole team. Ow, splatter your dreams with lyrics to shatter your schemes. The badder you seem, the more lies you tell. The more lies you sound. Now by surprise you fell into my death trap, right into my clutches. Stupid, you know the God must bless every single mic he touches. I've suffered just so I can return harder. Wanna be the shit starter? Fuck around, make you a martyr. I'll make you famous. Turn around and make you nameless. Cause you never understood how vital to me this rap game is.
Never sleep again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
get loud, blowing doors off hinges, cracking with the pinches. And no, I didn't retire. I snatch it off with the needle nose pliers.
Chatter matter than the Mad Hatter. I bet you buy shit, come by fatter. I got the data to turn your body into antimatter. And just like a piece of sizzling, you'll fit inside my stomach with the eggs and grits between. The king is what I mean. My man, get a cup and put some change inside your hand. Now hold up.
Go down and a wine and a bubblean. Batty jaw does a jump, this a troublean. Me and a man does a couple and a cuddle boom. Pan the body and me we bust it like a bubblean. Skin out me pum pum. Pan the body me a wine and a boom 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 papa boom boom. Run for cover.
Yo, well on your market, get set. Can't forget to go. In case you didn't know, the flow is fat like Joe. Yo, you niggas didn't know that I'm back, man. You whack, man. I eat a rapper like I'm Pac-Man. I figured you bring it straight from the cellar. Ferrella, packing more hits than Lupinella. I swallow the nigga in his eye. If he test me, you don't impress me. Yo, books kick the rest. G. One time for your mind. Hey, yo, what up? Is the crew bringing the ruckus? No doubt, we's the roughest dream team. Reign supreme like a cutlass getting.
Don't play with me. This the only thing I love. I love, 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 love. I love, I love, 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 love. I love, I love, 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 love. I love. Don't play with me. This the only thing I love. I love, 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 love.
DJ, please pick up your phone. I'm on the request line.
Why you making it hard for them girls to compete? And you know this is where I wanna be. So put it right there, girl, become a part of me. Girl, give me something I can squeeze. Ooh, yeah. You got the juice right now. You got the juice right now. Pull up on you right now. Pull up on you right now. Let me get the moves right now. Let me get the moves right now. You're taking me up now. You're making me up now. Come give it to me.
When your man wanna get buck wild, just go back and hit him up style. Get your hands on his cash and stand until the last time for all the hard times. When you go, then everything goes. From the crib to the ride and the clothes. So you better let him know that if he mess up, you gotta hit him up.
Don't stop now, straight to the top now. That's what I need.
Truly understand how to treat a man.
That's for you, baby. Girl, you made me believe again. If you happy, then be with him. Go ahead, mommy, breathe again. Go ahead, mommy, breathe again. Don't stop now, straight to the top now. Go ahead, mommy, make it hot now. I need me a love that's gonna make my heart stop now. And what I need is simple. 5'5" with dimples, potential wife credentials. Know about the life I'm into, life I've been through, and how I had a trifling mental. So ride with me.
wanna see you lose control. Dance like nobody watching. Move it to the left, to the right now. That thing is soaking wet, I think I might drown. Throw it, I'ma catch it like a whiteout. Girl, you be turning on when the lights out. I wanna see you make it nasty. If you drop it low, just bring it back, please. I love it when you call me daddy. You act up on my spank, you on a mass cheeks.
Hold up. Hey, for my niggas who be thinking we saw it.
Top down, chrome spinning. You see the boss grinning. I'm loving these damn women. I let two get in. She tried to let the rest fit in. I'm like, no, love, that's forbidden. I ain't for squishing. That's a problem to the will. Well, trust, I know them 20s real well. Now we coasting. Me two chicks and toasting. I turn up the volume, watch the bass get them open. Soft spoken with a wild side. I love them in the ride. They love it in the ride.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. You all are so wonderful.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées.
It's a lot when he's involved. Like I said it in his fault. It was what his brother taught. Never leave it unresolved. So you're chasing through the night. You feel safer by his side. I'm surprised you're still alive. To be honest, know you loved him, at least you tried. No sé dónde ir, no sé dónde puedo. Sigo sonriendo, andando por el fuego. Es gracias a ti, ya no tengo miedo. Nunca de mis sueños, ni de mi infierno. It's a lot when he's involved. Like I said it in his fault. It was what his brother taught. Never leave it unresolved. So you're chasing through the night. You feel safer by his side. I'm surprised you're still alive. To be honest, know you loved him, at least you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Are we on the air?
This is a Missy Elliott exclusive.
I came to bring the pain, hardcore to the brain. Ooh, baby, what's your name? I love the way you spittin' the game. You made me change from thinking all guys the same. You the type of guy I wanna marry in months. Got exactly what I want. And ain't no faking the phone. Your attitude is spunk and you're making me crawl. Yes, it's real, baby. Got me so crazy. Like my vibe.
XQ, baby. 99, baby. I'm on the grind, baby. All the time, baby. Show me something.
You can do it, put your back into it.
I can do it, put your ass into it.
You can do it, put your back into it.
I can do it, put your ass into it.
Put your back into it.
Put your ass into it. Tick, tick, boom, hit me banging down these back streets. Loving Black Street, treated like an athlete. Life ain't a track meet. It's a marathon, fuck the cemetery that a nigga gets buried on. We be coming to the gate, we die.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hit me. Get on down like
R-E-S-B-C-T.
Ooh, my honey, you got me working day and night. Ooh, my sugar, you got me working day and night.
the octane. Boy, this ain't a Beamer. Real slick, quicker, made another picture certified.
Wow, wow, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we can wrap it all up because it's not gonna get any better than that. Everybody once more, give it up for Art in Motions. Wow, wow, wow. So we had a little bit of a technical delay. Sorry about that. But my name is René Ter and I will be your host today at the grand finals of season 3 of Post Esports Masters. Wow, I can see the hype is already there. And I understand why, because yesterday we had FIFA and Clash Royale, but today we've got one of my favorite games, Rocket League. Hey, we got some Rocket League fans in the house, nice. And of course, there's a lot of animations out there in the hall as well. We've got sim racing, thanks to Race Room. We've got virtual reality games you can play, thanks to Ayell. And of course, great catering by Cremovi. And of course, today it's going to be all about esports in this hall. And like I said, we've got Rocket League coming up. The top 4 teams that have qualified for these finals. Why don't we just get them on the stage right now? And we'll start with the number 1 seed, the team captain of Rift Sloths. And his name, of course, yeah, it's YoungStar. Then, of course, second team in the rankings, it's Minkz, and their captain is System. And then coming up, number 3 team in the regular season, it's Team Lëtzebuerg, and their captain is Kuroy. And then our number 4, they'll be competing for the prize as well today. It's Team Ayell, and they're led by Godex. So these guys will be captaining their teams. And of course, they'll be hoping for a Gold Cup. But we'll start with our number 1 seed. And most of the talents and fans out there say that they have the biggest chance of taking the gold medals. We'll start with YoungStar. YoungStar, how are you feeling about this tournament today?
I'm looking very forward to play this tournament and win it.
All right. So who among these guys will be the biggest challenge?
Probably Minkz Gaming.
Why? Are they good?
They are like the best of the 4 here.
The best of the 4, including you?
No, not me.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
You agree that they're better?
No. It will be a tough challenge, of course, but we try our best, looking to win. Yeah.
And you're gonna win, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Fighting spirit. All right, Kuroy, obviously you didn't come all this way just to be a figurine, right? You're gonna play a part, right?
Yeah, we're really hyped, and we have prepared us for this finals, and it's gonna be a close one against Minkz.
All right, and how are you going to beat these guys?
I didn't understand.
How will you be beating these guys, the other teams?
I don't know.
Did you prepare tactically, specifically for these teams?
Yeah, we trained a lot and we had the chance to play in Baku on the LAN, so we have LAN experience.
Nice, nice. Sounds like you're prepared. Let's go to Godex. Still a little bit nervous for today or relaxed?
Yeah, I'm so stressed.
Stressed for the games or stressed for the interview?
Both.
But of course, you've no pressure on you. Like everybody says they're the favorites. So you can just be the underdog and come out of nowhere and just surprise everybody, right?
Can you repeat?
Like all the pressure is on them to grab the gold cup. So for you, there's no pressure. So maybe you can surprise everyone.
Sure. We can surprise a little bit, and we just will play for fun and at 100%. So let's do it.
All right. So in the semi-finals, you're going up against the #1 seed, right? Against Rift Sloths.
Yes, that will be very hard, and they are super strong. So let's just enjoy the match, and let's see what we can do.
All right, nice. Kuroi, how are you feeling about your matchup in the semi-finals? Obviously, you're going up against Minkz.
Yeah, we're trying to defeat Minkz, and yeah, I think we have a good playstyle to fight against them.
So it's going to be an upper bracket run all the way to the finals?
Probably, but yeah, we have a lot of respect of the other teams. Even Ayell will not be easy to beat.
All right, nice. Minkz, how are you feeling about the semi-final matchup? Are you happy with your opponents?
It's definitely a tough challenge for the first game. We beat them in a close match in the league play, but yeah, LAN is a completely different experience, and yeah, we need to look how it goes.
For sure. We'll find out soon how it goes exactly. Right now, let's let the players get ready for the games. Let's get rid of the LAN nerves for them, all the hard questions out of the way. And let's, of course, introduce our casting team, our live commentators, Machtfish and Hyperia.
Yes, thank you, René, and welcome, of course, everybody. Hello, and my goodness. I mean, they were pretty nice on stage, but behind the scenes, maybe not as much.
Yeah, I mean, being nice on stage, I think that's just a facade you have to put up. Behind the scenes, they've been trash talking. Everyone's been calling everyone else freelo, so I doubt we're going to be that nice, that much niceties like on the pitch itself.
And it's kind of one of those things where you don't want to trash talk before, because if you lose, all of a sudden you look ridiculous. You look like a bit of a chump. But this season already has brought a lot, and René already brought up that Rift was the #1 seed, and I don't really see it any other way.
Yeah, Rift, I mean, they went perfect through league play. I mean, we can talk about the stats for a bit. Like, they went 11-0, perfect through league play. They only dropped 2 singular games. Like, what? That is unheard of dominance. But given their roster, that's not actually that surprising. Like, if you see who's in there, YoungStar we saw on stage, he's backed up by Ayell and Kenzo, both French, and they're 3 really good bubble players. They've got a lot of experience already. They already have a LAN experience as well. They're going to be a really tough task to beat.
And now, of course, we know exactly YoungStar, Ayell, and Kenzo. We know who they are, but you already mentioned bubble players. That means they are about this close to actually stepping up to that professional level and playing this game for a living. So we've got really good teams here in Luxembourg and the greater area. We really don't have a lot to be picking from.
Exactly. We've been like sleeping on this area for the longest time, and it took Post Esports Masters Season 3 to make us aware that, you know, even in such a tiny country and in the surrounding areas, which is still by square kilometers very, very small, there's some high-level Rocket League to be found, and I think that's just going to make everything a lot better coming on here for the live finals. And of course we know, playing on LAN, that's a whole different beast than playing online.
Yeah, they already mentioned it. They were nervous. They don't really want to play here in front of a crowd because all of a sudden you've got faces looking at you. But I feel like we're kind of skipping over a very important team here. That's not necessarily going to be playing on stage directly, but we're here in Luxembourg. There is only one team that represents the country itself, Team Lëtzebuerg. You want to talk about Loris Raptor, I already know.
I want to talk about all 3 of them because not just Loris, but Kuroi and Prize Kuroi, of course, we've seen on stage. They're from left to right on your screen. You see Kuroi, Loris Raptor, and of course their third in Prize. Loris Raptor, but the main man, maybe the face even of Luxembourgish Rocket League right now. He's had incredible success in the university scene. He went to Dallas to the University World Championships. He played the LAN on quite possibly the second biggest stage there will ever be in professional Rocket League. So that is your man to watch out.
Yeah, we already see 6 goals a game. They're unrelenting. They have no mercy for their opponents, and I hope that's going to show in their game here today, that they continue to grind. And even if they have a rather easy game, you don't want to get into that momentum and kind of slack off, because as soon as you do that, it might carry on into the next game, and then all of a sudden you're going to be in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, like slacking off, but that's something that Team Lëtzebuerg during the duration of league play have never done. You've said it before, unrelenting. They were maybe stats padding a bit, to come up with these increased numbers, but even though 6 goals a game is incredible, they have got 75% assisted goals. 3 out of every 4 of their goals has been because of a team play between the 3 players. And Kuroi talked about it on stage as well. They've been to LAN together. They've been through the trenches in Baku, and now they're just going to do it, but they're the home crowd favorites.
Exactly. They've got the crowd in front of them. And of course, in regular football, because basically we're going to be playing football with cards, it's very normal to have an assisted goal basically every single time. But since there's only 3 cards on the pitch, all of a sudden an assist is a lot more valuable, and you can get a lot more out of that. Now, there's multiple teams as well, and Team Lëtzebuerg are going to be taking it up against the Minkz after this match, of course. So let's talk about the Minkz for a little bit. Also a team that is prevalent in the uni scene and also in the Dutch scene, I'm pretty sure. So how do you fare their chances here today?
Yeah, the team has been sort of meshed together from everything that Minkz has, or every player that Minkz has here in the greater region. You can see from left to right there again, it's Dustio, it's System, and then to your right, it's Kobe. All 3 of them are German, and Kobe especially is a bit of a freestyling origin, so you could see a lot of high-level mechanics coming out from him, stealing shots, flip resets, all that good stuff. But speaking of their stats, they've not been as aggressively and as unrelenting maybe as Team Lëtzebuerg, but still 3.2 goals per game. Again, 76% assisted goals, and an incredible 37% shot accuracy. Like, in comparison, anything above 30 we consider is really, really good.
And next to that as well, a stat that I definitely want to pluck out here is the goals received, the goals that they conceded. Only 1 a game, the lowest out of anybody. That's also against Rift, who are the favorites coming in here. That's also against Team Lëtzebuerg, who do not let off the gas. They are the lowest conceding team, so what I'm going to be expecting from them is that they're going to be holding back, sitting, and then having those mechanics be utilized for their offensive prowess, and thus move through smoothly into the attack and really get those goals racking up.
The thing is with freestyles and with high mechanical players, they're not just good in offense, because they can pull out those defensive stops as well, and they can get those incredible last-minute saves on the goal line when everyone else thinks, oh, okay, that ball's going, that's just going to be a goal. No, they're just going to jump for it, they're going to pinch it out with their post, and we're going to see some absolute magic. But you've already mentioned the next team, and one of the teams we're going to see on stage first is, of course, that #1 seed. It is the Rift Sloths. And I'm just going to throw it at you with one stat that's just emblematic of that team. 90% assisted goals. 90.
I mean, while that's insane, I've seen them play throughout the league. That also kind of feels like they're all just jumping at the same ball because they've got that much dominance already within the scene and within their team. They are bubble players. They are the favorites definitely coming into here. A perfect record, 11-0. And the 2 games that they dropped throughout the entire season were against Ayell, the ones they've got up first.
Yeah, Ayell, sort of a stumbling block for the Rift Sloths, but we don't really know what was happening. Maybe they were too cocky. Maybe they were overconfident. And on a stage especially, that can play havoc with your mind. You said it before, once you let off the accelerator, you're sort of in no man's land. And that's exactly where you don't want to be. You have to be on it every time for every challenge.
Yeah, and while there were some assumptions of lag perhaps going on, that's not going to be happening here. But what you do have is that you're in front of a crowd. Now, everybody on Rift already has experience in front of a crowd, so that's already going to give them a massive one-up. But also being the favorites, being the clear-cut ones, there's pressure on you. You have to stress it out.
There's pressure on you. as with Sloth, but at the same time, I think they're going to use that first series to, ease their way into it. But speaking of the first series, we still have to talk about our 4th seed, about Ayell Lëtzebuerg, the undisputed underdogs that came here on the back of 4 Game 5 victories in league play.
Oh, they grinded hard for it. They worked incredibly hard, and you can see it in the game's win rate. A little bit lower than the rest, but it doesn't matter. If you go to Game 5 and you win Game 5 every single time, you still end up winning. And that's, of course, what you're going to be gunning for. But they're direct rivals, our team, Lëtzebuerg, and I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're expecting is the order in which league play is going to end is maybe possibly the order we expect things to end up here in LAN. But, we said it before and we're going to say it multiple times today. We don't know what's going to happen on a stage. On a stage, everyone plays like a diamond and not like the Grand Champs and SSLs that they really are.
Yeah, Diamond at top 20% is still of the game, so it's still pretty decent. But I think it's about time. I think we've waffled enough. How about we get those teams on stage and we throw it back to Gane?
Yeah, thanks guys. Perfect little insight into our teams coming up today. Of course, we're about to get the first 2 teams up on stage to play the first winner bracket semifinals. But before we do, we have a recap video of the season for you. Let's have a look.
Ich würde sagen, wir sind auf jeden Fall alle ziemlich hyped, endlich nochmal auf der LAN zu spielen. Ich glaube, wir haben alle schon so ein bisschen LAN-Erfahrung und wir werden auf jeden Fall unser Bestes geben. Wir verstecken uns vor keinem Gegner und wir machen weiter so wie im League-Play.
Also, ich bin gespannt, wie es ausgesehen auf der Finale zu spielen. Für meine Gegner, weil verschiedene müssen ein bisschen weit kommen, wie die dann drauf sind. Und ich freue mich wirklich drauf, zu Lëtzebuerg auf einer Stage zu spielen.
I guess it feels great. It gives a lot of confidence. And I like it.
Yeah, it feels great to be the favorites because most of the time in bigger tournaments you are the underdogs and now you're the best in the tournament and it's great to be confident going into the finals.
Ich muss auf jeden Fall sagen, nach außen macht das Ganze einen sehr professionellen Eindruck. Die Grafiken sind gut, Social Media Auftritt und wie das Ganze aufgebaut ist. Also ich bin positiv überrascht.
Also ich bin ohne Erwartung da rangegangen, weil ich einfach noch nichts unter dem Namen mir vorstellen konnte. Aber man merkt auf jeden Fall, dass sich hier viel Mühe gegeben wird, Social Media, die ganze Planung und alles, das ist schon richtig cool.
Ja, also für uns ist das natürlich auch ziemlich interessant, weil wir die ähnliche Lëtzebuerg Equipe oder voll Lëtzebuerg Roster sind, den Lohai auf der Luxexpo mitmischt.
Ich würde so merken, dass das Ziel gehört, das Top 4 zu erreichen und am Endeffekt Public schon mit so ziemlich stolz über mehr als auf der Stage zu spielen.
Malheureusement, moi j'ai pas su jouer le match de la première semaine, c'est contre la team Luxembourg. C'est dommage, du coup, parce qu'en vrai, ça a un peu pénalisé l'équipe pour la suite de la compétition, mais on a réussi à se qualifier jusqu'à la dernière semaine, donc tant mieux.
Je savais que vraiment chaque match était important, qu'il fallait passer à côté d'un minimum de matchs parce que ça se jouait sur le fil. On avait déjà repéré quand même quelques équipes sur la compétition qui avaient à peu près le même niveau que nous et on savait que ça allait être super close. On a vraiment affronté des bonnes équipes, on a, je pense, joué notre meilleur jeu.
Ein oder mehr Spieler würde ich sagen, auf jeden Fall. Ich würde sagen, dass wir alle 3 sehr stark individuell sind. Wir haben die schon mal im League Play besiegt und da brauchen wir uns auch gar nicht verstecken. Wir sind sehr sicher, dass wir die auch auf der LAN schlagen werden.
Den MVP Reward ist natürlich etwas Großes, aber ohne eine gute Equipe zu holen, ist das auch gut möglich. Und ich glaube, dass wir alle gut ein bisschen dealen können.
So they're taking a bit of a back foot, even though that's the exact opposite of what you should do, YoungStar, and indeed getting denied. Thank you, Kenzo. That was way too filthy.
Oh my goodness.
On the back end, trying to pick it up over the top of one, maybe a double tap inbound. Yes, it is. Drop down, and the Gaia team will open it up.
They're going to be fighting in defense first. Morgo, good bump on Dark Dragon. That's opening the net for Kaizen.
We already smashed them in the league play and we will smash them in the final.
Je denke, wir sind prêts à faire.
Oh,
Faut juste gérer la touche, ça va être un bon moment, on va bien rigoler. Et la team Luxembourg dans le leader.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, those were our teams and what they did during the league season. Now at the grand finals, they're about to show what they can do at the highest level. Let's bring them in. First semi-final in the winner bracket is up, and we've got Rift Sloths. And of course, they need an opponent, and it's none other than Lëtzebuerg. Yes, let's not wait any longer, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're ready for some Rocket League action. Players, get ready, get prepared, and I'll throw it back over the casters once more. Hyperia and Machtfish.
Well, hello and welcome back here yet again. And now that you see our faces, it's not just useless rambling and waffling about a game that you might not understand. We're actually about to get into the action, Macht.
Yeah, and the best way to just get to a game that you don't understand and try to understand the game is by watching it, and that's what's going to happen very, very shortly. But, you know, enough of a useless waffle, but we have actually one thing that we didn't mention about Lëtzebuerg, and that is quite a big one.
It is a massive one because they're playing out here today with their substitute. They don't have their main roster. Kaizen, unfortunately, couldn't attend today, so we've got Ayell playing instead. And it's going to be, I'm going to have a big eye on the Ayell, see how he plays, see how he fits in.
Yeah, fitting in the rotation, that's the main thing, and that's something we're going to point out during the cast as well, is how do you want to rotate? How do you want to position yourself on the pitch to be ready for anything and everything that Rift Sloths is going to throw at you? Because they are going to throw a lot of things at you. Aerials, like a lot of stuff in the air, using that boost and getting underneath the ball, trying to be aggressive and, you know, show that game 5 in league play, that was a fluke on their behalf, and they're going to take it more seriously perhaps, or just play cleaner than they did in league play.
Obviously, they want to show it's a fluke on their behalf. But I'm going to put you on the spot right here, right now. What's it going to be?
It's so difficult to go against the Rift Sloths, right? We've said it before, 3 bubble players, 2 French players. And, you know, we say in Rocket League, there's a bit of a LAN buff, and there can be a bit of a French buff as well. We have a lot of very high-level French players in the scene. But then again, on Lëtzebuerg, it's a full French roster.
Yep.
So, you know, you never know. Maybe YoungStar will be the one that's deciding it. He's the only non-French player here on the pitch.
Yeah, of course the German says that the German is going to be the deciding factor. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what I would say as well. But of course, to everybody currently in this room or watching back at home, if you do not understand this game, we'll be explaining a lot of terms to you, and we'll make sure to drag you along for the ride, because it's going to be a rowdy one, but incredibly fun.
Yeah, and it's going to be rowdy, fun, and quite long as well. It is double elimination, so we've got 6 games to go through, everything best of 5. So the series works. If you win the first to win 3 games wins the series. That's the basic gesture. A game gets about 5 minutes, but everything of that will be seen once we go in game. And I have to put you on the spot now, Hive, as well. We're shortly. Oh, for who?
Rift? I mean, okay, wait, should I be nice? No, I'm not going to be nice. No, I'm going to be probably realistic here and say Rift are going to take it 3-0 unless they start messing around. Then all of a sudden the tides could start changing, because Lëtzebuerg is one of those teams that are incredibly defensive, let you make the mistake, and then they counterpunch.
Exactly, it's just any overcommit from Sloths that where the third man is just a little bit too far forward, there's just going to be a long clear into the open net from Ayell, who have shown time and time again in league play that they might not have the mechanical ability to hold up with a team such as Sloths, but they have the game sense, they have the understanding of how the game really works. That's really going to help them out big time here in the series, and also that's going to help out with the nerves, because mechanical players, they tend to do worse on lands.
Yeah, and usually they are more inclined to be annoyed at the game when things are not going their way, when a bounce doesn't favor them and stuff like that. Now, of course, the motivating factor for a lot of people in the world is money. Now, there is money to be won here as well. And up first, 3,000 euros.
That's the biggest prize pool the region has ever seen. That's one of the biggest prize pools Europe, outside of the ROCS, has ever seen. Let's not forget, Ayell already have 300 euros in the bank from league play. Sloths already 750 euros in the bank. And 3,000, so 1,000 euros per player extra in Lëtzebuerg and the greater region. That is absolutely ginormous. The big national leagues, they don't have that kind of money. And we're talking about leagues where they are full with teams like Sloths.
Well, they might be full with teams like the Sloths, but we've got Sloths up against Ayell, and we are kicking it up, and it might just be Sloths in the blue against Ayell. I wonder how Sloths are going to be coming out here.
It looks like they're going on the full offense, with Sloths already bouncing about the back line of Ayell, who've now got a little bit of breathing room. Ayell, that's a great pass down, looking for his teammate immediately, and that's something that we're going to see a lot more of from Ayell is when you're transitioning out of defense into the offense, they're going to be looking for the teammate, because that's going to make for many more effective clears, as Gotex might have an opportunity. Kenzo will clear to the side.
We already saw from the get-go, it is Sloths exerting the pressure down the other end. Meanwhile, Ayell are still being calm. This is exactly what we were expecting coming into this, and the tiny mistake by YoungStar. Oh my goodness, Ayell coming to his rescue.
Ayell needing to bail out YoungStar there at the last second. The touch not there. He had 0 boost in the tank as well. That's also something to maybe keep an eye out, especially on Ayell. How are they going to manage their boost? Because against a team like the Sloths, that could be quite indecisive, as Ayell has an opportunity. That was it. That should have been the opening goal for Ayell against anything we've been saying up until this point.
That boost doesn't just come out of nowhere. It is the number in the bottom right, that's the amount of boost you have. And those tiny little orange pads are the ones that generate 12. And the big one that just got picked up is worth 100. And thus you can accelerate your card quicker. And I think Sloths, they're going to be ripping through that boost a little bit more, because they're that mechanical player. It utilizes more boost.
Yeah, they're going to definitely try to utilize more boost, because boost also enables you to fly up in the air, follow the ball in the air, follow it quickly and decisively. As YoungStar has an opportunity, and YoungStar will shoot the first goal of the Boston Esports Masters Season 3 LAN Finals.
Well, the German at least kicking it off, the only one on the pitch, top left, and the Hellfire coming from the goal, and Ayell already on the backdrop, and now they have to fight back. This is not how you expect Ayell to be winning here today, or at least not against the Sloths. You need to have that lead and then hold on for dear life.
Yeah, that's sort of the way that the Ayell have been playing in league. But Ayell, that's a misflip. Vargo, can he go? No, Ayell will make sure dunk it in over the last defender, but that's a big misplay on Ayell.
Oh my goodness, and I'll be honest, Mark, I already saw some looks going back and forth on the stage, probably looking at each other like, what are you doing? What is going on here? How do you make a mistake like that? And that's going to be the pressure. Obviously, these players are so well versed, but right now, all of a sudden, everything changed. There's people watching back at home, right here in front of you, and those people right here in front of you, they're the scariest factor.
They're the scariest factor. You're not used to having someone look over your shoulder when you're playing and maybe scrutinizing your every mistake. And the one thing that we can see that on land, it's not always advantageous to be the favorite, but it might be advantageous here for Ayell, who just keeping at it, getting his flip again from the backboard and reinstating that lead.
Gotex, he might have been better off had he not touched it, but I mean, you already see it going on the screen. Everything moves so fast, so you don't have that much time to actually react. It's all gut instinct, and oh, they're going for a fake kickoff here. Both of them going past it. Ayell can't quite reach it, and that could have been a bloody good play, but unfortunately for them, it went awry.
And we can already see only 1 goal advantage, and we already saw how quickly a goal can be scored, and they're already trying to style a lot, and that's more like the Rift Sloths from replay. Quick and decisive infield passing to make sure the defender can't get back to the save. This time, Kenzo was beaten by a crossbar.
Yeah, that unfortunately is the case sometimes. But we've been talking about Rift Sloths, yada yada, #1 seed, so amazing, and they're probably going to win this entire thing. We are not talking about the chaos that Lëtzebuerg can bring to the game and drag Rift Sloths into it, because Lëtzebuerg, even if they are more well-versed at a lower level and more used to that kind of play, if Rift Sloths start adapting to that level instead of grinding out their own game and forcing Lëtzebuerg to adapt, all of a sudden you're going to be in for a heap of trouble as Rift Sloths are shot on wide. Now they have to keep it into the attack now because their defense is not set up. This is so uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable. Gotex pinching it with his own crossbar, trying to get it out. You can see the pressure mounting from the Rift Sloths, who are happy to just boost off their opponents, and Kenzo looking for a flip reset off the ball to get himself that much more mobility in the air. In the end, he can't quite find it. Rift already looking for fanciness over effectiveness. Will that bite them? Not right now, but we only have 1 minute left in this first game.
Ayell receiving the ball again, right back into the center. Wargo will clear it away, but Rift Sloths, they've been so immaculate at keeping it into the orange half, and Lëtzebuerg, they're grasping at straws right now. This could be the game. Kenzo, can he get around to it? Yes, he can, and Rift Sloths, they pop in their third.
And that's the main thing that you have to watch out for. Kenzo's further touch in the air, just completely blindsiding the opponent from Lëtzebuerg because they simply didn't expect him to get back to it. They didn't expect Kenzo to have the boost, to fly after the ball, make the defender uncomfortable, punish the overcommit at the end of the day, where the defender should have been a bit more passive, especially if you're last man back. You have to, your #1 priority is to buy time for your teammates to get back into position.
And Rift Sloths are doing that by staying incredibly aggressive. YoungStar, get it over the top, but yet again, that bar proven to be a nuisance and continuously in the way. Obviously, that's not going to move from its place. Ayell certainly is, but there is another shot coming through. Even if they score another one here, it is already looking like a dire situation here for Lëtzebuerg, and they're probably going to have to start looking at game #2.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds for 2 goals. That is optimistic, even if we were just playing a 1v1, not let alone a 3v3, as YoungStar's also flying from the ceiling somewhere. He can't make contact with that one. We have the first winner of our LAN. The inaugural game goes to the Rift Sloths in what was a closer game than I think both of us expected, with Lëtzebuerg able to pick up the pace really quickly from the beginning.
And Rift Sloths having to do it together as well. We saw right there, all of them had 1 goal apiece. But I did see a lot of mistakes out of the Rift Sloths themselves by being too rapid, by trying to force those mechanics too quickly, and thus ultimately making those mistakes and leaving that back end open. That is where Lëtzebuerg are going to have to shine.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we get with these mechanical players on the stage. They're not instantly going to feel themselves. We said it before, and Ayell, with the 1 goal that the Rift Sloths conceded, proving our point from before that, you know, if you're mechanical, like, stuff happens on LAN. It's a different setup. You're not at home. It's a new PC. It's maybe the monitor has less hertz than you have at home. Like, all these simple factors. And if we would know one thing about our Rocket League players, that they are incredibly prone to placebos.
Everybody in Rocket League is a placebo gamer, so we might be seeing a car switch as well. Everything like it, a tiny settings change just to get that right feel, even though it might not do something well. It's placebo, and it's all about mental. Mental is so important in the game of Rocket League because, okay, we've just played 5 minutes. Okay, grand. I already hear the next game starting up, so we're directly going. You have no time to recuperate, and let's go again.
You just have that 1 minute in between games to talk to your teammates, talk about what strategies you want to do, or what general adaptations you want to make going forward. And Rift Sloths, they're not making any adaptations. They're staying as aggressive as they were before. And Lëtzebuerg just have to deal with it. They have to stay focused, stay patient, keep the communication up, and as you said, keep your mentality up, because 85% of this game is just won or lost in your head.
Exactly, and that's why you have to be so open to criticism. If there's one player making a heap of mistakes, you have to be able to point it out, no matter how frustrating it can be. And that's why that minute is so little. But look at Lëtzebuerg. They're breaking out, slowly but surely, taking a tiny gander at the net, and perhaps popping one into the back of it. Ayell not even pinching it up with YoungStar. I see that happening, and I instantly think they're going to pinch it up. But Ayell still in control of the ball until Gotex takes it away from him.
And you can see with those kind of plays the creativity that a team like the Sloths is able to employ. And again, YoungStar, great pass infield from the sidewall. And Kenzo's control there. You can see like the mechanical ability that these players individually have. But it's not just linking together up quite yet. Like the pinch wasn't there, the passes aren't exactly there. The positioning is a bit off in offense when the pass wants to be received. So that's something you have to be wary of as Ayell just blasts it against the post. Kenzo has to leave it for YoungStar, who's getting it around two, faking Vargo, not quite.
Kenzo with another shot, pops it up high instead, has enough boost to trail it, but the flip reset not going to help out on the shot. Well, getting it through at least. And there's Gotex to pick it up. Lëtzebuerg slowly but surely breaking out bit by bit, but it's still just the Sloths who've got to control YoungStar into the center. That's a double commit, and that could just be a goal. Ayell tries to link up, but instead gets shut down. Ayell tries to race to it, but arrives a tad too late.
Just a little bit too late as YoungStar is bumping Kenzo off again. I think another failed pinch attempt here coming out from the Sloths. But the one thing that you could see earlier with Ayell's placement, where he was at the halfway line, was that even though two players from the Sloths are really aggressively going for plays, going for another and trying to follow each other up, there's always that safety net. And that's the key thing here for the Sloths. They have to keep that safety net alive, so to not overcommit and give Lëtzebuerg the open net.
They're already looking to punish that, because we saw Lëtzebuerg just now creep up to the center and try and engage in one of those long balls over the top. But Sloths, they shut it down because they are so quick. Right now, Gotex, and again, slowly but surely creeping forward. Wargo punts it to the backboard and gets hoofed out for the defense. YoungStar will trail it down and bring it right into the hands of Kenzo. It's still 0-0 here, Matt.
It's still 0-0, and you know, Rift have to be a little bit impatient with getting their go. You can see YoungStar diving at that one. And Kenzo also going for the bump. That's one aspect of Rocket League that we haven't seen at all being explored here. The physicality, just going for your opponent, bumping them out of the way, or also demoing out of the way. Because if you're going fast enough, you can just destroy your opponent's car, giving them a 3-second respawn and basically giving you 3 seconds of power play, 3 versus 2.
Yeah, you can have as much mechanics as you want, but if your car is in the scrapyard, you won't be able to drift, or you won't be able to use any of that. And Lëtzebuerg, this might just be the breakthrough that they need. Indeed it is. He just rolls on into the back of the net.
Just rolling on in, strolling down the field. As Wargo, this the exact thing we've asked Lëtzebuerg. Be patient in defense, soak up the pressure, and then find the one mistake, find the one overcommit from Sloths, and instantly punish it with a long clear. Well done from Lëtzebuerg, and now they've only got 90 seconds to hold on to the lead.
It's going to be so frustrating as well for Sloths if they concede a goal like that. Because they've been in the attack the entire time, they're going to be feeling cocky. They're going to be feeling like they should be winning this game easily, and instead they're somehow losing and they can't really place their finger on it, and that's where the mental will come in for Sloths. Lëtzebuerg, they've already shown that they can come back from that mental, but now they also need to keep strong in the defensive end. Gotex missing out on the touch, but there were 2 players prepared for it, and the ball lodged in between for a 50.
Second touch from YoungStar there in the air with the top of his car, brilliant, but again it's an overcommit from Ayell and from Kenzo, and again it's gonna be the long clear from Wargo, and with that, Lëtzebuerg double their lead, 2-0, 50 seconds left, and that's the thing that the Sloths really have to be careful.
It's so simple what Lëtzebuerg are doing, but yet so intricate, and that's the beauty of it. That it seems rather easy to do because you're just defending and sitting back, but to continuously guess and know where Sloths are going to be going and guess correctly in that fact, that is immaculate Rocket League right here, and they're showing that they can compete with the best, but that is certainly not the best.
Yeah, the pinch from Ayell not really going his way. He wants to pinch it up, and now it's just going to generate a lot of power. You can make the ball so quick when you're pinching it. I mean, we're talking about like 160, 170 kph with a proper pinch, and that ball is clear, that ball is safe. But with that, YoungStar's able to sneak it in at the near post. And now Kenzo has 100 boosts in the tank and a lot of space to work with, but not the best setup. It's wild, it's chaos, and it's not as clean as he'd like. And OS not as clean as we're used to seeing from him. But in the end, it still doesn't work. The defense still holding strong.
24 seconds is all that Ayell have got left over to tie this one up. But a free ball through Kenzo, passing it back to Ayell. Ayell cutting off the shot. Also following it up with 0 boost in the tank. They're going to have to hold strong, and that's exactly what they're doing. A long ball clear into the blue half, and oh, this is a shot coming through. Wargo has it, and Ayell, he just free jumps it. Wargo now into the attack. All this needs to happen is that the ball hits the ground. It's not over until the ball hits that dirt, and that's going to be happening right here, right now, so you think, but they keep it up. Ayell yet again into the center, but it drops right into the box, and Ayell tied up.
That was nearly magic from Ayell with the upside down redirect to just get into the center to YoungStar. A little bit too much power, just that slightest bit too much. But we've
so close.
That's so close. But again, Lëtzebuerg, you have to give credit where credit is due. Soaking up that defense against those 3 mechanical players is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. It is hard to keep the boost, to always be in the correct position. Yes, we've seen a little bit of panic in the defense, a few double and triple commits between the 3 players, but if it works, it works.
And especially with a substitute. They're playing with a bloody substitute here, mate. That obviously will remove chemistry that you were able to build throughout the rest of the season, throughout the rest of the league, and all of a sudden, you have that new factor in, you have to slot that in. They're doing that amazingly.
Yeah, and that's just a testament to how far communication and good communication, good, clear, concise communication will bring you in Rocket League. They have, by all honesty, they have no right taking a game off Rift Sloths. You said it before, it was an instant response with 3-0. But alas, here we are, and they've done it as Ayell looking for some magic in the air, getting a split reset, and you know that's one of those high-level mechanics that you can just do. If you touch the ball with all of your 4 wheels at the same time, you will just get another flip.
And they're getting too greedy on the side of Rift Sloths, too eager to pop in a goal, and then they start popping off lackluster shots. Ayell, it doesn't really achieve anything right here. Okay, both his teammates rotated out, and miss coming through. Wargo, they gotten that past Kenzo. It's already Ayell there, linking up with Kenzo, and that's an open net linked in there.
That wasn't necessarily open net, that was just a quick transition because there was someone going back, but the French duo of Ayell and Kenzo will not be denied by the sluggish pace of the back rotation from Lëtzebuerg, and that's something that also Lëtzebuerg, if they have to be in offense, they need to have that safety net in place. They cannot afford to make the third man commit for pretty much anything, because any counter from Rift will be as quickly as that, if not quicker.
Yeah, their communication, we already talked about Lëtzebuerg having insane communication. 3 Frenchies, makes sense, they will speak the same language. I don't think that's the case on Rift Sloths, and the YoungStar also learned French, but they might have trouble communicating quickly and having to think about what you want to say first before you can do it. That already removes the pace of the game, and Kenzo, he's going to have an open net here after a failed clear out.
I want to point out the first touch from YoungStar though, again, against the backboard. That touch right there, just taking off every bit of pace, making it incredibly awkward for Ayell to just get any touch. The fact that he still had the read is commendable in itself. But then Ayell puts one against the backboard. Kenzo there to do the janitorial duties on a Rift Sloth. As we see, another bit of kickoff variation, double kickoff, trying to pinch it in directly and create so much pressure right from the get-go.
Oh, Ayell, he went for the bump. Ayell evades it, and YoungStar passes it right back into Ayell. Still up high into the box. YoungStar across. They're starting to link up heavily now. Rift Sloths, they have gotten that momentum, but Gotex, he's going to slap it right back, and, well, we don't know, but I hear the goal sound being played.
I hear the goal explosion. I had a sliver of hope that YoungStar was maybe able to get back to it, but in the end, Gotex just got enough power on that. Just barely about enough power on that, and the placement was good enough, and with that, lead is cut in half between Rift Sloths and Lëtzebuerg, and that might be an open net for Wargo. The pass is too obvious in the inside, and Wargo's positioning is just perfect. Equalizer, and that's how quickly it can go in Rocket League.
Kenzo just having a dreadful touch on it. Both players already were close to the kickoff for Rift Sloths, completely caught out of position. And, well, you mentioned earlier, usually kickoff goals don't happen in 3v3 because there's so many bodies on the pitch to be stopping that ball from going towards your net. All of a sudden there is one, and Lëtzebuerg, they heavily needed that.
Lëtzebuerg needed that to just bring themselves in, and also, again, it's keeping your mentality. Oh, and it's also keeping your mentality for the rest of the series, because now you've seen, oh, we can come back from a 2-goal deficit. That's easy. we can actually, compete with them. It's not like, oh, we go down in the game.
Oh, you can win!
We're actually going to lose the game. But they overcommit here, and Walker has to buy a lot of time for his teammates. Now he takes the ball in control. Smart touches from Walker. You love to see it. And it's a double commit, so Walker will have to do the same yet again.
Oh, and this is going to be so much more difficult because he was caught out of position himself. But Ayell, they make it work. They scramble by like some eggs. But finally, they're starting to get that boost under control, and the positioning goes back to the normal state as Ayell doesn't really do anything with the air dribble. Actually links up with Kenzo. YoungStar now to the backward double tap. You'd think that was imminent, but they were there to stop it. What a trial by fire this match is for Ayell.
Especially this entire series has been a trial by fire in defense for Ayell, and the defense is holding up beautifully. But right now, Kenzo with an aggressive cut in rotation and just completely shuts down the pass. And with the cut, he's just not supposed to be there. He's supposed to go all the way back, but he recognizes the situation quickly enough, recognizes that Evo is not going to have the best touch on it, decides to go in there, put his body in the way, and high risk, high reward.
No, this is not what you want to see if you're rooting for Ayell. I don't know how to describe that one, mate. The feel, big one. Oof.
Delayed kickoff? I mean, it wasn't really a delayed kickoff. He still speed flipped to the ball, but he just caught, I think he caught I thought genuinely that Kenzo just caught Ayell by surprise by going for the 50 on the kickoff so goddamn late. Swago taking control, tries to flick it over YoungStar, but YoungStar will deal with that any day of the week as he fell. Ayell, they have to take those chances. That was prime opportunity.
Evo realizes he's beaten this occasion, and Kenzo clearing it away. Those second touches are such a nuisance to be dealing with every single time. You think surely this is it. It's over now. They are not touching the ball anymore. And then there they are. But Kenzo, that's aggressive hand. Gotek's gotten a good touch. But now that it doesn't happen, it's Rift Sloths to 5. That's probably the game in the bag.
Rift trying and starting to run away with it. As again, there's just a smidge too offensive from Ayell. Yes, it's 4-2. Yes, it's 100 seconds to go. And only 100 seconds to go, but they've done it before in 20 seconds. Like, you don't need to open up the net that quickly and that early and that aggressively in this game. It's not do or die just now. It's still a lot of game time to be left to be played in the series, because let's just forget, yes, we are in game 3, but this is a best of 5, and no team is going to win the series in this game.
Indeed, but you do get to put yourself on match point and have a greater chance of doing so, and also knocking your opponent down a tad. But Gotek does that to the lead, and I don't want to start the conversation just yet. Ayell pop another one into the back of the net, and we can start having a talk.
Comeback? Did I just hear comeback? Gotek, go to touch, by the way, to keep it slow. YoungStar coming, no, it was Ayell, I think, coming across the face and expecting the shot to be placed in the top right corner. But alas, Gotek just took every bit of power off that shot, got it back in the middle, and with that completely outplayed, the defense and the mind games are starting to really show their hand. Walker with a perfectly played shot, a little bit too perfect.
When you focus extra hard on being able to do something, going to your parents and saying, hey, look, I can do this, and then also you continuously feel that. That's kind of the situation that the Rift Sloths are in. That should have been a goal every single day of the week, but because they only have 1 minute that they have to hold on, they're starting to make mistakes that they usually would not make, thus allowing a way back in for Ayell. But Ayell, he could just put in the knife right here, the dagger. They've evaded it, but they're still on the back foot.
The dagger is in the body, but it's not been removed from the body just yet. So there's still a way to stop the bleeding for Ayell. There's still a way to come back. Maybe, oh yeah, can he race back to the just in the nick of time? Gets that last touch and crushes every bit of hope that the Ayell had to come back here in game 3. The final countdown is happening. The 0-second goal, if it happens, will not matter. You can only shoot 1 goal at 0 seconds.
Yep, and that is the game for Rift Sloths, putting themselves on match point. But had they gotten a goal before 0 seconds, in theory you have infinite time, because as long as you keep the ball off the ground, you can still get to play on. But what a game out of Rift Sloths, and it's proven their dominance with 5 goals on the board.
5 goals, but also it shows some glaring issues in defense that the Rift Sloths have. 3 goals conceded, it's not something that we usually see of Rift Sloths, and that defense was just characterized by trying too much. They want to be too fancy almost. It's time to take maybe a step back, realize that on this day or in your first series, you're not going to be as hot as you would be when you're playing online, when you're playing from your home. So to come back from that is going to be the main thing. Just take it back, take a breather, take it slow, and Lëtzebuerg, keep doing what you're doing, because honestly, you're doing fantastic.
And they do seem calm, cool, and collected on the stage, sitting silently and making sure that their heads are in the game. Right here, right now is where it matters. Yes, this is double elimination. Yes, Lëtzebuerg would have another chance, but you never want to be fighting out from a game down in the Rift Sloths. They could be having Lëtzebuerg fighting already from a goal down, but they're starting to bump each other up. What is this? Chaos or shot coming through, but Ayell, he's got some legs on him, not long enough though, and Gotex gets it through.
The man's got some legs, but those aren't the legs of Usain Bolt. Wargo creating absolute havoc and menace. He's been going for a bumps for a few games now. When we talked about the lack of physicality earlier, Wargo is the one who's apparently heard us and was like, no, I'm going to create chaos wherever I go. And that chaos is only beneficial to Lëtzebuerg.
Leaves a trail of chaos, and Ayell, this time he's not going to get dragged into the dark side as Lëtzebuerg. That chaos could also start haunting them as they are double committing. There was another instance of that just earlier on. This time it's solely Gotex with Kenzo already up for it. That's a pre-jump and a half.
Disgusting! Absolutely disgusting. YoungStar perfect pass, and Kenzo was up so early. He knew exactly where that pass was going, but perfect communication between Rift Sloths, and that's what these top teams are able to do. Perfect communication, perfect prediction, perfect pass, everything just beautifully executed. That's the Rift Sloths we know.
But it doesn't matter how beautiful the goal is, it counts for the exact same. And Rift Sloths, they've only just tied it up in for what perhaps is the final game. And Lëtzebuerg, they are fighting, but they're currently caught in the headlight like a deer as Ayell easily gets a challenge in, and that's just going to stroll into the back of the net.
And that's a massive fake from YoungStar. He just draw Ayell, I think it was, to his side. Oh, I'm going to touch it, I'm going to touch it. Nope, I'm actually not going to touch it. Psych! And Ayell had nowhere to go. He expected the touch. He was blocking the direct pass through the goal, but there's no touch to be made. The fake will just completely kill him.
Once you start generating that consistency, you can start playing around with it as another shot going off the post. And well, technically it's an own goal, but that was going in either way.
An own goal, a credit to Ayell. Kenzo just hitting the post on the perfect scene where the ball bounces up, not out for Ayell to follow up. And yeah, that first minute of game 4, it really started superbly for Lëtzebuerg, but it really fell apart quickly. And now shenanigans from the Rift Sloths. I can't believe that worked. I cannot believe that worked. That is some BM.
Another weird kickoff though for Lëtzebuerg. I'm not too sure what went on there. Maybe they're just grasping at straws here, trying something, but they're still communicating, they're still nodding to each other. And the positive thing about being down in the game early on is that you have plenty of time to try and bring it back. Bring out those kickoff strats that we've seen plenty in this series already.
3 goals down with about 3 minutes 40 is very, very still winnable. It's even
hard.
Conceivable. It's hard, of course. You have to put 3 passes with off. That's never going to be an easy task. But it's doable, and Lëtzebuerg have done it before, but Rift Sloths, they might be finding themselves. Kenzo! Oh my goodness! Kenzo, I think he's found his dead zone settings for LAN, because that man is free-flowing.
Honestly, I can't even tell you whether that's a pre-jump or whether he just reacted insanely fast. And well, they already had to give a 3-goal comeback. It's now up to a 4 already, while Rift, on average, they concede 1.43 goals a game. You're going to have to cross that out and make sure that those averages are going fritzy.
Those averages need to go up if you are any fan of Lëtzebuerg, as YoungStar is coming up from above the opponent's goal to try and drop it down. No successes there, but those kind of plays, I believe, are going to increase now in quantity, because they know they've got the 4-goal cushion. They are going to go for a few more clips, just, you know, for the next Twitter montage.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you gotta think of the social media as well. It's great earning money here if you win, or if you get 2nd or 3rd, but you also do need to still keep on winning for that money, and it's a start in the right direction for Lëtzebuerg.
And who else but Wargo could be the one, even though, you know, Gotex is the captain of the team and very much the leader, Wargo has been the one, he's sitting in the middle as well of the three players that's really, you know, popping off, showing and trying to be that anchor for his team, trying to make the important things happen, trying to go and lead by example. But, you know, anything you can do, YoungStar can do better.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. Kenzo faking it out again, and YoungStar having an amazing angle right there. Ayell caught off guard, and you bring up such a brilliant point that is not going to matter that much right now, but having that anchor in the middle is something that you usually obviously don't think of when you're playing at home, but you want a player that kind of starts living up to the hype and starts getting the team in the right direction. As Rift Sloths, they're starting to freestyle at this point.
They are starting to freestyle. They've almost scored the maddest goal imaginable. An aerial team pinch between Ayell and Kenzo, but their arrogance might be catching up to them sooner than later. Lëtzebuerg, third goal. We set these average goal conceded for Sloths need to go up. They are going up.
Oh, it's already gone up pretty far in this series alone, because Lëtzebuerg have been scoring so many past them, but Rift Sloths, they're kind of in a Mexican shootout right now and just firing off and going for a fake kickoff here as well to fire off some more shots and riddle the opponent with bullet holes at this point. But right now, Lëtzebuerg, they're struggling so much and have to fight back against 3 down in 2 minutes. The double quits like that could perhaps work out, but Ayell, oh no, that's a dreadful pass. Nobody there to pop in to the back of the net.
No one quite there to be on the end of that one, but Wargo is again making sure pressure is upheld. Kenzo beating Gotex. Ayell struggling for boost, only 0 now, so has to take a few seconds to collect some of those orange boost pads on the ground as Wargo has the opportunity, but that's a high IQ demo from YoungStar. That's a brilliant demo from YoungStar. It relieves so much pressure.
Oh, but that's an overcommit, Kenzo. He can't get around to it. Nobody over Lëtzebuerg can either. And YoungStar races back, installs some new legs in Lëtzebuerg. Slowly but surely you hear a lady in the distance singing louder and louder.
The lady is growing ever closer. The lady is singing ever louder. But right now, Lëtzebuerg still have about a minute to come back. Oh, Ayell, if you've left that for Wargo, that was potentially the open net. That was potentially the 4th goal here for Lëtzebuerg. And then 2 goals in a minute. Again, very conceivable comeback. Very much comebackable.
Oh, and the triple commit, perhaps. But even then, they're squirming right now. And Rift Sloths, they've got Lëtzebuerg under their boot. Slowly but surely crushing them, waiting out the time. They don't necessarily need to score as long as they don't concede. Sounds like a simple statement, but with the Rift Sloths and what they've been doing, how much they've been committing forward, that manpower is quickly dissipating from the defensive side.
Yeah, exactly. It's like offense wins you games, defense wins you championships. Right now, it seems like even with Rift Sloths, just their offense, they're winning this game, but if it's going to be enough for other opponents like Minkz or like Team Lëtzebuerg, that is yet to be seen, because they're going to punish a lot more aggressively, they're going to be a lot more faster, they're going to be more in your face when you're Rift Sloths, but we have to entertain the idea. Lëtzebuerg are going down to the lower bracket with their first loss today in the series against the Rift Sloths. They play respecting the first rule of Rocket League, which of course is to keep the ball up at 0 seconds.
A very hot topic that for everybody watching, of course, but the Rift Sloths, they do it in 3-1, and that, even though it was somewhat dominating at times, it was only at times, and the crowning champions throughout the league, they remain to be a little bit wonky.
They are not as solid as we expected them to be, and that must be a big sign for Minkz, for Team Lëtzebuerg. Like, yes, they can be beaten. But I think we're going to go back to Renee, who's going to have some interviews for us with the winners with Rift Sloths.
Yeah, thank you guys. Spectacular first match. I can tell you what you're seeing happening on the screen, unless you play the game, you can't appreciate how hard it actually is, what they're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first semi-final winner, Team Rift Sloths. So let's start with the winners first. YoungStar, your team did well.
Yeah, very well.
But you did drop a map against the number 4. You might be in trouble going into the next round.
Nah, we just throwed and having fun, and then we didn't focus, and then they scored.
Nice, nice, nice. So guys, you did well. You did what was expected. At least you took a map off of them. Everything going according to plan?
That was very, very difficult. They are faster than us in aerials and mechanics, so this is very difficult for us to play against them.
Yeah, but of course you've got that lower bracket coming up. The run all the way to the final.
I hope.
All right, let's hope, let's see, let's find out soon enough. After the break, we've got the second semifinals coming up, but let me remind you, we're gonna have a bit of a giveaway again today. Thanks to Samsung, we're giving away 2 Galaxy S22 Ultras, sorry, 3 this weekend. 2 went out yesterday, 1 is going out today, so stay tuned, keep an eye on the stream, and of course we'll see you back right after the break.
Hey, baby. Mama.
Good game.
Good game.
Well played.
We are multiplayers just like you. Ready up for the next game deal. Sign your first student loan with us and enjoy our green code study advantages. Get more information on our website.
everything expensive. I be on my grind, I'm never resting. Stop with all the questions, shorty who you pressing. The only thing that's pressed and the diamonds on my necklace. I can stretch you out like a yoga session. This is my profession. Pussy like holy water, I bless it. I drink the water pouring on me, yeah, it's refreshing. Why is she obsessed with me? She done got the best of me. Don't be thinking less of me. Why you keep on stressing me? Cross me, that's a penalty. Envy me and jealousy. Keep a bad bitch next to me, hating that I'm next to be. You try to extort me, you never support me. Had to cut her off because she boring. I can tell you about my life, little baby, it's a story. These niggas wanna keep me slipping, but I keep rolling. Ever since a young and the nigga chasing on bank rolls. You say that's your girlfriend, little baby, sucking the gang dough. Pose for the camera, yeah, it's a perfect angle. I got hella stamina, I can fuck your brains out. I been drinking Henny, I drink it like it is good for me. I been getting paranoid, smoking like it's a pound of weed. I don't fuck with niggas, so please, nigga, don't talk to me. Focus on the money, so please, baby, don't bother me. In LA, I was at your bay, she tryna stay, concentrate, gotta get the bag, I'm running late. I gotta say, I'm feeling great, had to skate. I said it's fate, I penetrate, tell me, order me a pack, then I gotta meet up. Police right behind me, so I had to speed up. Sitting in the back of the Tahoe, leaned up. We just crossed the border, drinking margaritas. What you want? A new salon, that's to my song, put you on, I break you off, I want the jaw. If you sneaking on the nigga, I'ma find out, whip it right out. 20 bitches in the Jeep, they had to climb out. Why these people staring, why they hating on me? I'm taking flights to London, out of Germany. I get the bag and I flip it back, it's overseas. She getting wet when she hear my voice and melodies. When I hit her with a right stroke, dance up on a DJ like she might go. Baby, I'ma hit her one time and then I might go. I got these bitches drooling on me because my eyes froze. I know you like that, baby, I like that. Order me a pack, then I gotta meet up. Police right behind me, so I had to speed up. Sitting in the back of the Tahoe, leaned up. We just crossed the border, drinking margaritas. What you want? A new salon, that's to my song, put you on, I break you off, I want the jaw. If you sneaking on the nigga, I'ma find out, whip it right out. 20 bitches in the Jeep, they had to climb out.
You want the moon? Just say the word and I'll throw a lasso around it.
Send me your location, never pull it up. Got we going out of state, popping bottles, turning up. Baby, what it do? Baby, gon' send me your bodies, let it do. Tell me where you at, me your location, never pull it up. Got we going out of state, popping bottles, turning up. Baby, what it do? Baby, gon' send me your bodies, let it do. Tell me where you at, little baby. Pull up to the battle, shawty, hop in the Mercedes. On this trending topic, I'm on top, I'm feeling wavy. Girl, you better stop it, no, you not gon' have my baby. Whoa, what's up for the us that tryna play me? Whoa, shawty, I'm inside, you can keep it on the low. Let us go for a ride. Tell me where you wanna go. Only here for the night. Let us shawty, yeah, you know that. I'll be by your side. Send me your location. Girl, I'm pulling up. Girl, we going out of state. Popping bottles, turning up. Baby, what it do? Baby, gon' send me your bodies, let it do. Tell me where you at, me your location. Girl, I'm pulling up. Girl, we going out of state. Popping bottles, turning up. Baby, what it do? Baby, gon' send me your bodies, let it do. Tell me where you at, me
Told me slide, she got a new place. Yeah, she see that I'm ballin' like it's 2K. She a bad chick, a little savage. Yeah, anything she wants, she gotta have it. Oh, shawty nasty, she a freak. Baby, let me hit it every day of the week. Oh yeah, off the juice, I can't think. Told her send me out, little baby, we can link.
Send me your location. Girl, I'm pulling up. Girl, we going out of state. Popping bottles, turning up. Baby, what it do? Baby, gon' send me your bodies, let it do. Tell me where you at, me your location. Girl, I'm pulling up. Girl, we going out of state. Popping bottles, turning up. Baby, what it do? Baby, gon' send me your bodies, let it do.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Post Esports Masters Season 3 Grand Finals for Rocket League. Right now we've got our first team in the winner bracket final. They are Rift, Sloths, the great favorites to win it all. They are doing what they're supposed to do so far. Let's find out if they can keep it up. Right now we're going to call up our next teams. And of course, first up is the number 2 in our league ranking. It's Minkz. And of course, they're going up against seed number 3. They are Team Lëtzebuerg. Obviously the home crowd favorites. Let's see if they can make the crowd go wild again on stage. Players, get ready, set, and we're about to go back to our lovely casters, Hyperia and Machtfish.
Yes, thank you, Renee. And I don't know whether it was my hearing or whether I'm just crazy. I didn't really hear that much noise for Team Lëtzebuerg.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed by the crowd. Crowd, can we have a bit more hype, please, for Team Lëtzebuerg?
That's better. That's better. Yeah,
come
I've got my
on.
headset on and it's still exactly the same. And this is exactly why home crowd advantage. You've got people cheering you on, and it's gonna hurt if you make a mistake and you all of a sudden hear everybody popping off.
Yeah, it's going to hurt. It's going to be a lot of scrutiny. I want to hear that same level of energy every single time Team Lëtzebuerg does a good play. They have a good demo. They score a goal. So they are going to be really elevated by their crowd, and that's the advantage. It's comparable to football, really. If the crowd is behind you, teams tend to play better at home than they do away. It's simple psychology.
Exactly, but they do have a very tough opponent, Minkz, #Mix. They're not one to be messed around with, ending up a second seed throughout the entire season, only dropping the one game, and that was against Rift, which, well, obviously you're going to drop that one.
Yeah, everyone dropped that game against Rift. But, speaking of the league play, they have met before. And in the league play, they have ended up 3-1, the victors against Team Lëtzebuerg. But it was a close series. Game scores were 1-0 for Team Lëtzebuerg, and then 3 clean wins, 3-0, 2-1, 3-1, but not high scoring, very tightly fought games. So I honestly expect the same to be happening here on stage.
And the only team that I've heard talk about how prepared they are and whether they even prepared was Team Lëtzebuerg. They're taking this seriously. They're right here. They are in this region. This should be theirs. But meanwhile, there's a few intruders who would like to lift that trophy here in Lëtzebuerg.
Let's not forget, these are the only 3 Luxembourgish players left in this tournament. They're the only 3 Luxembourgish players here in the grand finals. Well, not in the grand finals, but in the LAN finals. Ooh. Maybe even in the grand finals, if they want to win, that slight little jump from €1,000 prize pool to €1,950 prize pool.
What do you reckon their chances are for that, though?
I mean, I think the first game is really going to be an indication, because I doubt this will be the last time that we see this fixture today. The lower bracket final, I think that seems like that's going to be the logical place for these two teams to match up once again. So to have it first here, and then maybe see the contrast between these two series later in the day, that might be an interesting storyline going on.
And Team Lëtzebuerg, they seem like a team that wants to adapt, that wants to continuously improve, and thus also put a lot of pressure on themselves when they need to have that improvement. They're going to have to look for it right here, right now. Against Minkz already, yes, they're keeping it close. Yes, Lord has insane experience all across the world. But this is where it needs to come out, and while the home crowd advantage, you can also, at the same time, disappoint a lot of people.
Yeah, there comes a lot of pressure, and of course, a lot of pride representing Luxembourg as well here at home. But you yourself, you might be a bit unfamiliar with having people actually cheer for you. Normally, you're very much used to either being alone or people being against you. You're not necessarily acquainted to the fact that people want to see you win.
I've had it happen to me once, where I was my mates were supposed to come over one night, and I was playing a game of Rocket League waiting for them because they're always late, and they started cheering me on as well. And I can tell you right here, from first-hand experience, that puts you off massively.
Yeah, it's just so different being here, and we've heard it before, the Loris Raptor chant. I want to hear that as well again during the series, because as I said before, in the pre-talk, before any of the first series gone on, Loris is really going to be your main man.
Yeah, and of course backed up by Karoy and Priza. It's one of those roles where you have to facilitate a little bit more. Yes, sure, okay, sure, there might be one player a little bit more mechanically prowess, but at the same time, that player does need to have the ball and have some clear-cut chances. We saw it earlier with Rift Sloths. They started making mistakes, and they started being a little bit iffy when they triple committed. That's something I don't really expect out of Lëtzebuerg.
Yeah, the triple commits is not going to happen. Luxembourg, I think they played it with each other for a long time now. They've played with each other at LAN in Baku, so they're very much used to this entire setup, right? In Baku, of course, there was no one necessarily cheering for the Luxembourgish team, but still, they finished in tied 7th place there, so out of 12 teams, so definitely something to be not ashamed, to be proud of, actually, for Luxembourg as well, for such a tiny country, that you even have 3 players that can compete at this level, is in and of itself, I want to have that stat, I want to have the odds on that happening.
Ooh, I'd love to see it, but Minkz, a full German team, coming up against the team at Lëtzebuerg side. And honestly, because they are number 2 seed, because they've beaten them before, I don't want to say it because I feel like I might get attacked, but we have to count them as the favorite, albeit not necessarily big ones, but they are coming in here a little bit more solid and perhaps a tad bit more experience.
It's a lot less clear-cut, really, than it was with Sloths and Ayell. This is going to be one in the nuances, in the little things, in the slightest overcommits, in the slight maybe brilliance coming out on offense. You know, there's so much that can go wrong or right in any particular situation. In the game of Rocket League, a 50 could go out at 5 kilometers an hour, and you know your teammate can follow perfectly, or just careens out to the side, and no one's really being able to follow up. Like those sort of things are the things that we are going to be looking at when the series eventually does get underway. But before that, I think we can still have a little gander at the stats. You know, we've seen them before the stream, but it's good to remind ourselves of the stats.
Yeah, of course. Make sure that we stay up to date, that we stay in touch with what they've been able to perform in the regular season, in the league, and those statistics for Team Lëtzebuerg. We already talked about it. They are unrelenting. They don't stop scoring. They continuously continue to beat up the opponent, really, and it's fair enough. You want to demoralize them as much as possible.
Exactly, you want to demoralize them, and if we talk about the 3 players a bit more individually, we have to, you know, I've talked about Loris Raptor at length, and I will stop that right now because I want to look at Priza, who statistically looks like he's very much not on the pace of the other 2, but that is just because he is that glue. Those kind of players that just dominate the midfield, that keep the rotation together, they don't get credit. They don't shoot a lot of goals. They don't assist a lot of goals. They don't get a lot of saves necessarily. They just disrupt the opponent, and they're forcing the opponent to make a certain play that they didn't intend on making. They're forcing the opponent to maybe on an area go high when they wanted to go low if they wanted to go high. Like that, those sort of things, that doesn't get you points, that doesn't give you anything on Rocket League like anything that is working towards the stats, but it is instrumental and it's so invaluable when you are in that. You know, compared to his teammates, Priza is at 1.12 goals per game, for example, both Kuro and Loris Raptor at 2.3 and 2.5 goals per game respectively.
Yeah, they're the main goal scorers, but also on the side of Minkz, they've got one who puts in the most effort when it comes to goal scoring, and that's going to be Kobe. Because it's only one, it becomes kind of a game of you shut Kobe down and you win, question mark. It at least increases your chances by heaps, and Kobe is, of course, a phenomenal player because he's able to score so many goals. He's almost got double of his teammates. And when you combine them, they only barely overtake Kobe. That's how many goals he's been scoring.
Yeah, Kobe has been, you know, scoring a lot of goals. We can see that 3.2 goals per game and 1.5 goals per game for Kobe. That's how dominant he is in offense, and that's how important he is to the offense of Minkz. But I've talked to him a bit before the series, and him and Dusty, because they don't have that LAN experience, they're not necessarily feeling themselves. They need to get into a comfortable zone. Because honestly, right here on that stage, especially for the first time, and you have the crowd against you, that's not easy. That is incredibly difficult, mentally especially.
And that LAN experience now with a crowd, I would have liked to see Loris Raptor sit in the center. We've just talked about it at the end of the series, because he can be that motivating factor. He can give out the fist bumps left, right, and center, and he can lift up the team on the side of Minkz. They should be adapting to some sort of that as well, and make sure that they have that momentum going into every single game.
Yeah, you know, it's exactly that. It's exactly as you say. I'd like to see Loris take a bit more of a lead role in that Team Lëtzebuerg side. But Kuroi at the same time, he's very capable. You know, he's a bit humble on stage. We've seen him before. He's very, very humble. But at the same time, I think he can give out a lot of energy once, you know, the game actually goes in the way, and once his teammates start popping off, he's going to be, at one point, the hype man, but at the same time, he's going to be the anchor that just keeps everything chill, because you can't let the emotions and the hype run away with you.
Yeah, exactly. And even though I want to see it as much as possible, we saw earlier that both teams were calm, cool, and collected. They know exactly what was going on and didn't get overzealous. They didn't start to get dragged in towards that purely high play style, because as soon as you have that emotional up, you can also have the emotional down, and then all of a sudden it gets really tough to drag yourself out of that rut.
Yeah, adrenaline doesn't last forever. That's the main thing. You can't fuel an entire run, especially, it's going to be a long day. You can't fuel the entire day just purely out of adrenaline. You have to be measured. You can take adrenaline, you can let adrenaline take over maybe in the lower bracket final, maybe, you know, going towards that grand final. But not right now, not in the first game of the day, because at some point you're just going to hit the cliff, and everyone knows it from any sport, or any video game or anything really. Once that adrenaline dips and once you hit that cliff, you're knackered. You're absolutely shattered, and it hurts.
Yeah, it's exhausting to fight against yourself and against the opponents at the same time, but you're already sitting in a spot. I'm going to put you in another one. Give me a serious score here, Minkz.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. You always, you know, you always hit me out of left field with that one. You never like.
I like it.
Oh, thank you, mate. You never, you know, announce it, so I don't have necessarily time to think about it before. But this is going to be a very, very close series. I think, you know, I'm German myself, so I sort of want to go with my German brethren, but because Kobe and Dustio are really unfamiliar, I'm going to give it to Team Lëtzebuerg, but we're going to see a Game 5.
Okay, we're going to see a Game 5. I'm sure the crowd is incredibly eager and pleased to be hearing that, but we are going to give you a little bit more time to rile yourselves up. Make sure that you're ready for the match, because we're going to cut to a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with Minkz versus Team Lëtzebuerg.
ゴミとにしてください。ああ、私は日本語を話します。みや？Hey, baby. Mama. Mama.
Good game. Good game.
Well played.
We are multiplayers just like you. Ready up for the next game deal. Sign your first student loan with us and enjoy our green code study advantages. Get more information on our website.
Hey Ross, sauce it up.
Rain, calling on my phone. Baby, yeah, leave me alone. Rain, calling on my phone. Baby, yeah, leave me alone. Going up all again, no, motherfuckers hate me like, I guess they mad that they can't get a bag like me, no. Whoa, bitch calling on my phone. Unknown number, I'ma leave that shit alone. She stone cold.
Trust shit anymore. Yeah, I've been in my lungs, but it'll catch up. Shawty let me on the road, but it'll get up. New York City lights lead me right back home. I'm just trying to find my purpose and my soul. Man, I just really want it back, but ain't left high. Body out, fucking bones, yeah, the pain hurts. Heart is right to the stone, yeah, my heart burns. What's the rise to be cold, so my mind learns. Rain, calling on my phone. Baby, yeah, leave me alone. Rain, calling on my phone. Baby, yeah, leave me alone. Going up all again, no, motherfuckers hate me like, I guess they mad that they can't get a bag like me, no. Whoa, bitch calling on my phone. Unknown number, I'ma leave that shit alone. She stone cold, I don't know where she'll go.
Life ain't easy when you young. And we pop out just for fun. Got no stress, yeah, I know that I'm the one. Yeah, no fun, yeah, poolside in the sun, yeah. One choice, new life, different city, different sights. Took a lot to have bad thoughts, but I swear money feeling nice. Life going crazy, I swear that house be amazing, yeah. These women be crazy, yeah. So ho, get the fuck up on my DMs, eat it. Haters, I don't see them. Chopper on me, 40 clip. Wipe your nose like Kleenex. Yeah. I'm tryna be what I'm dreaming. Can't fall asleep, I ain't eating.
never see you for greatness. I had no patience. Yeah. Couple of rounds on my plate. And there's no tomorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. Sipping that solo with a fake go, been solo. Gotta lay low to the payroll, say so.
Like, are you here to stay or are you just okay?
My heart been tied up in knots. I'm pulling the trigger, I feel like a cop. I'm wrecking the figures to buy me a chop, and I'm chopping these bitches. They tell me to stop.
Yeah, life ain't easy when you young, and we pop out just for fun. Got no stress, yeah, I know that I'm the one. Yeah, no fun, yeah, poolside in the sun, yeah. One choice, new life, different city, different sights. Took a lot to have bad thoughts, but I swear money feeling nice. Life going crazy, I swear that bad house be amazing. These women be crazy, so ho, get the fuck up on my DMs. Beat it, haters, I don't see them. Chopper on me, 40 clip, wipe your nose like Kleenex. Yeah, I'm tryna be what I'm dreaming. Can't fall asleep, I ain't eat yet.
Let me sip on my tropical juice and let me smoke this tropical weed. B, I got the maddest of flavors. Don't think that this shit comes cheap. So, bitch, don't moan when I charge 15 for a D. Just a little nigga in his zone. Grind hard, can't stay on these streets. Mishmash and I'm doing it all. Dip splash and I'm getting in peak. I'm in the field all day. No time for these stupid neeks. Come, bitch, come my way. Just watch how veteran speaks. Tooled up on the left for my prey. The Wiggins don't want me to eat. Man, the hood's all mad. I wish I could just make my pee, but these bitches on me, so you know I can't lack. The J boy's really on my back, got me in and out of court, got me feeling a twat. And it's all my fault, cause I'm always getting caught like I'm better than that. The feds got like 10 of the gang, 3 R1, 3 Max, 3 Taz. Rest in peace with my brothers, RP Jets, RP T bands. I built a sweet one with a mean kickback. When I think about my bros, RP with my brothers, gorgeous thing, amazing round. Smiles when the pack came in, now we gotta break this down. In and out with the gorgeous thing, that was an amazing round. What she do with that shit? I didn't even make a sound. Couple draw outs came in, now we gotta take them out. Don't slip, come on niggas got it no doubt. Stay stocked up real shit, the plug don't see no drought. Bro said he gotta move, cool, show me the ins and outs. Said quick, we're in and we're out, if he's giving it up then we're putting him down. Real trap nigga, I'm grabbing them packs and I push it around. If the line goes stiff, then I'm hitting the strip and I percolate town. Said he got bits of the loud, what bits of the loud, bro, ring right now. I'm trying to make a killing right now, fuck that bitch, I ain't with it right now. Why this bitch wanna grab on my jumper? I thought I was a one-hit wonder. Now she calling me a one-hit wonder. I hit that once and where I went, yeah, I wonder. Bro ain't social fucker. More about these blunt replies, well these replies only gonna get blunter. Other side with some fantasy knives, shit you don't really wanna butt this cutter. I love going round on a gorgeous glide, trying to see a gorgeous number. My mum don't like how I play with knives, well I'm real sorry mother. But I would have no joke, boy take my life, so for now I gotta stay with my agua. Smiles when the pack came in, now we gotta break this down. In and out with the gorgeous thing, that was an amazing round. What she do with that shit? I didn't even make a sound. Couple draw outs came in, now we gotta take them out. Don't slip, come on niggas got it no doubt. Stay stocked up real shit, the plug don't see no drought. Bro said he gotta move, cool, show me the ins and outs. Said quick, we're in and we're out, if he's giving up.
You can catch me running through hell. I'm ready to go. You can catch me running through hell. Yes, I'm ready to go. I don't know where to tell you when. You can catch me. You can catch me running through hell. Yes, I'm ready to go. I don't even know where the time went. I don't know where the time went. Way too much time spent amongst the hellfire flames, burning all joy away. Madness in my brain, it's turning a war zone. This not my home anymore, but I will purge the sadness away, purge the madness away, purge the sadness away, and purge the madness away. 'Cause I'll be damned, yeah, I'll be damned if the madness don't go away. You can catch me running through hell, yes, I'm ready to go. I don't even know where the time went. I don't know where the time went. Way too much time spent amongst the hellfire flames, burning all joy away. Madness in my brain, it's turning a war zone. A war zone, a war zone. Yes, I'm tired of fighting, I'm tired of running. Yeah, I'm tired of fighting, I'm tired of running. Yeah, fighting with my goddamn self. Running from my goddamn self. The madness been taking over, but the show ain't over yet. And that's not how my story's gonna end. Catch me running through hell, yes, I'm ready to go. I don't even know where the time went. I don't know where the time went. Way too much time spent amongst the hellfire flames, burning all joy away.
I know we're all waiting for a big game of Rocket League, but right now there are some technical difficulties, especially with the in-game communication. Players can't communicate with each other, and it's so important for them to have it during a Rocket League match 3 versus 3. So obviously we're gonna need to fix that first. We'll have one 10-minute break and then it'll all be sorted. So hang in there and stay tuned.
Mia? Hey, baby. Mama! Mama!
flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing, keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till
Good game.
keep the flame on, gotta 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 keep the flame on.
Good game. Well played.
We are multiplayers just like you. Ready up for the next game deal. Sign your first student loan with us and enjoy our green code study advantages. Get more information on our website.
Had to upgrade from my regular ways. Shorty, she see that I'm on. Already know that I'm paid. I've been a beast, I just got off the leash and I'm breaking right out of the cage. She wanna hop on the wave. Told her to hop on my face. It's too late for that. The way you be acting now, need to find a place for that. Gave you a part of my heart, I wish I could take it back. Wish I could take it back. If we just face the facts, showing love is too late for that. Showing love is too late for that. If it's broken, I'm replacing that. Memories, I'm erasing that. Gotta go, I'm escaping that. Matter of fact, I'm upgrading. Got me a couple of dimes in my rotation. One in relations. Bigger than no conversation. Ain't got the time, too much celebrating. Another day, another dog. Now she want me as a crush. She want me to eat it like lunch. Make the look go fall in love. If I was to give you a chance, I promise it'd only be one. Find out you take it for granted. You get it left in the dust. You get it left in the past tense. Can't treat me right, then I just gotta dip advantage. Said your ex, he left you tragic. Just because you sad and damaged, don't give you the right to hand it out. But it's too late now, yeah, it's too late now, yeah. Had to upgrade from my regular ways. Shorty, she see that I'm on. Already know that I'm paid. I've been a beast, I just got off the leash and I'm breaking right out of the cage. She wanna hop on the wave. Told her to hop on my face. It's too late for that. The way you be acting now, need to find a place for that. Gave you a part of my heart, I wish I could take it back. Wish I could take it back, If we just face the facts, showing love is too late for that. It'd be too late to show me all your love. It'd be too late for the kisses and hugs. Play with my heart, baby girl, you a dog. Say you want me, but I know it was lost. Let a boy fly, he lit, he up. All of a sudden, I'm her number one. Top of the list, no, I cannot forget what little shawty was like when I didn't have none. Back in the days, I was down on my luck. Ain't nobody around me. I went out of my way just to give you my trust. You took it so that you could drown me. Now I'm swimming in cash, I done got to the bag. Had to cut out that fake look from around me. My heart been getting colder and colder. I put up these walls and I'm saying my boundaries. Had to switch up the normal routine. She acting different cause my pocket's obese. Yes, I'ma get money fiend when it come to the paper. I cannot let you in between. What can I say? I'm sorry, not sorry about losing feelings I had back in the day. She want me to stay now, too late now, too late. Had to upgrade from my regular ways. Shorty, she see that I'm on. Already know that I'm paid. I've been a beast, I just got off the leash and I'm breaking right out of the cage. She wanna hop on the wave. Told her to hop on my face. It's too late for that. The way you be acting now, need to find a place for that. Gave you a part of my heart, I wish I could take it back. Wish I could take it back, If we just face the facts, showing love is too late for that. It's one hell of a life. No, we moving fast, so I'm taking my time. 23 like I'm Janice Prime. Put my money on you, baby girl, you would die. Ride for my brothers, know I'm dying for mine. Take my heart, I don't want it back. Like that last bitch left, but I got it back. And you know you nearly gave a kid a heart attack. I'm just happy that I'm leaving with my heart intact. Big orange, big old chains, thick love frame and that big orange. Then I met you, shit ain't been the same. Like this pretty little thing got a hold on me and we be rocking. All this silky linen that be lining up my pockets. Know I'm good with you, fuck around and got it poppin'. All I want is you, I don't need no other options. I'ma hit the gas, put that shit in autopilot. And I'm riding with my baby, going stupid, going crazy. In the back of a Mercedes, getting money on a daily. Police wanna raid me, but there ain't shit that can fade me. Cause if you ain't my lady, then I'm screaming, fuck you, pay me. I was on the north side, now I'm sitting courtside. Center of the room, and you putting on a show. Now I'm gripping you from both sides, fucking for the fourth time, keep it on the low. And as soon as it hits morning, now you wrapped around me moaning, and you telling me don't go, no. And I think they call it goals, never heard them moving slow, so I tell them like big orange, big old chains, thick love frame and that big orange. Then I met you, shit ain't been the same, like this pretty little thing got a hold on me. And we be shining with my baby, that my shorty right beside me. That's my ex, she gon' say I did it slimy. So ahead, you can't see me with your hobbies. Check the wrist, now we call that perfect timing. And you know that we be riding, never needed space, then I'm buying you an island. And I love to call you darling, every time you call me late at night. Pour up another cup when we get to my place, you feel good, you can let loose. She say, you love my face, get it tattooed. I say, go post a pic in my attitude. Shawty with a body and the shape is like a dollar sign. Come and put it on me, know you wanna hear me call it mine. Blowing on my phone, but I'm switching numbers all the time. With you, I go on and there's a lot of money on the line. Big orange, big old chains, thick love frame and that big.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here. I know, technical delays are a doozy, and I went to sleep. I had a tiny little nap, but in that in-between time, it kind of kills the momentum for the players as well.
Yeah, it's always very, very difficult to come back from long technical issues, but after our first series, I thought, oh, nice, no technical demons today. But, you know, coming in for the second one, they showed themselves and they reared their ugly heads and they got quite a bit of delay caused because of it. But, you know, good things are worth the wait. And the good thing is upon us because we have our second winners semi-final here. Minkz versus Team Lëtzebuerg. The Germans versus the Luxembourgish representatives.
It's going to be a phenomenal matchup, and I hope that they can keep their minds in it. It is a struggle here, and they've got the home advantage. We've already talked about that a heap. But my goodness, you're going to need to be showing up on the day here. You do still have another life left, so technically, okay, sure, if you drop, that's fine enough. But hey, look at that chant. Hear it and absorb it.
The crowd definitely is not discouraged by the fact that we had a very, very extended break. They are still up for it. And I want to hear that energy, and that energy needs to be upheld during the series because their boys, Preuze Kuroy and Loris Raptor, they are going to need it if they want to beat Minkz. I mean, and before the break, you troubled me into a prediction, and you little weasel have weaseled yourself out of making one. So, how is this one going to end?
It's going to end in some heroics, so we're right into the game here. Minkz versus Team Lëtzebuerg. Hear those chants, and it's going to go to game number 5, of course. This a battle between titans, between the challengers of Rift. You're going to need to show up here. Kobe already missing the ball at the start, but it seems like Minkz have recuperated nicely.
Yeah, Minkz recuperating very, very quickly at system. That's a big dunk on Kuroy. Getting a lot of pressure and offense here is Minkz. Quick start from the Germans as Kobe puts one in the middle. Dustio is there, not the player we expect to be goal scoring a lot, and he's asking the first question against Team Lëtzebuerg, but they are able to answer it correctly.
Lëtzebuerg now moving down to that other end. Slowly but surely making their way, but it's still Minkz into the box and into the back of the net now. That's Dustio opening up, and that's a great start for Minkz.
Minkz keeping up the pressure. Kobe putting Loris on a lot of pressure there, and then a subpar touch from the poster child of Lëtzebuerg's Rocket League, and Dustio just tasked with an easy tap in for the first goal here between Minkz and Team Lëtzebuerg.
Just now there were chants for Team Lëtzebuerg, but I saw some hands clapping on the side of the Minkz. They're dealing with it nicely, they're having some fun with it, and their morale must be high because of that. At the same time, that's a whiff, and it's scary, but Minkz, they bring it away, and they keep calm under the pressure that is currently under them.
Yeah, Minkz keep calm, and we've talked about it before at the pre-show. Dustio and Kobe, new to a LAN environment, never played, and System was saying, oh, you know, I have to keep them calm. I have to make sure that they're in a positive headspace, because otherwise, if you lose your head, you're just going to lose. But Dustio seems to revel under the pressure. Low for Kobe, and that's going to be a second one for Minkz.
The main goal scorer steps up to the plate here again to double the lead that they already had. But look how close System got to Kobe and almost knocking him off his socks, and thus not getting the goal. But it's still Minkz who open it up, and they get the follow-up as well. Lors Raptor whiffing the touch entirely and then making sure that Priz also whiffs it. Kobe now up for it, getting bumped up, but he still manages to hold on. Kuroi showing up for Team Lëtzebuerg.
Kuroi, I don't know how he's still got a touch on that. He had Dustio running at him as well, trying to bump away his System. Gets the demo. It's going to open up a lot of space here for Minkz, but Kobe starts up high, keeps close to it, puts the defense again, and a lot of pressure. System gets it past his own teammate. Lawrence Raptor's there. Dustio just a little bit too late to dunk it in, and with that, Minkz have to try again. Team Lëtzebuerg, well, it's not quite the 6 games per goal, goals per game offense we've seen from League play now, is it?
Absolutely not. They're rather defensive even, and it's also due to Minkz pushing them back, of course, but Team Lëtzebuerg, they need to break out more efficiently. They have a few touches. Kuroi also not getting the flip reset here. He was expecting it, but him not getting it means the entire attack just grinds to a halt, where Minkz, they miss the touch. Dustio picks a back up in the second go around. He drops it to the ground, but it's a lot more consistent, and they're making sure that they get the touches that they in the end want.
Yeah, it's almost like Team Lëtzebuerg are trying too much with the team plays. They're trying to find each other, which in principle is good, but their positioning is just not quite there. They're not getting to the end of these passes and giving Minkz an easy opportunity to intercept and to break their offensive momentum. Whereas Minkz is keeping it much more simpler. Easy touch, one touch, follow, bang, next player. One touch, follow, bang. This might have a bang here from Loris, but no, Kobe will intercept, and Dustio going to the ceiling. Mechanics on display, flip reset again, can he put it in? Oh no, what a save!
Oh, but another shot, there is System breaking through that crack, and Team Lëtzebuerg, they're getting laid wide open by Dustio's touch right here. How Priza got a touch right there is beyond me already, but had that bounce favored him, all of a sudden it could have been an attack for Team Lëtzebuerg.
That pinch could have gone anywhere from the ceiling to straight into Minx's goal. Those pinches with your own goal post are so unpredictable. They're so difficult to control as well. Unfortunately, Priza, he's got the power, but he doesn't have the accuracy to put it into a difficult position as Kuroi is trying to put the Minkz defense a bit under pressure here. You can see the double commit coming out of Minkz, so definitely, although they seem to be comfortable in offense and defense, not as comfortable yet on stage.
They're thrown a bunch of rascals together on the side of Minkz. They are not usually a team. They've started playing this competition, and that's also kind of what you have to do. Team Lëtzebuerg, of course, all of them from the same country, and okay, Kuroi, that's an opener. It's interesting mistake on the side of Minkz, but still happens.
A peculiar goal, especially if you see Dustio with the complete and utter mystery opening the goal for Kuroi. And Team Lëtzebuerg have their first, and that's so important to get it in this first game, because sometimes there's a real hurdle to overcome. Scoring your first goal in the series, that's going to give you a lot more confidence and a lot more, just being at ease with yourself in offense. And I think we're going to see a lot more better plays now from Team Lëtzebuerg. Kuroi, that's a brilliant pass to Priza, but the shot dragged wide.
And down the other end, Dustio still has a wave dash to boot. And Kuroi takes it to the skies, high altitude, gets challenged, 50 ball lodged in between as Kuroi sticks close to the player. That disallows Team Lëtzebuerg to move in closer now as Lors Raptor by his lonesome in the defensive end, doesn't get a great touch, throws it away to Kobe, and then somebody gets clattered out of the net.
Absolutely bombed to the moon, and it's again Dustio, the aggressor, on Minkz. I don't need to touch the ball. I just need to make sure there's no defender to save it.
And the tiny little love peck. But sometimes that has a big repercussion.
That was a violent love peck.
Ooh, it was a big one. No, Kobe, he's oh, yeah, I saw the exact same thing. Had he not gotten bumped, that would have been a double tap any day of the week.
Kobe, especially given his freestyle origin, he's most comfortable when he's got boost and space in the air. So that's exactly what Team Lëtzebuerg is not allowed to give Kobe, as the defense again is in tatters, it's in shambles. The first touch is not right there. And we could see, I mean, unfortunately you can't see it right now, but Loris's expression after that first touch, he's angry with himself because he knows he can do so much better.
But as soon as you start getting angry with yourself and as soon as you kind of start doubting yourself more and more, you need to quickly drag yourself out of that, because if you get stuck, you're going to be overly criticizing yourself and not really focusing on the play anymore. Whereas Minkz, they are cruising along right now. Barely any mistakes is what I've seen from them, and the goal that Team Lëtzebuerg have scored was a phenomenally worked one by them. But Minkz, they get that first game under the belt.
And it looked, dare I say, easy.
5-1, I mean.
From Minkz, it looked effortless. And that's the scary part, from players that don't have any prior experience, that don't have the crowd with them. That is going to be a dangerous prospect for Team Lëtzebuerg, whose, I think, main problem was the first touches there, which is when you want to take that control and the ball just springs away from you, or just that little bit more, that allows a Minkz attacker to come in and challenge you immediately. That's the main issue right now here for Team Lëtzebuerg.
And they're trying to reach that high level that we know they can, but they're forgetting about the base game. And that is causing issues for them, and that's causing them to be disappointed. But it's Team Lëtzebuerg, and I take one gander over, and they're already talking to each other, having a chat amongst themselves, see what they can be doing better, and know what they can improve upon it, because the crowd, they've already got that in their backs. They've got the win there. They just need to blow that gust of air themselves to get ashore.
Yeah, and exactly, and the crowd is what we're wanting to hear, because Team Lëtzebuerg needs the crowd right now. Going into this game too, they need a strong start coming into it. An early goal possibly to just break Minx's momentum, make them uncomfortable, because we've seen Minkz have looked capable on defense, but also not entirely foolproof.
Yeah, Team Lëtzebuerg, they were going for some intricate passes, but this is a go number 2. Roy takes the long way around. This is almost a must-win for Team Lëtzebuerg. The previous time around these two faced, Team Lëtzebuerg got that first game, and then Minkz got 3 on the trot. If the Team Lëtzebuerg don't respond right here, right now, which Loris is going to do, he's going to take it to the sky, flip reset inbound, but Dustio, or Kobe rather, is right to it.
And Kobe, not the defender you want to be facing, but Loris coming out of the back of the net, bumping System just with the tiniest amount, the tiniest smidge, displacing his car, and System can't recover. 1-0, Lëtzebuerg.
Well, Minkz, it's your turn to respond this early on in the match, and you have plenty of time to build it up. But this is a good kickoff, and the counter punch is right there, a right hook in the face of Lëtzebuerg.
Rocket League giveth, and Rocket League taketh away. And that lead was short-lived. 3 seconds, that's a perfect kickoff from Minkz.
My goodness, 3 seconds that they had the lead. It's going to feel like a blow to the morale. It's going to be a crushing one, but they could get one right back here. Kobe is able to keep it clear. Loris Raptor, not the most smooth takeoff, and he has to amend it later on, but he trails himself nicely. Karoi jumping in from behind. They're getting jumpy right now on the side of Lëtzebuerg. They want to get this ball clear and thus losing sight of where they need to be.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that Minkz has introduced those physicality, those bumps and demos into their offensive rotation, and now Team Lëtzebuerg is trying to respond with that exact same aggression, but it's not quite working for them. They're struggling to find the meaningful contact with the opposition, but this is a big whiff from Dustio. It will be equaled though by one of Kuroi, and with that, it is all equalized. Minkz still on the attack. Prizze gets help from Loris, who was in an awkward position. He was, I think, in the process of being bumped away as well.
Now, what you mentioned before this match even started, that Prizze was that imperative factor. Dustio able to keep it out here. It showed right there where he was able to get a touch that delayed so much. He faked it out and then got a touch, allowed his teammates to get back, and the rest cleared it out, and they got credits with a save. Meanwhile, Prizze didn't get anything worth the stats, but who cares about stats if you can pass it off to the center? Close.
Close, but not quite. The accuracy is still being dialed in. Prizze Looking for the entry pass. Kuroi is there. Oh my god, Kobe just in the nick of time. Is 4 boosts less. So he's not going to be much use here in the next attack from Loris Raptor, but he doesn't get the touch, and that's a big, important clear from Dusty. It's going to force the double commit. No one has the read. System fakes it through for Kobe. But Prizze already there again. It's the early challenge. A lot of confidence from Prizze, just being there, forcing the 50-50 and disabling and disrupting Minx's momentum and offense.
But Team Lëtzebuerg, the clapback already has happened. The fact that they are keeping themselves in it and contending with Minx's system mounts Loris Raptor here, takes him for a good old stroll. Kuroi faking it out. Now it's still Team Lëtzebuerg on the back foot. Almost sneaking their way through system. Up to the sky, flip reset there, no double tap, but that's an open net for Kobe. He shoots and he gets it through.
That might not have been a double tap, but there was a double commit. Kuroi and Loris, not really sure who's taking a breakdown of communication. And then Prizze agonizingly close to getting that scraped off the line. But as it stands, Minkz take the lead back. They've shown that they can't just play from in front. They can also play from behind as Kobe's looking for the dunk. Can't find it.
Minkz, that quick clap back earlier on, directly off of the kickoff system. He's still got another flip reset. But my goodness, that has been so beneficial to them, as the 15 beneficiary is a Loris Raptor. Kobe takes it down to the side, but this match is way more of a pendulum, as it's both teams trading back and forth.
Both teams trading back and forth, and now Loris with the long clear, forcing the double commit and getting the demo. Kobe has to get back to that. He still has enough boost to recover just in the nick of time. Once again, it's Minkz with a lot of these last-ditch saves coming out. It's not well-worked defense. It's a bit, oh, I'm just about there, which, you know, you could say is perfect positioning, but it's a little too close for my liking.
And the winners of this, they get to take on Rift Sloths for the first try. Perhaps they have got a second lined up for them, but that would be huge. I'm looking at both these teams right now. They've got a solid shot in them to try and challenge that dominant side. Kobe, that's a free shot. Loris easily swaps that out to the side, but there's no follow-up in that. This allows Team Lëtzebuerg to fully get away from that defensive stance.
Exactly, it's just a main problem here, what I say with Team Lëtzebuerg is you get the save, yes, but you don't get the clear. You don't get the follow-up. Exactly that touch from Kuroi, that's the follow-up we're looking for. Loris got it in the middle, and then his teammate was there to follow it up, get the ball in outside of your own half, outside of that orange half, and into Minx's back half, where honestly, Minkz has been spending, the longer this game has been going on, increasingly less time.
Yep, there's only 45 seconds left right now for Team Lëtzebuerg to strike back, but a brilliant pass from Dustio into system. But this could be the one, this could be the opportunity for Team Lëtzebuerg. Everybody called out of position, and they're making their advancement. But Dustio already back so rapid, in those final 30 seconds, they're going to be heavily in favor of Minkz, as they just need to not make any mistakes.
Yeah, keep it clean, Minkz. That's all you need to do, and Team Lëtzebuerg needs some spark, needs some semblance of creativity. Kuroi looking for the redirect pass middle. Loris was already lurking that he trusted his teammate, and that's still good to see. The trust in your teammates is still there from Team Lëtzebuerg. They're not giving up. They still want to work together as a unit, because the whole is bigger than the sum of its parts. But we have to still constate that for the second time running, Minkz win, and this time they've even turned around a deficit.
Yeah, they are proving themselves in every single bit of the game. Comeback, lead from the get-go, they've got it all. But Team Lëtzebuerg, they've still got that home field advantage, and that's something I was missing at the end of that game. I'll be frank, it was 20 seconds left. Nobody was piping up. Nobody was making some noise, trying to distract them a little bit. Okay, right now, yes, of course, there's a lot of chance going on, but do that during the game. Just throw off Minkz.
You can clearly see that Team Lëtzebuerg, they need that energy. They need that hype, because something is just off. It's just not as clean. It doesn't gel as smoothly. Like someone get these lads some oil and, you know, maybe we could gel some things a bit smoother. But with that, they have to look at an outside source. It's not going to be intrinsically, it's going to be extrinsically motivated. And with that, the crowd is the one and only extrinsic factor.
Now with that, you're going to have to reverse sweep. So, look, crowd, y'all have been amazing. But to propel your team forward and reverse sweep here, it'd be a statement and a half. Now, I don't know whether they can make that statement, but we're about to get into the first game. That could prove Team Lëtzebuerg have got some life in them.
It is 2-0 in favor of Minkz. Match point here against Team Lëtzebuerg, and Minkz already starting out with the offense. First shot, first little look from Kobe there is saved by the defense. And you know, we've talked about Kobe so long. He's been the main offensive drive, not only league play, but he's just so well positioned most of the time, and he puts himself in the place that he just can't be denied.
Almost to the backboard, and they're trying to deny a clear away, but Team Lëtzebuerg is struggling to keep it, and Kuroi gets a loose touch, allows System to pick it back up, and Dustio gets linked right up with the ball. That bounce is going to favor him, almost gets it. Kuroi has to clear it off the line. And Team Lëtzebuerg, every single time that they're in defense, it looks put together on the spot. Whereas Minkz, they've got a plan coming into a prison. That's a phenomenal pass, but there is already a Minkz defender.
A little bit too close to net, but also, yeah, it's almost like not Minkz is the pickup team, but Team Lëtzebuerg is actually the pickup team. From the way they've been rotating, from the way they are scrambling in defense, you can see a lot of uncertainty with what's going on. And that's really breaking the camel's back. He has System, puts one top corner. 1-0, Minkz takes the lead in game 3. Oh my.
Two of them baited in, and it comes back to right what you said. Team Lëtzebuerg are not working together to the fullest regard in their communication, struggling a little bit on their side, and just a little bit. Number 2 seed against number 3. That's going to give the edge, of course, to that number 2 seed. You have to play perfect, and this could be that prison off to the backboard. To Lord's Raptor now with a challenge. Kuroi up early. System outpaces him, and this is all of a sudden an opportunity, but it gets cleared.
System outpaces the opponent, but the System also outpaces himself. He's trying to do too much, almost like it's been the second or third consecutive whiff on defense coming from the backboard, where System just thinks he's got better abilities than he maybe perhaps has, or just isn't quite feeling the reads on the day. But on offense, he's been spectacular as he now puts it against the backboard for Dustio to take over Kobe. That's an aggressive dive. His third man's going to open a long space for Kuroi. System, oh, that's not going to be in. You have to question whether System would be able to go back. Big whiff from Dustio, but Kobe is there.
What a phenomenal opportunity by Team Lëtzebuerg. And all of a sudden, they whiff the shot. The final stretch is where it goes wrong. Kobe now getting bumped up. And Dustio immediately shreds Prizza to bits from behind. Lord Raptor still has an opportunity, a lot of dribbling space, fakes out System, but System, he doesn't jump too high, and that's all of a sudden Kuroi now in a detrimental position against Kobe. A demo as well, and Minkz, they break through!
Oh my, where on earth did Dustio even come from? We had no clue, we didn't see him on the pitch, but he just full force yanked into that last defender, into Kuroi, opening the net up. 2v1 situations, they are deadly if Dustio's against you.
My goodness. The Jaws theme started playing there, and we didn't even know it. Kobe off to the backboard, and Minkz, they want to completely bury Lëtzebuerg and make it theirs. Dustio to the backboard. Kobe again drops it down, and it trickles in to the box. Minkz, they're making this so awkward for Team Lëtzebuerg right now, but it seems like they've got it under control this time around. Unless Kobe can pull off some shenanigans, he gets denied by his own mechanics.
Kobe can't quite find him, which, you know, Kobe being denied by his own mechanics is not a sentence I thought I would hear. Team Lëtzebuerg is so close, so agonizingly close. Kuroi had the opportunity, just the slightest of touches, and that ball is in. And then again, the peppering of the crossbar. Where is the 46% shooting accuracy from league play gone? It's vanished. It's somewhere in the underworld, and they have to dig it out.
Lord Raptor, another shot gone wide, and the time is starting to tick. System still getting the ball away. The awkward touches abound. Lord Raptor finally gets it under control. 50 as well. Kuroi's able to pick it up, but Prizza angled himself closely to the car. Brilliant cutting by Kuroi, but System already back after that demo. They're wreaking havoc right now on the side of Team Lëtzebuerg though. And Luxembourg, are you still there?
That's a good, valid question to be asking, because Luxembourg seems subdued by the Germans of Minkz. And the main thing, Minkz always able to cover for a mistake. Like, a whiff happens, doesn't matter. Someone's there in security. Someone is always there to cover for your mistakes and still make a valuable play on the ball. A System is flying it from the backboard, maybe a little bit too ambitious there. maybe a little bit too quickly as well. 50 seconds still left on the clock. Loris is not going to try for the double tap. Respects Systems touch here on the backboard, but 40 seconds left. Team Lëtzebuerg, they have got it all to do. And Dustio is trying to put the nail in the coffin, but he will fail.
Team Lëtzebuerg, they squat the nail out to the side and they hammer it home is what needs to happen right now. Kobe with another free shot goes for an infield pass. Karoy able to turn in quickly and perhaps create an opportunity for his lonesome. Dustio so solid on those touches, and that final one could just be the victorious touch here for Minkz.
Yeah, that final touch from Dustio again, taking it away, keeping the ball under control, and with 8 seconds, it has to happen now for Team Lëtzebuerg, but there's no one there, the field wide open, and I think we have our winners, Minkz. Sweet Team Lëtzebuerg in what was not being, like, no one saw coming.
I am astounded that this was what was going on. And Team Lëtzebuerg, they have to be disappointed. They are not going to be happy, but they do have another chance here. And of course, we want to get the thoughts of the players involved, see how they're feeling. So we're going to throw it to Renee.
Yes, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have a winner, and they're going up into the upper bracket final against Rift Sloths. It's Minkz. Of course, Team Luxembourg fought bravely and they kept it close in most of the games. And of course, it wasn't up to your support because that was in point. Let us hear it once again for Team Luxembourg. So, Karoy, what happened? What went wrong?
We had issues with the PCs and we couldn't warm up much. So we tried our best and it was another feeling like at home.
Yeah, bad for focus if you can't have a warm-up game before, right?
Yeah, that's that. So maybe against Ayell we will perform better.
Very nice. Good luck against Ayell. Yes. Minkz, you guys looked unstoppable. System.
We played really all right. I would say a few misses, but that happens. Yeah.
So, are you confident about the winner bracket final against Rift?
If we can keep our performance up, definitely yes.
Wow, look at that confidence in Team Minkz. Let's see them in the grand final of the winner bracket soon. But of course, after the break, first lower bracket final coming up. But let me remind you once again, we've got a Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra going out today to someone in this crowd. So keep your focus, stay close, but right now, a small break.
ここ見とにしてください。ああ、私は日本語を話します。みや？Hey, baby. Mama.
Good game.
Good game.
Well played.
We are multiplayers just like you. Ready up for the next game deal. Sign your first student loan with us and enjoy our green code study advantages. Get more information on our website.
Big love frame and that big orange. Then I met you, shit ain't been the same. Like this pretty little thing got a hold on me.
Alex, run that shit back. Hey, yo, Hypno, that shit fire, bro.
Yeah. Hey, can you do this for me? Cause girl, I need you by my side. Hey, can you do this for me? Cause lately I've been asking why. How could she do this to me? I'm in my bag and I can't lie. Really fucking with me, and I can't get you out my mind. Hey, can you do this for me? Cause girl, I need you by my side. Hey, can you do this for me? Cause lately I've been asking why. How could she do this to me? I'm in my bag and I can't lie. Really fucking with me, and I can't get you out my mind. Shawty, I don't think it's cool the way you playing with the boy. Switching up, changing up, I swear you play me like a toy. I did you right, I always try. I should've listened to my boys. Cause they was right, I didn't listen. Now you flaking on the boy. I can't do this anymore. I be going back and forth. These girls, they all the fucking same. They playing games and I ain't for it. I put you in that new Dior. Now she acting like a whore. Girl, I was holding on to you, but I can't hold on anymore. Hey, can you do this for me? Cause girl, I need you by my side. Hey, can you do this for me? Cause lately I've been asking why. How could she do this to me? I'm in my bag and I can't lie. Really fucking with me, and I can't get you out my mind. Hey, can you do this for me? Cause girl, I need you by my side. Hey, can you do this for me? Cause lately I've been asking why. How could she do this to me? I'm in my bag and I can't lie. Really fucking with me, and I can't get you out my mind.
it so bad, I wanna shoot, shoot, shoot like hoops while I'm riding in the coupe. I got what you want, it ain't nothing but a loop. Don't listen to friends, they don't know what's best for you. I want you, yeah, bad, I wanna shoot, shoot, shoot like hoops while I'm riding in the coupe. I got what you want, it ain't nothing but a loop. Don't listen to friends, they don't know what's best for you. I want you, yeah, yeah, I wanna shoot. Girl, you too bad for me not to press you, yeah. Young fly nigga, I don't follow all these rules, yeah. Bitch, I'm making tunes, I ain't missing, I won't lose. Let's go to an island where the water around is blue, blue, blue. I got two bad bitches in the coupe, coupe, coupe. 42 in the bottle, glasses on full too. Ain't no games, I ain't playing, I want you, yeah. Take a trip, let's go shopping, I got blues, yeah. We got options you could choose. Yeah, you want it, I can buy it, ain't no rules, yeah. I'm just saying, let me help you upgrade you, yeah. Fuck that nigga, he don't care about you, yeah. Girl, move on. He can't treat you like I do, my money too long. I got homies for your friends and we can group on. We are early, hit our shot like Curry. Bitch, I wanna shoot, shoot, shoot like hoops while I'm riding in the coupe. I got what you want, it ain't nothing but a loop. Don't listen to friends, they don't know what's best for you. I want you, yeah, bad, I wanna shoot, shoot, shoot like hoops while I'm riding in the coupe. I got what you want, it ain't nothing but a loop. Don't listen to friends, they don't know what's best for you. I want you, yeah, yeah, I wanna shoot, yeah. What's the move with you? Where you move it? I'm sticking like some glue with you. Got you doing all the things he never do with you. Got the smile and the vibe is something new with you. We could take a jet back out and set back. Counting cash in the bumblebee, a yellow drop vid. I've been doing a lot of shit that they never tried yet. Have your ice real frozen, you might get frostbit. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna do the dash. I'ma always put you first, never put you last. Way you shake that ass, make me wanna throw some cash. Girl, you way too bad, throw that nigga in the trash. You know I'm gon' shoot, shoot, shoot like hoops while I'm riding in the coupe. I got what you want, it ain't nothing but a loop. Don't listen to friends, they don't know what's best for you. I want you, yeah, bad, I wanna shoot, shoot, shoot like hoops while I'm riding in the coupe. I got what you want, it ain't nothing but a loop. Don't listen to friends, they don't know what's best for you. I want you, yeah, yeah, I wanna shoot.
Yes, it's time to go again, ladies and gentlemen. And now on to the lower bracket semi-finals. Of course, we've just seen them in action. But first, we're calling up the guys from the first semi-finals. Ayell foot. And of course, the home crowd favorites will be their opponents, Team Lëtzebuerg. Well, the crowd in here is feeling it. I hope you're feeling it out there as well at home. Stay with us. We're about to get some action. So let's throw it over to our casters, Hyperia and Machtfish.
Well, yet again, thank you, Renee. And my goodness, it's so hype every single time they walk on the stage with that music playing and then walking up, feeling like they own the place. And now you have to do it on the pitch.
Yeah, having to do it on the pitch, that's the difficulty, though. And both of you teams, You know, they haven't necessarily done it on the pitch. Lëtzebuerg took a game against Rift, but, you know, Team Luxembourg still waiting for that game victory. And now, of course, we are in the danger zone, elimination area. If you lose now, you are out in 4th place. I mean, you still get 450 euros, but if you win this, you guarantee yourself at least 1,000 euros.
It's almost a double up every single time, and after that you go up to 1950, and after that the grand prize of 3,000, 1,000 apiece. That's an insane amount of money to be winning here today, but we already said it, Team Luxembourg, they've got the home crowd advantage, but can they prevent themselves from going home already?
Yeah, that's the hope that every Team Luxembourg supporter has. But, you know, in that small little break, I was able to catch up with Loris a bit, and he says he feels so weird on the setup. Like, in free play, it's fine, but once he goes into the game, he feels so slow. Nope. Like, his mechanics aren't there, and that's really hindering him. And that's a big confidence, like, that's a big confidence down, and that's going to hurt you. And we've seen it hurt them against Minkz.
We've seen awkward touches out of the man himself, out of who you expect to be almost perfect throughout. But you have to leave that in the past. Of course, it's a blow to the momentum as well. As soon as you're in free play and all of a sudden you're in the game and it doesn't work as you thought anymore. You have gotten a little bit of time to get used to it now, and you can start changing things around. And there's two schools of thought right now. Of course, Team Lëtzebuerg coming off of a loss literally just right now, 10 minutes ago. Whereas Ayell, they've had a little bit of time to calm down, chat, and just basically have fun for a little bit.
Yeah, calm down, recuperate, talk to each other, okay, what we're expecting of this next series. What maybe even, I think they were in the arena, I think I saw them. They've been watching Team Lëtzebuerg play, and they've been watching, you know, what can we do against Team Lëtzebuerg? But for Team Lëtzebuerg, is it a case of, if Loris is not feeling himself today, take him a step back, make him be a little bit more third man, and taking Prizze and Kuroi to be a bit more aggressive?
Right back into the match already, and the first shot ripped loose by Lëtzebuerg. But enough analysis, enough talking, Kuroi. We've seen a lot of inconsistent touches out of Team Lëtzebuerg, and this is really that little bounce back that you can have. It's still only a best of 5. You don't have too much time to get those gears grinding, but you do need to kick it into another one here, and that's an uncomfortable touch.
It's an uncomfortable touch, but he does well to get it to Ayell. But the 3-man passing play not quite working out here for Lëtzebuerg. The last pass to Wargo, a little bit too much power on it, but Wargo does well to come back. Kuroi, though, third defensive man. It's a good demo coming out of Prizze as well, and that's something that we've seen from Team Lëtzebuerg. The willingness and the ability to actually make this physical plays work. As Loris Raptors looking for the mechanics, Kuroi helps him out! And that's the brilliant bounce back for Team Lëtzebuerg.
The double dumpy here, Loris and Kuroi both bouncing down that ball, making it so awkward for Wargo. And these are two teams that like to draw the opponent into the chaos. Who can iron it out first, though? Because Lëtzebuerg, the inconsistent touches that they were having, seem to be far and beyond right now, as Kuroi has another one up for the take, and then he gobbles it up.
Unchallenged is Kuroi, and punish he will. Go takes just a little bit too slow. Wargo does not realize that Kuroi is actually up. Someone needs to call that as he's still following it. He's still going for the double. Fortunately, a little bit of communication errors there coming up from Lëtzebuerg, which we didn't see against Rift Sloths. Lëtzebuerg playing very, very well, especially defensively against Rift. And right now, 2 easy conceded goals, honestly.
And what you have in teams is that they start adapting above their level. And as soon as they get a little bit more space, they don't really know how to utilize it. They don't know exactly what to do anymore. And it gets really uncomfortable. That's showing right now for Lëtzebuerg. They're still playing as if they are against Rift Sloths. They're trying to take quick touches, quickly dive at it, but you need to start with a clean slate here.
You need to start with a clean slate here, and a clean slate is what is needed, because let's cast our minds back to league play. This year is a 3-0 sweep for Team Lëtzebuerg, but the game scores are really what was most notable. 7-1, 8-1, and 7-0. As Loris is well on track to make history repeat itself.
Team Lëtzebuerg are cracking the whip and laying down the law. Lëtzebuerg are not able to move an inch, and as soon as they are, they get beaten up by Team Lëtzebuerg. Another one, the triple blow. And this is the moment where usually you see Rift Sloths step up the gas. Minkz probably a little bit as well. Not Team Lëtzebuerg. They will keep on going and they will accelerate even more.
They will be unrelenting. It's what we said before in our pre-show, and I believe we're going to see exactly that. But first of all, they are tasked to stay clean here on defense. Wargo is going to make sure that this defensive spell for Team Lëtzebuerg continues. Loris could cut in the middle, getting a lot of pressure away from Kuroi, who had to make a reactive save. And you never want your defender, your last man back, to be purely making a reactive save, because this can happen, and you just don't have the reactions to make the save necessary.
Rival doing so much for his team there, and Wargo to finish it off. It's a start for Lëtzebuerg, and even though history could repeat itself in terms of league play, this is a whole different cookie that's going to crumble in an entirely different regard. Team Lëtzebuerg, they need to keep themselves in it. That momentum, that morale that they've had needs to be uplifted again, because the Lëtzebuerg are starting to punch back, and we already saw the individual prowess that they had against Rift Sloths on the side of a Lëtzebuerg. This, however, is a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, it is easier to play against the favorites where you don't think you have a chance. Like maybe against Team Lëtzebuerg, where Lëtzebuerg thinks they do have a little bit more of a chance, and you know they think they can actually get a serious win here. You put yourself under a bit more pressure. You're playing less freely, and that's also contributing to maybe a bit more paralysis and a bit less clean gameplay on defense here from Lëtzebuerg, as this is utter chaos between Wargo and Ayell. Who can keep it out? Ayell can keep it out, but it's only as far as Kuroi. The follow-up, it might be there, but it's not good enough.
And it's the lower bracket as well. You do not have another chance anymore. If you lose, you're out. You can go home, probably stick around and see what happens. But my goodness, the added pressure of not having a second shot is dreadful to be playing on. But Wargo, he's got the clear away in the Lëtzebuerg. They can give themselves a second life in this particular game itself, as they're only trailing by 2 with a little bit of time left.
And you could see how the game changed after Lëtzebuerg was able to get that to get that one goal. Lëtzebuerg finding their confidence again, and Lëtzebuerg is going to put the screws to Team Lëtzebuerg. 60 seconds left, only 1 goal the deficit. Could this be the throw of the tournament this game?
Well, the crowd is real silent right now, and they might have to pipe up if they want to give Lëtzebuerg that extra little push over Lëtzebuerg. 1 minute remaining. It's rather easy to hold on, but not when you're under pressure. Loris Raptor, he does it solo, the poster child.
I don't feel myself, he said before the game. Well, I think we can scratch that. What an air dribble, impeccable control, perfect boost management, and the placement in the top right corner. Nothing Lëtzebuerg could have done to prevent that brilliant solo play from Loris, and maybe a little bit of a catalyst to rebuilding not only his confidence, but also Team Lëtzebuerg's confidence, because let's not forget, they've been conceding 2 in a trot. They need to break that momentum for Lëtzebuerg, and they just have.
And they are forced to marinate on that goal a little bit as well. With the goal replay being played to its fullest extent, you get to see that prowess again. But Lëtzebuerg, they're starting to clap back, and that could have been a brave opportunity by Gotex. But it was brave, and he did not have the cojones. No way, Lëtzebuerg are not going to score here. With 18 seconds left, all of a sudden, we've got a game.
Defensive mistakes are few and far between. Kuroi, he wanted that slight little touch into his corner, just a little bit too low. And 18 seconds, and we have seen today that everything and anything can and will happen after a kickoff.
Yeah, well, Gotex, he whiffed it a little bit, but Lëtzebuerg, they in the end still have the control. Wargo through the sky, the bounce, not necessarily in his favor, but it's a brilliant tee-up off the crossbar rings as Team Lëtzebuerg clearing this out, and this is game 1.
How is Team Lëtzebuerg gone away with that? How is that on the goal on the counter? It's beautifully worked by Kuroi, just being a nuisance, just by the sheer fact of being present. It's putting Wargo under a lot of pressure. He can't deal with it. And Team Lëtzebuerg will take game number 1.
And what a turmoil in that first game, because remind yourselves, they were up by 3 with 2.5 minutes or something to go, and Lëtzebuerg started coming back, and now it's official. It is set in stone that Luxembourg, they've at least won a game here on this land.
They're not going to go home if they go home. without a game victory. But of course, now it's like genius and madness are still the two sides of the same coin, and we've seen both sides here from Team Lëtzebuerg in game one. We've seen an incredible start, 3-goal lead, you said it. We've seen Loris with that impeccable air dribble, but we've also seen the allowance of a resurgence, of a French resurgence, which is, if history tells us anything, it's not a good thing to go.
Pipe down if you're French and you want to have a resurgence, because you are way too dangerous in that regard. They know how to protest, and I'm looking at the stage and I'm seeing a few hands being thrown up, and I think we have a little, not a break, but at least a break for the players. Get back into it, make sure they have their mindset. This is not great for Team Lëtzebuerg.
Yeah, I think there's been an issue with joining the lobby or someone's game crashing. Yeah, Prizzer's lost connection. So I think Prizzer's game just straight up decided to, you know, do the Sudoku and just completely go off stage. And with that, a short little technical pause to add to our numerous technical pauses from before the series. But, you know, it's only a game restart. That's going to be a rather quick one.
Yeah, sometimes the game just crashes. You know, it happens. Regain.
Happens at home as well.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just sometimes a Rocket League thing. But either way, they're going to have to clap back from this on the side of Lëtzebuerg. And I think this nice little in-between moment gives them that time to solidly talk about and move forward with their game plan.
Yeah, exactly. And it's almost like this game crash came at the perfect time for Lëtzebuerg, because no momentum now is going to be able to be created for Team Lëtzebuerg. And Team Lëtzebuerg also a little bit under pressure now. You know, you never like to disconnect during a game, because whenever you come back, you feel rushed, you feel stressed, and you're going to make an easy, preventable mistake. And so, especially in this first minute coming up now, in this first 30 seconds, I'm going to have a special eye on Prizze if he's affected by that disconnect.
Yeah, and, well, I'm going to imagine that they are, because they already said with all the technical issues in the previous series, it took them a long time to actually get started up and actually get their engines running. It's going to be the exact same. Of course, it's a little bit less because the game restart is a lot shorter than having to install the entire game itself. But still, you're going to be going back into that little trap that you need to keep yourself out of.
Yeah, it's more of a mental battle now for Team Lëtzebuerg, but I see a lot of smiles on the stage, especially from Kuroi, just laughing there. So they're dealing with it rather nicely indeed, but, you know, Lëtzebuerg, that extra minute is very valuable, especially because, you know, we don't know Lëtzebuerg, the players as well as players, but Gotex is a manager of an RLCS team. He knows what that minute can bring. He knows the tactics that he can tell to Walker, that he can tell to Ayell. And you know, that little bit more time to explain them thoroughly might just be the spell.
Well, they're going to have to keep it out. They're already under pressure by Team Lëtzebuerg, who are not letting off the gas here. And Wargo, with an uncomfortable touch, it's already Team Lëtzebuerg exerting so much pressure down the other end. But Lëtzebuerg, they in the end managed to break out. But the coach being there, what a flick by Lors Raptor, by the way, in the meanwhile. But the coach being in the team itself will bring so much advantages to Lëtzebuerg, because he can keep them calm, and they know that he has got what it takes in terms of how this game should be played. What is that, Kuroi?
Kuroi stumbled over the post, but he just in the nick of time was able to recover. Yep, coaches a very much overlooked aspect of Rocket League teams. That I've asked, how will Prizze recover from it? Well, he's going to recover by scoring a goal, so brilliantly.
He answers our questions, he answers the calls, and that's the go-ahead goal for Team Lëtzebuerg. But Lëtzebuerg, every single time, they have to do it from a comeback position. That was the case against Rift Sloths, it is the case against Team Lëtzebuerg in the first game, and it could get worse. When Lords Raptor is soaring through the sky like an eagle, you have to be afraid and dive deeper into the water so he can't catch you with his fangs.
Yeah, the eagle is not allowed to land. In that case, that is Loris. You have to get him away from the ball as quickly as possible. But Ayell only going to delay one touch. Loris going to get a red, gets a flip reset from the ceiling, but it misses. And you have to say that's a sitter. That's the one that he has to be making 10 times out of 10. You have to be able to wake him up at 4 a.m. and ask him to do that exact shot, and that has to be it.
Well, here it is. He does it, and it drops down way too far. And yet again, Kuroi is still up for it. Prizze now with a third time around, and that's good enough. The third time at 3-3-3. It's almost poetic.
Almost poetic. Kuroi with a brilliant, I'm just going to give it the benefit of the doubt, brilliant fake, leaving it for Prizze. And with that second goal of the man who's just been scoring 1.12 goals on average in league play. So stepping up to the plate when his team needs him most. Prizze is there for his team.
Loris Raptor now as well, and Prizze, he shows so much already. When at the start, we were kind of saying, yeah, okay, he doesn't have too much stats, but he shows up where it matters. Now he's got stats, and he still is showing up, giving so much of a lift up to Team Lëtzebuerg. And if we already start talking about the scenario that they're going to go through, because with mistakes like this on the side of Ayell foot, you have to assume Team Lëtzebuerg is a clear favorite.
Yeah, Team Lëtzebuerg really putting on the pressure. And again, it's a missed defensive touch here. No follow-up, and then Wargo and Gotex not really sure which one should go for the clear in the end. Miscommunication leads to disaster. Example A, this goal right here.
And I'm pretty sure that Luxembourg's entire country motto is something along the lines of, we'll do what we want, we'll stay however we are. In Team Lëtzebuerg, it feels like they are doing exactly that, but then actually perfect, then actually the way that they want it, because look at this.
Oh my God. Not only does Prizze not go for the shot there, because shot was blocked, he sees Loris on the side, and he brings the perfect pass to him. So if we asked before, how is Prizze going to react to this? Oh, he's just going to react like an absolute madman. Score 3, assist 1, perfect goal participation for him this game. What a recovery after disconnect.
But we've seen this one before, literally in the previous game. Team Lëtzebuerg had a very clear-cut lead, and they were throwing it away because Ayell started cranking up the pressure as well. Oh, Wargo, that's no goal any day of the week. Kuroi, of course, he's going to finish his dinner and put that ball in the goal mouth.
Pain.
Yep.
Utter pain for the Frenchies of Ayell. 5-0, and it's just ticked past half-time in this game too. So an absolute demonstration of power from Team Lëtzebuerg that we haven't seen show up against Minkz, but boy oh boy are they showing up here against Ayell. As Kuroi is trying to put down the 6. There's the relentlessness of Team Lëtzebuerg, but the demo coming out. It's the shot. That shot's barely wide, and Loris respawns in the nick of time, gets the save to the side. With that, it's still 5-0.
Loris, and they clear away. Slowly but surely, Team Lëtzebuerg are exerting their stranglehold on the Ayell foot as Wargo looks to find their sails a way out, and that's perfectly top bins in to start.
Give credit where credit is due. Wargo with an exceptional flick over Kuroi, and I mean, you can't get any more top bins than that.
It's perfect placement, and those could be the lift-ups, the wind and the sails again to get this pirate ship a-flowing. Lëtzebuerg, all they need to do is not make mistakes, and I saw Kuroi very heavily communicate with his team. A lot of hand movements, and Loris Raptor, he punched the dagger again.
The hand movement have worked from Kuroi, because you're like, lads, let's not throw this one, let's not make this close this time around, and Loris responds, and the only way Loris knows how to respond, by putting it a goal against his opponent.
And we're getting close to South America here as well, with only 1 goal a race from a beautiful Brazil. Obviously going back to 2014, was it?
Yeah, that beautiful semi-final, funnily enough, between Germany and Brazil. Of course, the legendary 7-1 scoreline. It's a meme. It is a full meme that has been embraced by the Rocket League community. Lovely to see it. It's no hard feelings, but let's see if we shall be denied or if we shall be given that Brazil, as Kuroi trying to hunt down Wargo here. But Loris will follow that Brazil. No boost, but still powerful shot. And now we've got it, Brazil!
Beautiful stuff by Team Lëtzebuerg. They are not letting up. And this is what we mean when they are merciless. They show it in their gameplay. And Ayell foot, when they've already been beaten to a pulp, Team Lëtzebuerg still put them in a cup and throw them in the toilet.
It's like, it's not even respectful at this point. No. It is macabre at best. because Team Lëtzebuerg is still going to continue to score goals. They are angry. You could see that. You could see that in the way they approach the game. They are angry at themselves, most likely, for the fact that they couldn't give that sort of performance against Minkz. And now their anger, well, the target has shifted. It's no longer the Germans. The Frenchies are now the angered party. And they want to take revenge of Lawrence. Beautiful finish.
Frenchies in revolt, but this game is not going to matter anymore. Whatever you say, whatever you do, even if you unplug all 3 of the PCs, you would not have enough time, and you'd probably be punished as well in another way. But Team Lëtzebuerg, they're on their way to sweep.
They're doing to Ayell which is something that Minkz has done to them just last series. Going for the sweep, and Loris going for another one for the road, 8-1.
Oh my goodness. This is so indomitable. I don't know what Lëtzebuerg can even do about this. How can you clap back from something like that and something like this? Everybody's making noise right now.
It's difficult, but it's a big loss. It's easier to handle than a small loss, because sometimes you just say, okay, the game got away from us. That was 5-0 at the halfway point. Let's not forget that. So it's almost like, okay, at the halfway point, Lëtzebuerg was like, okay, this game, we're not going to come back from this realistically. We're not going to take this game back, so we might as well already focus on game 3. Sometimes the game just goes away from you. And, you know, it's got to be a little bit of deja vu, because that game 2 in the series and league play also finished, guess what? 8-1.
Okay, I mean, we're not fully according to the previous scripts around here, but Team Lëtzebuerg, they just need the one more to get themselves into that losers final and perhaps get back into the grands as Karoi tries to swat it over the top, gets punished for its troubles. Lures Raptor, that's still a brilliant bounce. Prizza up for it, double tap. It's a little bit too far wide. It's a complete clean slate again. As you say, they've got so much time to recuperate from that loss on the side of Lëtzebuerg that we're going to be seeing a different team out of them.
Yeah, and with that as well, with those big losses, it's now important for Team Lëtzebuerg to stay in the moment. This is a new game. It starts at 0-0 every time, so you can't just fuel yourself on the previous game's successes. You have to take everything here at face value, and that's exactly what especially Karoi has been doing in this opening minute. He's just being super aggressive, trying to reinstate a lead for Team Lëtzebuerg so they don't fall into that adrenaline trap.
Prison. Now swatting it out to the side, that's going to be catched by Ayell. It's a weak shot, and Karoi immediately clears it away through high altitude. Unchallenged, Wargo only on the back line, but that allows the entire Team Lëtzebuerg to advance forward. This is a chance for Lëtzebuerg, but Lures Raptor, he's got some legs on him, and they move rapidly underneath that man. Still a demo, and Gotex, that's the second one, opening up chances. They're up for it, it's a double, and nobody there brings trouble.
It's a double, but it's not the double tap you want to see from Abrupt Net. It's the double commit that's going to kill this attack for Lëtzebuerg. It's going to spell disaster potentially for them as their offensive spell now has truly ended. Gotex though, that's a quick and smart cut in the midfield to deny that pass down to Lawrence Raptor. And Lëtzebuerg back down into the orange half, and Karoi not really challenging that. Lawrence was very, very confident that he could get there, but that was close.
It's Lëtzebuerg. They don't look like they're 2-0 down. They don't look like they've lost the previous game 8-1. They look like the better team in this game. Advancing forward, making their chances, but it's just that final shot, and that is something that was plaguing Lëtzebuerg in the earlier series. And you see how much of a difference it makes once you start converting those opportunities. Lord Raptor saves his face from embarrassment.
That was close.
No,
very, very close, but Prison has a good clear down to Karoi. Gotex is up quickly though to take it away. Still the pressure mounting here from Team Lëtzebuerg. They've not really found a big spell in offense right now. They've not found anything like too dangerous towards that Lëtzebuerg net in this game 3. They know, of course, that they have match point with them, but it's one thing taking match point and it's one thing converting on it, because right now we're seeing defense from Lëtzebuerg that's on par with the defense against Rift.
Just not really making any mistakes, playing solid, allowing your opponent to come at you, and then strike when the time is right. Bide your time as Wargo puts it down that left field. Ayell able to extend another bump, another demo, and that's Gotex with an open net finish, albeit rather close.
A bump, a demo, and then a goal. Ayell gets it past Loris, and Loris gets bumped away. Gotex just has to slot it in. 2 minutes left here in game 3. 1-0 lead for Lëtzebuerg, and we've seen in the past that Lëtzebuerg very comfortable playing with the lead. Very comfortable playing with the lead. Almost as comfortable as Team Lëtzebuerg were in that last game, but Kuroi has to pick up some heroics here on the goal line to deny Lëtzebuerg a second one. And with that, ball is again deep in the half of Lëtzebuerg, but Gotex, smart play, taking control, forcing the 50 and going back onto it, but Kuroi barely saves it away.
And the main change factor here is not necessarily a lot in the style of Lëtzebuerg, but they're going more aggressive. They're going more for those demos, clearing up the net. Lures Raptor with a shot, a tiny bit of lag in between. Gotex, he's still facilitating a touch for his team. Kuroi out to the side, and Lures Raptor, it's an easy challenge by Wargo. Not a lot that could go wrong with it, but Prize, he still caught it up.
Difficult here for Team Lëtzebuerg to get it out of their own half. It's the ever-mounting pressure and ever-increasing pressure from Lëtzebuerg. Team Lëtzebuerg need a goal, and they need it preferably sooner rather than later. I've got 1 minute left to do it. Kuroi has to buy time for Prize, and Loris rotating back. It does exactly that. Brilliant second one. And Loris there, that's the same thing we saw against Minkz, where the trust isn't there 100% in the challenge, and the double commit is just the result of that lack of trust.
Team Lëtzebuerg, they're struggling right now. Lures Raptor also in the touch, is able to get a second, but Wargonis, he still sneaks underneath the bottom of it into the box, but this is a breakaway opportunity. Gotex hurrying back while Wargo just needs to stall a little bit. It's a touch out of him, and that's all that you need. Lures Raptor had a little bit more momentum in his mind, but still was unable to clear it away, and Lëtzebuerg, they're getting close to their first game victory.
Lëtzebuerg getting ever closer, but they still have to survive 10 seconds. Yeah, that's a big beat. That's a big beat. Is that it? It is right near the next to the post. And Ayell will put in the second one, and Lëtzebuerg will not be swept.
That's at least something, but this is at the same time the step up towards that reverse sweep. Unless some wild shenanigans happen right now, it doesn't look to be the case, as Team Lëtzebuerg drop their head in shame and tuck their tail between their legs as they scurry away from the pitch.
Unless something wild happens, but I think you were referring to the kickoff goal going into Lëtzebuerg's net, right?
Yeah, so
not the third one, right?
I didn't clarify. I'm sorry, that's on me.
Okay, yeah. The best example of the casting curse, where you want to make a game close, but then Lëtzebuerg was like, no, we don't want the game to be close. We actually want to kill game 3. And with that, they take one game here against Team Lëtzebuerg, already doing better than it have in league play, and a big comeback after that 8-1 crushing in game 2.
I don't know how they've managed to do it, but I think it comes back to what you already mentioned, that they had so much time already to clear their minds and get ready for that next game, prepare themselves and be over with it. Right now, this is still a hard-fought loss for Lëtzebuerg. Can they recuperate?
Can they recuperate? Because they tried to put everything against the defense of Lëtzebuerg, but they just couldn't find it through Loris again. Oh, the crossbar is just a nuisance for Team Lëtzebuerg. They just can't find a way around it.
I still hear it ringing in my head. Wargo now with a shot, and this would be so sour if now Lëtzebuerg score up first. It'd be a gut to the morale, and that, of course, has not happened just yet. Wargo with a challenge on Loris will just dive bombing on the play every single time. Now teeing it up to the center, and ping, another time that the crossbar is hit.
Third good opportunity for Team Lëtzebuerg. Third time the crossbar is reached, the fourth defender here for Lëtzebuerg. I don't know what they've given the crossbar, but it seems bigger than it did in the last few games. That blue crossbar being really difficult to come by for Team Lëtzebuerg, who are trying everything in this opening minute to make amends for last game. Maybe this one's it. Wargo, though, great control to get it out of his goals, into the corner, into relative safety. Kuroi is dropping on the ceiling. He's trying to give it back to Prize, but Wargo once again intercept for how long. Loris has the opportunity to follow it up, tries to dunk it in. It's denied. Kuroi with the cleanup job past the post.
No way through for Team Lëtzebuerg right now, but they're trying, they're searching every single avenue, and they are bound to find one if they continue on this merry path. Kuroi with another shot. Nobody has any boost to get around to it, and Team Lëtzebuerg, they break through the wall of Lëtzebuerg.
There is it, the French wall, the French concrete has been broken down, battered in with the pickaxe. That is Kuroi, and Lëtzebuerg really now on the back foot in this game, number 4.
Team Lëtzebuerg, had they have gone down, I would have almost said that they lost it right there. Of course, still so much left to be played. And Lëtzebuerg, they were already losing a long ball over the top. Loris Raptor spawned in time, is able to get himself some boost, goes on a tangent. Oh, that's a big miss from Kuroi, but Lëtzebuerg do not convert on the opportunity.
They do not convert, and in fact they double commit, so they even hurt their rotation going backwards as Loris gets a long clear over the top. Ayell does not have the save, he does not have the boost, and that was all because of that double commit in offense between Wargo and Gotex.
Such a smart play here by Ayell to score it earlier, so you have that extra second, of course. Hey, it's 5-8. Of course, an unfortunate mistake, and Lëtzebuerg yet again in another situation where they were caught without boost, and that happens time and time again, and it's time for them to strike back if they still want to give themselves a chance in this game and in this series itself.
It's still enough time, and the Lëtzebuerg have shown that they're certainly capable of putting goals and putting a plentiful amount of goals past the Team Lëtzebuerg defense, which in itself is not looking entirely solidified. With that though, Prizza is again looking to make the third goal happen. Gotex clears it out of his top corner. Can he clear another one? Wargo, that's first up, letting it down a little bit, but playing it smart, playing it super slow, then baiting in the Team Lëtzebuerg attacker. Right here, Prizza is looking for a teammate, but just can't find one. It's across the face of net, so the pass is there, but the connection at the end of the pass is just missing.
Lëtzebuerg, it's in the tiny things that's currently going wrong for them. But if you look at game score number 2 and how that first game started off, they've got fight in them every single time. And Gotex, that's the most unfortunate touch that you could have gotten. Team Lëtzebuerg still could not get around to it, and that's an opportunity gone begging for them.
A prime opportunity where Gotex was seemingly the fourth attacker for Team Lëtzebuerg, getting it around his last defender. But Kuroi's pass to Loris Raptor just a little bit too quickly, but this time around it's Prizza passes it to Kuroi. That's the 3-0 on the dot, 100 seconds left. And Team Lëtzebuerg are well and truly in the driver's seat.
Now it's Lëtzebuerg's turn to hijack that car and bring it home still. They have enough time left. There is still ample time, but it is a big task. This would be a brilliant start, and there it is. 3 seconds later, all of a sudden the lead quickly back to 2.
Lead back to 2, and again, it's Wargo on the kickoff against Kuroi, and that's been a kickoff statement from Lëtzebuerg, where Kuroi tries to go too quickly to the ball. Wargo delays it a little bit, gets a clean 50 out of it, and with that, it's not the first time that we've seen the quick kickoff goal here for Lëtzebuerg, but they have to follow it up. Loris, though, gets it above one, has the prime opportunity. Can he read the double tap? He can't! But Kuroi is there. He will make amends for his previous mistake, and the lead is back to 3.
I think he could have, but he got called off because a Team Lëtzebuerg, what they've been doing is team play the entire way around, continuously working together, and that quick communication coming through that nobody is home on the side of the Frenchies, and they will be able to punt it into the back of the net. Okay, Kuroi, that's a bit ambitious, but it doesn't really matter at this point. A 3-goal gap should be ironed out here by Team Lëtzebuerg.
The main word in that sentence is should be, and we've seen crazier things happen in the final minute of Rocket League. I mean, anyone that watched the CRL World Championship has seen EU's crushing defeat at the hand of Canadian team Battlefield, where the European side had 3 goals and 50 seconds to survive. 3-goal lead and 50 seconds to survive, and they still lost. So nothing is impossible, especially at not even at the pro level, at any level of RL, everything is possible. But at Lëtzebuerg, they need the first goal to happen right this attack.
That's at least a 50 through, but it's still Karoy back. The touch, however, is slacking. This would only be the start, and a miss right there, something they cannot afford. They're still popping themselves forward. It was a decent bump, but now the game is well and truly ended. It's an insane save right there by Ayell, but that's not going to generate any goals in the Frenchies. They can go home, and no way! Well, they won't truly put themselves into the backseat.
Well, that certainly was a difficult birth, that goal, wasn't it? Ayell, we're not going to talk about that epic open net. But you know, the open net is the hardest opponent to defeat, barring the woodwork, of course.
Of course. A kickoff goal. We've seen it before. We've seen it happen. This is a decent start because the bounce is going to mess Frizz up heavily. Gotex quickly to it. It's at least a 50. Now they quickly need to get that into the box to give themselves a fighting chance. But that touch out of Karoy is enough to give themselves a victory. And Team Lëtzebuerg, they will go through to the losers final.
Team Lëtzebuerg through to the losers final. No, bracket final, but I don't like to call them losers because they're quite good in themselves. But with that, we have to say goodbye to our 3 French players of Ayell.
We are right back to Rene. He's going to be asking the hard-hitting questions.
Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for the hype as well. This game brought everything that we expected and maybe even more. In the end, a great scoreline. Yeah, let's hear it for Team Luxembourg. Of course, it wasn't easy against their opponent, Ayell. Gotex, you played very well. In the third game, you scored a great goal to put your team back on track. In the end, what went wrong?
We didn't play well today and against Team Lëtzebuerg, but they are strong, so congrats guys, and thank you for this tournament.
Thank you. Yeah, Team Luxembourg. The fans want to hear from you. How are you feeling right now, Karoy?
It was a pretty good game. We regained our confidence by just trying to figure out what we did wrong in the game against Minkz.
So you're all warmed up now? All ready for a grand final return?
Of course.
Very nice. Yeah, we love that. Of course, after the break, we've got the grand final, well, winner bracket final coming up. But during this break, it will be a bit longer than usual, 20 minutes to grab a little bit of lunch. And we will not only be showing ads, so stay tuned. And of course, later today, we've got that giveaway coming up. Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra going out to someone in the audience. So, have a good break and see you in a bit.
hanashimasu. Mia? Hey, baby. Mama.
I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till
Good game.
Keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame on. Keep the flame on.
Good game.
Well played.
We are multiplayers just like you. Ready up for the next game deal. Sign your first student loan with us and enjoy our green code study advantages. Get more information on our website.
I see the vision, all this weed and got me lifted, pour for and then I finished tonight. I told my mama that I'm with it, got it all like this, my kitchen, middle finger to these bitches up, aight. Cause I'ma do it my way, shit just like the flu, ayy. Shawty said she loved me, I told her who are you, ayy. I ain't with that lame shit since I took out your brain, bitch. All these niggas talking, fuck about what they saying. GTA I'm wasted, lately I've been anxious. I'm so done with this fake shit. I'm so done with you. I'm so done with you. Whoa, I be so exhausted. I'ma roll another blunt, getting lost, I'm never found. Guess I'm never good enough for these bitches in my town. I don't really give a fuck, I'm a king like with my crown. Can't think about them all, cause it all gon' hold me down. I done made it through the storm, I ain't talking NBA. Mama knew I'd be a star, mama look what I became. I got Vaughn up on the phone, said he touchdown in LA. I'ma get it how I get it, I ain't changing for the fame. Man, I put it on my name. Lately I've been wasted, I'm so done with this fake shit. I'm so done with you, I'm so done with you. I be so exhausted. I've just been so lonely, 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 lonely. I've been so damn lonely. These niggas acting phony, 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 phony. Acting so damn phony. Just get out my way. Swerving through lanes, I be drifting away. And I can't complain, swear that I be okay. We are not the same, no, I'm never gonna change. I just keep going, no, I've been so broken. These niggas done changed, yet they knocking my flows in. All smiles, can't tell that my heart just been frozen. Stay low, low, low key, now don't cause no commotion. That's just for promotion, raw is my emotion. These songs that I'm composing, stay fly, that's cause I'm chosen. And I don't do the boasting, but all she do is post them. She like me cause I'm open, and I ain't off the potion. But I might be crispy like a white tee, meditated like Tai Chi, keep a check like Nike. Can't find a nigga that's like me, but I see fuck niggas that's high key, plotting on me most likely. Can't
can't fuck with me cause I'm I've just been so lonely, 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 lonely. I've been so damn lonely. These niggas acting phony, 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 phony. Acting so damn phony. Just get out my way. Swerving through lanes, I be drifting away. And I can't complain, swear that I be okay. We are not the same, no, I'm never gonna change. I'm leaning on the fixture, and I've been off the liquor. Sipping on that Remy with the Henny with a mixture. They follow me like scripture, and I've been getting quicker. Been had the upper hand, I hand it like we never gon' fall. All my brothers on call. We forever gon' ball. No, it's nothing at all. I've just been so lonely, 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 lonely. I've been so damn lonely. These niggas acting phony, 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 phony. Acting so damn phony. Just get out my way. Swerving through lanes, I be drifting away. And I can't complain, swear that I be okay. We are not the same, no, I'm never gonna change. I got so much drinking me, wonder if you missing me. These days I can't fucking sleep, it's bad, I'm out here living dreams. If I send this text of mine, shawty, is you down to slide? Don't say not tonight, cause you be busy, tell another lie. I done seen this thousands of times, I retype like thousands of lines. We done did this thousands of times, so I ain't tryna choose another time. Shawty, tell me now if you be really tryna start. Tired of this shit, yeah, finna flood my wrist, yeah. I'm writing all these hits, but I wonder what I'm missing. I can never call you my little baby, no. When I drop, I wonder if you say my songs. Cause every time we fucking, we done came and went. But I'm the type to kill for my baby, yeah. I don't care about no fucking Rollie or Mercedes, yeah. Need somebody that really ride or dies with me, yeah. But I don't get in my feelings, I get in my bag. Sorry if you dumb me, no, we can't go run it back. They ain't the first bitch to do the run around. I might debut first, I did how that sound. I got so much drinking me, wonder if you missing me. These days I can't fucking sleep, it's bad, I'm out here living dreams. If I send this text of mine, shawty, is you down to slide? Don't say not tonight, cause you be busy, tell another lie. I done seen this thousands of times, I retype like thousands of lines. We done did this thousands of times, so I ain't tryna choose another time. Shawty, tell me now if you be really tryna start. Said I'm tired of all the acting and the bullshit. Girl, hit me back or I'll be back with a new bitch. You know they trash, but you recycling the same dick. Girl, how you stay shameless, bringing up they fucking names, bitch. I can't put my pride to the side this time. Before I blow up, I'm just trying to make you mine. But if you wanna pay me for my tickets, that's fine. All you gotta do is not reply. I can't wear no heart up on my sleeve, cause it's summer, baby. Only rock basic white tees, try and break a milli. I got women lined up on the silly to get faded with me. They get just as freaky in the sheets, try and get naked for me, yeah. I got so much drinking me, wonder if you missing me. These days I can't fucking sleep, it's bad, I'm out here living dreams. If I send this text of mine, shawty, is you down to slide? Don't say not tonight, cause you be busy, tell another lie. I done seen this thousands of times, I retype like thousands of lines. We done did this thousands of times, so I ain't tryna choose another time. Shawty, tell me now if you be really tryna start.
Surreal.
Feeling like I'm on a battlefield, I've been now on. First you tell me that you finished, then you said you wanted more. Every day is something different with you, tell me what you want. It's hard for me to reason when you barely wanna talk, cause I've been on the low and I've been hurting started with. Ain't no conversations without thinking that I'm bothering. I just hate the feeling, girl, I'm sorry, but I'm blocking it. Caught up in your cycle when I really want no part of it. Like I've been abandoned, you've been losing all my trust. Plus you'd always take advantage, so I knew it wasn't love. Playing on my insecurities, I think I ain't enough. Looking deep into the mirror, counting every single flaw. Now you got me doing things, saying things that I never do. Used to say I love you, now I'm never getting next to you. Take me 30 seconds if I wanna find a better you. Don't know why I deal with it, forget the shit I said to you. The main day I'm in, you got me falling down. I'm clearly distressed, but you won't make a sound. You choose all your efforts, you're up then you're down. This love isn't normal, it's killing me now. Feeling like I'm on a battlefield, I've been now on. First you tell me that you finished, then you said you wanted more. Every day is something different with you, tell me what you want. It's hard for me to reason when you barely wanna talk. Cause I've been on the low and I've been hurting every day. No matter what the story is, I never get it straight. I keep on going back to you, but shit just ain't the same. I think it might be better if we went and parted ways.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the pain and I can't go back. We ain't ever been the same since we left off last. You were running through my veins, had a heart attack. Trying to keep me in your range, wait, fall back. Cause I'm sick of it. Devil and the demon on your shoulder when you listening. Wishing I was special, but you never treat me different. Talking about a future, but I wonder what you picturing. All you do is run me in a circle, ain't forgiving it. I lost my time, then I lost my mind. You're the reason why I toss around in bed all night. Overwhelmed and suffocated all along those lines. Broken hearted every time you tell a lie. I'm here, you got me falling down. I'm clearly distressed, but you won't make a sound. You choose all your efforts, you're up then you're down. This love isn't normal, it's killing me now.
Feeling like I'm on a battlefield, I've been now on. First you tell me that you finished, then you said you wanted more. Every day is something different with you, tell me what you want. It's hard for me to reason when you barely wanna talk. Cause I've been on the low and I've been hurting every day. No matter what the story is, I never get it straight. I keep on going back to you, but shit just ain't the same. I think it might be better if we went and parted ways.
Sheesh. It started season. I need my chairman, he always gon' remind. I had to bust out some raps for the one time. Think I'm flexing, I only do sometimes. I need a big gas on my wrist like it's lunchtime. I had to bust out some rats. Show me they fake so I can't get attached. I'm a Carolina boy, now we up on the map. But it's Hershey a fan, I won't get off my lap. No, I'm the kid, it's just hop on the spaz on the track. Never lying, they know that's a fact. I had to bust out some racks. A girl on my line, but I never be here in the back. Bust on the road, but I got back on track. Let me switch and I'm knowing the cap. I got back up so no I won't scrap. Can put us on safety, we pop like a strap. By the blow it, they hate it. By the chill, cause these girls overrated. They say that I'm flowing, they put me on playlists. I be rocking off white like I'm racist. I do what I want with my life with the matrix. Be too deep in my thoughts, I be jaded. Forget your opinion, don't need to be graded. I put in that work, they didn't see, but I waited. Gotta hop in the store and go make a song. By the blow, so they know we can make a bond. She be looking so bad without makeup on. By the hell, his wife's gonna be Genghis Khan. Need my check, man, he always gon' run it. Brody capping his rap, he ain't done it. I can miss you, I'm chasing this money. You work for a goal and they start acting funny. Whenever change, I'm always with my dogs. Yeah, we can hang it for vibe is enough. I be rhyming all the time, taking off. RPX, I be dripping like Voss. Yeah, we be chill till these people get lost. She a baddie from Apex, she liking my style. I'ma need me a show to go light in the crowd. We be turning up lately, so what's going down? I need my check, man, he always gon' remind. I had to bust out some raps for the one time. Think I'm flexing, I only do sometimes. I need a big gas on my wrist like it's lunchtime. I had to bust out some racks. Show me they fake so I can't get attached. I'm a Carolina boy, now we up on the map. But it's Hershey a fan, I won't get off my lap. No, I'm the kid, it's just hop on the spaz on the track. Never lying, they know that's a fact. I had to bust out some racks. A girl on my line, but I never be here in the back. Bust on the road, but I got back on track. Let me switch and I'm knowing the cap. I got back up so no I won't scrap. Can put us on safety, we pop like a strap.
So many thoughts I can't fit on the page. Fuck it, this shit, I'ma shit off the brain. She said she like how I put it together. I been ever so I step out like a plane. Yeah, we hit the block, get the cheddar. I keep the door and came up off a stain. I'm just tryna see more Hondas. Jump out the porch, get it anyway. Like that from my father, he went federal. They had him sitting, he ain't had no day for my body with toxins. Miss some medicine, that be the only thing he's in the pain. Say more money, more problems, just kept on my mom. Cause that money be making a way. And life in the game, but I'm moving with caution. I work hard and go pick up deposits and go make a play and no pausing. Gotta make sure everything fall in place.
away like some pollen. She looked me in my face and told me she all in. I fucked this up, bitch, she can't walk out her crawling. Like somebody passed me the spot and I'm ballin'. She sucked me again, think her memory jogging. Yeah, watch out, Slim Flocko and DK gon' run up the rest while these niggas be jogging. I need my check, man, he always gon' remind. I had to bust out some raps for the one time. Think I'm flexing, I only do sometimes. I need a big gas on my wrist like it's lunchtime. I had to bust out some rats. Show me they fake so I can't get attached. I'm a Carolina boy, now we up on the map. But it's her, she a fan, don't want get off my lap. No, I'm the kid, it's just hop on the spaz on the track. Never lying, they know that's a fact. I had to bust out some racks to go on my line, but I never be hitting the back. Bust on the road, but I got back on track. They be switching, I'm knowing the cap. I got back up so no one won't scrap. Can put us on safety, we pop like a strap.
Pull up two door on my lover. Do what I want, I'ma do it forever. Yeah. I want it all, nothing less. I could do what he do, but I'm doing it better. Yeah. Mix match the chrome with Marshall. I can say what I want, I don't fall for the drama. Nah. New girl, California. She be driving California. She want me like the vaccine. I made a check, didn't need no degree. I prove them all wrong, who didn't believe. Do it myself, I don't need no team. No kid, no scholar. Hey, made me go farther. You can say what you want, but I'm still unbothered. Go down, get back up. Do it all myself, don't need no backup. Back then, I cannot believe I called you a friend. Hit me up now, get left on red. Learn to forget, but don't forget. Think about the future, the past is dead. Live my life with no regrets. Every day I go to sleep, wake up to a payday. See me going up, she yelling Mayday. I don't like you when I'm sober. Baby, it's all over. Wanna hop inside the road. Too fine, you belong in the spotlight. Go out every night is a highlight. Dark times right now, you a sunshine. I changed my life when I got rid of problems. I changed my life when I added a comma. Flying to Vegas to meet at a conference. I'll take a risk and I'm confident. I'll face my fear and I'll conquer it. Don't get impressed by a compliment. I'm more impressed from all my accomplishments. More than my diploma. They gon' get sick of me just like Corona. I don't give a fuck, that's my persona.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. Things are heating up. We're about to launch the winner bracket final. Obviously, two very deserving teams in there managed to win their first matches today with, well, not the greatest of ease, but very convincing at the very least. First up, let's call up our number 1 seed, Rift Sloths. They're looking confident. Wrong side, no worries. But of course their opponent is confident as well, managed to win their winner bracket semi-final quite comfortably. Let's call them up on stage, Team Minkz. I think they look ready. Are you ready? All right, so let's get started. Guys, get in position and let's throw it over to our fine casters, Hyperia and Machtfish.
Thank you, René. You might be satisfied, but I'm not really ready to be satisfied just yet here, crowd. I feel like we can do better than that. Are you ready? Yes, there we go.
I can't hear you.
Aye, Captain. Now, of course, these two teams are so incredibly close together. The German side against the mix of French and German. It's going to be a battle and a half.
It's definitely, it's the logical winners final here with the number 1 seed in Sloths and the number 2 seed in Minkz. Yes, he said full German side on Minkz, French and German hybrid on Rift. And as we see, have a quick look at the stats here, and we see their main rivals for Minkz. It's the Rift Sloths. It's the one that everyone is hunting down, trying to beat. And Minkz, you know, they had a great showing against Team Lëtzebuerg earlier, especially Dustier, who, let's not forget, he did not have any LAN experience.
They swept Team Lëtzebuerg. They have 100% set win rate. They've not lost a series throughout the entire season. 5 weeks of play, 11 series that they had, and they took them all. And at this point, well, it's 12 series, and they're still undefeated.
12 series, still undefeated, still only dropping 3 individual games in 12 best of 5s. That's dominant. I'd say that's quite dominant.
I'd have to agree. I'd say that Rift Sloths are the clear-cut favorite coming into this and the entire tournament. Thus far, the seeding has been perfect. The Frenchies, number 4 seed, knocked out first. Now, we're going to get that battle between number 1 and number 2. I'll let you put me on the spot.
Well, I'm not really putting you on the spot if you're trying, if you're expecting it.
I'm
going to put you on the spot in a different way.
Okay, let's have it.
All right, it's not going to be a prediction here, but, you know, with Rift Sloth being not necessarily flawless against Lëtzebuerg, do we see the upset?
Yes.
Ooh.
And I refuse to allow Rift. I think so. Rift Sloths were looking sloppy. They were not looking like their well-oiled machine, whereas Minkz, they look incredibly well meshed together, and they know how to work together as a team, and it showed on the pitch, completely making Team Lëtzebuerg vanish. Okay, sure, there were a few issues, but they punished those issues, and Rift will have those exact same issues.
Yeah, Rift, especially against Lëtzebuerg, they were overconfident, and overconfident to a fault, where they allowed Lëtzebuerg to come back. They cannot and they can't allow that to happen here against Minkz, because Minkz is just of a higher caliber than Lëtzebuerg. I think we've all seen that in their series against Team Lëtzebuerg. So to have Minkz be in here and to know that they're going to challenge you, I think we're going to see a different facet of the Rift Sloths, a more serious facet.
Yeah, more toned down, I feel like. They're going to be thinking more about their decisions instead of just monkeying after the ball and jumping at it at every single opportunity. We saw plenty of triple commits earlier from them today. We barely saw any out of that for Minkz. They were almost perfect as you can be. They didn't drop a game, whereas Rift, they did against an opponent that's technically worse. It just showed in that previous series.
Wait, so Rift Sloth won against Lëtzebuerg 3-1. Minkz won 3-0 against Team Lëtzebuerg. And then Team Lëtzebuerg won 3-1 against Lëtzebuerg. Therefore, Minkz win 3-2 against Rift Sloth. Story checks out, right?
Sure, I believe you, mate. Okay. I believe you fully. Yeah, no, of course. I'm gonna
trust the process.
Yeah, trust the process. I'll trust the train logic. That being said, though, of course, there's a counterpart to it that we can compare those previous matchups, but in the end, you're going to have a completely different opponent, and I think that showed properly in the previous series where Ayell, they played insane against Rift Sloths, but they were still playing against Rift Sloths when they played a different opponent in Team Lëtzebuerg, and thus their playstyle did not show what they could fully do against that team.
Yeah, and it's that accommodation that I think especially Minkz are going to have to try and adapt to, because Rift plays incredibly different to what Team Lëtzebuerg brings to the table, right? It's not just Loris that you have to be careful of mechanically, it's the entire roster that you have to be careful of mechanically, especially Ayell and Kenzo. We've seen in that series against Ayell, they were trying for some mad aerial pinches, some mad aerial plays, and you know that's the sort of level that we're looking at for Minkz, and for the defense, for especially the main man Dustier, who sits in the center, is the center man for Minkz here on LAN. The man has never played a LAN in his life, but he's so comfortable. You know, I I don't know how.
I know it's truth, but I still don't believe it. I don't believe that man has never played a LAN in his life. And meanwhile, they are popular that much that they have to be nerfed by some sound issues. So that's why you're looking at our mug still and not actually at a beautiful game called Rocket League. But we can talk about something, an advantage, that the winner of this series gets a pivotal advantage for that grand final, because the winner of this will obviously move on to the grand final already and not have to play that loser's final, but they will get a game up already in that best of 7. So you have so much more time to warm up and get into the series.
Yeah, exactly. That grand finals is the best of 7, and your default starting at a 1-0 advantage. That is better than the bracket reset. Definitely, in my opinion at least. It's more hype to have just one series be culminating in that way, but that puts a lot of pressure on the team from the lower bracket to instantly be there, equalize that one game advantage, and come back to it. But also, let's not forget, the winner of this secures 1,950 euros for themselves as a team. Split that by 3, nice paycheck.
I can't do math. I don't know how much that would amount to, but it's a decent amount.
650 PP.
You're so smart. Oh my goodness, those Germans are always way too efficient for Dutchies. But either way, that one game advantage, I want to highlight that a little bit more, because we've been talking about mental and morale the entire time. If you start already while you're already on the back foot, you're going to have to be fighting against that. Even when you win the game, you've only just equalized. Meanwhile, usually you would be taking the lead. And even, let's say Minkz win here, that's going to be that accelerant that they need in the grand finals to take down Rift Sloths again.
Yeah, because if Minkz win here and Rift Sloths actually fall down to the loser's bracket, you have to favor them against Team Lëtzebuerg. And you have to think, okay, they're going to make their way back into the grand final. But then Minkz is like, okay, yeah, we done it once, we can do it again. And also, if Rift just win that first game and then equalize the series, it's back to an effective best of 5. And Minkz would have then just won the winner's final, which is, of course, a best of 5. So there's a lot of mental games to be had here with that 1-goal advantage. It's also interesting how you approach it. Do you go full beans in game 1 then and try to get yourself that 2-game cushion for that best of 7? Or do you take it easy and really take that first game off to see, okay, what is the opponent trying to change against versus how they played you earlier?
Yeah, have a bit of a learning curve in that series itself. And even though we haven't really seen that today in a series specifically, that's also partly because the best of 5s, they're a lot shorter than the best of 7 that is in the grand final. So you have more time to adapt. And while this is the winner final, there's still Team Lëtzebuerg waiting in the bushes, waiting to pounce in that lower bracket, because they look so much better in that previous series than they did in the very first one they played. You don't really want to go up against them. It'd be such an easy way through to the finals right now.
Yeah, like Team Lëtzebuerg is a team they really want to avoid right now, where they've, in that first series against Minkz, they were off, clearly. Like, things weren't working out defensively, they didn't find each other in the offense. It was sloppy, it was panicky. But in that second series against Ayell, they really found their stride, especially in that 8-1 and in that last game, in that 4th game where they took the series. So Team Lëtzebuerg, you have to think, okay, yeah, they're on it right now. They're on it, and they have gone away with all the rookie jitters and all the home crowd jitters, and now they're here to play.
But you did see exactly this plaguing them: technical issues. Got them out of the momentum and lost them that first series that Team Lëtzebuerg played. Is there a team that you think that's currently on the States that's going to be affected more by a tactical timeout, or technical timeout?
It's difficult to say because it depends, I think, fully on which team is affected by the technical timeout. I think with the way the LAN has been going, if Minkz are having technical issues, then I think it would affect them more than when Rift would have the technical issues. I think Rift are just a bit more experienced overall and a bit more experienced at a higher level than Minkz, where they can just shrug it off easily and go back to business. Whereas Minkz may be a bit more dependent on building and gaining momentum slowly and surely throughout the day.
You're also, of course, you've always got that in the back of your mind. I hope my communication don't drop. I hope that we still are able to talk to each other. And as soon as it cuts away for even 1 second or communication doesn't come through, it will all start playing. And that's where you need to kind of prevent that, even though it's basically impossible. But you can do that with the placebo effect. But thank you. Enough waffling of us. We are ready to get rearing. It's the winner's final. It's Rift Sloths versus Minkz.
Rift Sloths versus Minkz here in the winners final. And with that, we are trying to get the game sound back, and there we go. That's it properly. Now with game sound as well, 20 seconds gone and no real mistakes from either side. It's going to be interesting to see if Rift still have that clip mentality that they had against Ayell, where they're trying for very high difficulty plays, or if they're going to be punished for it by Kobe dunking himself in the first game, the first goal.
It's not going to work against Minkz, those highly mechanical plays, because they've got the League Cup. We've called them out earlier, saying that they're a thrown together bunch. They're proving the exact opposite here. Yet again, a beautiful passing play to start off the series. Rift Sloths, let's see how they respond. They at least bring it down the other end, and they're already going for that aggressive play. YoungStar, however, missed both of them. What is going on here?
Oh my god, that was some serious patience there on the back ball, near the back of the net from Kobe, but it worked out in the end for Minkz, the underdog, still in the lead, and that's so crucial to have that one goal cushion as well. If you are the underdog, we've seen it with Ayell, where you can then just focus to have a clean rotation, have a clean defense. If the demos aren't coming through, then the shooting's off, as it is here from YoungStar. Minkz has an opportunity and a realistic chance to take the series.
Oh, but Minkz is in a big tizzy right now. Kenzo can't force it through, but Rift Sloths, they're still showing their fangs, and they want to deliver some bite marks down the other end. And double commit, another one by Minkz. That's the second one in a duration of about 20 seconds. And both of those are not entirely punished, of course, because otherwise we would have seen a goal, but it does allow Rift to bring a lot of pressure down your end. But this pinch will go nowhere and easily caught by Kobe.
Pinch tried there from YoungStar. Kobe, again, it's looking cheekily for that pass, for that shot past YoungStar. YoungStar though on the transition, double commit from System, and Dustio that's going to drop dangerously. Kobe again having to bail out both of his teammates. Just been there and not quite able to make it work on defense. But, you know, again, the mistakes are happening from Minkz, but they're not punished yet by Rift.
Not quite yet, but they are marking their territory more and more. Slowly but surely, that line from Rift Sloths is getting advanced deeper into the orange half. There's a big clear over the top. This is exactly what Minkz have done the entire way through. Those big clears, they're not caught off guard by it at any moment as a pinch goes through. Ayell, insane reactions.
Brilliant creativity though from Minkz there, from Dustio and from System, but they have to be aware of any shot that's coming towards their net, because Kenzo, slowly but surely, you can see him warm up throughout that series against Ayell, and now, you know, he's not going to need that warm anymore. He's in it, and a warmed up Kenzo. It's a dangerous Kenzo, but right here, Kobe again trying to show that it's not only 3 battle players you have to be aware of, you have to be aware of every player from Minkz. System misses that touch.
And I feel like after this game, Minkz can give a masterclass on how to deal with pressure, how to deal with stress, because they barely fall into the trap of clearing it away loosely. They keep it tightly to stick to their car body as Ayell, he rips one right underneath the crossbar, and it's right back to a tied game.
There's the double commit, and there's finally, you have to say, the punish from Rift. YoungStar into the middle, and Ayell, he will not be asked twice to convert that for the equalizer. And it's again Dustio and System on the double commit here for Minkz. Well, the trust is necessary there, 100%. Kobe though gets it sent. That's a beautiful pass. Dustio takes it slow behind YoungStar, but Ayell in the nick of time, he rotates in at the back post where he's supposed to be and covers for his teammate. But Rift's up, they have to be aware of Minkz. They have to respect any and every offensive push that Minkz is gonna bring. YoungStar, no dunk for him.
It's awkward right now for Rift Sloths and Minkz. They are starting to move towards that attack. YoungStar, he's got it under control, but they have to get another goal right here at Demo, landing in the midfield, equaling the playing field just a little bit as Ayell sets his sails for the backboard. His sails got punctured, however. Kenzo, he had an awkward flip right there, about to get challenged by System. He just lets him, grabs the boost, goes for another avenue, and that's the ingenuity that Rift Sloths will always bring to the table. That quick adaptation on the fly, and it be a perfect solution as well.
It's like he doesn't care if System is there to challenge. His primary objective is keeping close to the ball so that it doesn't get 50'd, and also getting the 100 boost in his back pocket so that if something bad happens, he can come back.
No.
But something bad happened for System. Oh no!
You feel the pain. That is a clear any day of the week. Apparently, except for Sunday, when they have a day off to go to church or whatever. But 34 seconds is what Minkz have gotten left in game number 1. Such an important one to set the tone. Dustio lost the boost battle, but he's still winning the 50s. Kobe now with a shot top pins, and it couldn't be more perfect.
When System messes up, Kobe is there to rectify the error. Dustio again nooses an offense, and then Kobe. My goodness, that shot perfect. Placement from him. And with 2-all, we go into the last 25 seconds, but that's... Oh no, part
Kickoff.
2.
Plaguing again, running rampant. And the Minkz, they mess up in a grand way. 3-2 with 23 seconds remaining. And that's a tough one. That's 2 goals that they've conceded now that pull on the heartstrings.
2 very preventable goals that Minkz have conceded. They might not care. Dustio can't get it past YoungStar. He actually follows that touch himself to get it out of his own half, and YoungStar leaving it to Ayell. Ayell being challenged by Kobe, and now on the defensive line is Minkz, but Minkz, that's really where they don't want to be. With 0 seconds, they have to keep the ball up. YoungStar is keeping up. He wants to have that 4th, and now he's gonna kill it. Rift, fight, and scrap. But in the end, they come back from deficit to take game 1.
And they sabotage the opponents in the way. It almost seems like they threw that game. Of course, they don't do that on purpose. It's the pressure getting to them. In that final minute, you have to play some immaculate Rocket League, not make any mistakes, and that's kind of what they're known for. And as soon as you're known for that, you're going to start paying extra attention to it, and then the detail starts eluding them, and thus they were forcing themselves into those errors.
Yeah, they were forcing themselves into the errors, but I think as well, like the goals that Minkz were able to score, they were really well worked out. Their offense was working really well, especially that second one from Dustio to Kobe, that slight little pass infield, and Kobe with the perfect shot accuracy. Well, really well worked, but you know, not enough because the defense is a little bit too sloppy. Individual mistake, and that's the tilting bit. It's not like where the opponent has necessarily stricken you down. It's individual mistakes that cost the day. Obviously, the one big one from System. Our only keyboard and mouse player here on the stage. That one hurts. That one hurts.
He almost deserves it for being a keyboard and mouse player.
Oi.
Okay, I'm sorry. I won't insult Germans anymore. I apologize greatly here, Marks. But we already said we don't believe that this is Dustio's first LAN. This is about to be the true test. Winning, you have easy cruising. You can go about your merry way and continue winning. But how do you face deficit? How do you face against a loss and a tough one at that as Kenzo wants to rip the Minkz defense right open again? But Sloths, they're known to get overzealous. They're known to overcommit, but they're also known for insane plays, and they showed their hand right there.
They showed their hand with YoungStar falling down from the backboard, and now, you know, Minkz, a team that is usually pretty solid, but if one player is the one I'd have questions about mentally, it would be System, and him having the mistakes, it's not really a good show because he sometimes tries to overcompensate for them and tries to, you know, quote unquote carry his team, put his team on his back, and that's not what the team needs right now. You have to put your ego back and do what is best for the team, and right now System just needs to slot in. Don't get overzealous, don't get overconfident. Basically, don't do a Rift Sloth.
Exactly that. And everybody wants to be the hero. YoungStar won't be the hero in this regard. More the Dunce's System had a shot, but it was so lackluster, and that was one of those moments where he could have been carrying the team. A pixel perfect shot gone just wide here by Minkz, making it not as pixel perfect anymore. The System with the infield bounce. Minkz are still showing the signs of life. The initial half is all theirs, and they need to capitalize upon that and actually get a goal. Instead, it's down the other end, and what a save.
Big save from System, important save from System. He's trying to go for the pinch, and maybe but Kobe not able to hear that as now Kenzo has to redirect. Oh my goodness! Talking about pixel perfect earlier from Kobe, Kenzo on the other end. It's like, I can do that, I can do it more stylish than you can.
And both missed. Of course. The Minkz now down the other end, and those pixels are so tough to be dealing with. Even though it's your complete own control, the only luck in Rocket League really is where you spawn after getting demoed. It's either on the left side or the right side, a 50-50, but missing those shots, that's completely within your own control. What a beautiful pass. Ayell accelerates it, but doesn't get it on target. Oh, look at this. This is a beautiful fake out.
That could have been either way because Kenzo had 0 boost. He had to decide if Kobe in the midfield is going to get a good touch on it. He thought no, he's not going to get a good touch. He's going to go for the fake, and he was a wiser man for it. For it got him the save, and still the 0-0 is intact. It's agonizingly close, this game. Neither team really having a big optical or like a big gameplay advantage. It's very much back and forth.
This is the pendulum match of ages as Ayell goes it to the backboard, and that's why it's the winner's final, right? Because these two teams are so incredibly close, and one tiny mistake, something that has been happening more on the side of Minkz, is going to start costing you. Even though the goals that Minkz have scored, they've also made the mistake to combine with it, and that is costing them heavily. No follow-up on the shot. Actually, Dustio gets allowed by Sloths, who whiffed entirely.
Ripping entirely. Its system will not follow suit and actually get a clear out to midfield, but it's met on the halfway line by Ayell. With that, Minkz now again the next try down the other end and off the pitch. System, that's a big backflip. Kenzo missed there. Dustio had it covered anyway though. Kenzo gets a bump in offense. Dustio though. That's important. You get the 50 there in midfield. Like your teammate was bumping defense, but it doesn't matter when your teammate is bumped. If you just get it pass and 3-man passing plays working for both teams, we see multiple 3-man passing plays from both. But the end result, the shot is not good enough.
I'm going to let out a tear if this ends in a sweep for Sloths, and they could be well on their way if they get a goal in this final minute. Otherwise, we're going to go to that overtime. Ayell through the sky, high altitude. Kobe is lurking on the backboard, but both of them ended up missing it. Kobe quickly recovers to get it around the side over Kenzo, who trails back, lets YoungStar take over. It's another 50 landing in the box. That's just a brilliant shot by YoungStar. My goodness, where is that coming from?
What an angle from YoungStar! Absolutely mad that he gets that. That angle wasn't a single digit, surely, but he still gets it past. And that shot is so surprising that even the defender at the back post, he did not see it coming. Like, that's how surprising the shot was. You always expect the pass, and YoungStar is able to make 2 here. Can he pass it in? He's going to try for it himself. Oh, he's going to be denied. And that bit of selfishness does not cost Rift. They double down.
Ballsy by Ayell here to jump in as final man when you're up by 1. If this 50 goes wrong, you're caught with your pants down. You can't do anything anymore, and that's an easy goal for Minkz. But it went the other way, and Sloths yet again, they mark that final minute entirely theirs.
A good team can get it close, but a great team converts. And I think that's what we're seeing here with the Sloths. Good team, a good team in Minkz. Oh, don't say that. Oh, don't say that.
It was,
but...
It's not my fault.
That's a big whiff on Dusty, but that's what I'm saying. A good team will take it close. A good team will, get chances, but a good team is not necessarily able to convert now. Dusty, though, and we've seen plenty of kickoff shenanigans.
But Sloths making a mistake in the final 10 seconds is something we haven't seen before. It's something we have never seen throughout the entire league. They're going to have to force it now for Minkz. Really crank up their pressure. That's a good start at a system. YoungStar is a tad bit awkward and tries to link up with Kenzo. Kobe turning infield, goes for the solo play as YoungStar getting in the way of it. System forced to turn infield as he's able to keep the ball up, but it's a double commit. Onto the backboard, Kobe still up for it, but Ayell clears it away.
Still a double commit coming out there. It's 0 seconds. The ball has to be kept up in the air, but Kenzo will kill it. And second time running. It's a 1-goal difference between the two teams. It is again no overtime, and again the victor is Sloths.
And another mental blow to the Minkz side, who have to be limping at this point. They continuously are being hurt by their own tiny mistakes, and that is hurting so much more, because if you get outclassed by your opponent, it's fair enough, right? Okay, but if you make those tiny little mistakes, that's costing you the game time and time again. It's such a pivotal one, because it's so much easier to upset quickly in a best of 5 than having to do it again potentially in the grand final where they're already up by a game.
Yeah, and you know, every good reverse sweep starts out with a close series, and that's where we're headed right now. I don't believe Minkz are out and cold. They look motivated. They look focused on the stage. They are keeping their wits about them. They're keeping the positivity high, and that's exactly what you need to do in this situation. Don't lose your mentality. If you lose your mentality and you play against yourself, you've already lost.
Exactly. You can't take on 3 opponents and then also yourself in that same breath of air. But you're going to need to get off to a raring start. Every single time, YoungStar and Rift Sloths have been stronger under the pressure. And that's probably due to the experience that they have already with Laz. And look at this, a brilliant start by Kenzo.
0 boost, and the man just doesn't care. Perfect bounce, and then that. How does he generate that much power with his back wheel? It's beyond me. It's beyond Minkz. But guess what? If it's beyond Minkz, that means 1-0 Rift.
They've got plenty of time to try and bring this one back. And Rift Sloths, they were always greater in the final minute. Maybe they flipped the script or something. Or maybe I'm just way too high on copium right now. But they have to break through. Plenty of time to try and do so, though.
Plenty of time indeed, as YoungStar looking for yet another drop. Rift slowly but surely maybe falling into freestyle mode again, trying to go for fancy goals as Dustio running out, because if he had like 10 or 15 in the tank there, you would have fancied him to have a look at goal. But as it stands, it's a great pass infield from YoungStar to Kenzo, but this time the defense is there for Minkz. The defense will make the save. Ayell though, oh my god, YoungStar with the follow-up. There we go, that's the goal, 2-0.
It was a mere jab by Ayell in YoungStar. He was the right hook following afterwards, the finishing move, the haymakers are being thrown by Rift Sloths right here from the get-go, and you can see the empire of Minkz slowly but surely crumbling out of their hands.
Yeah, Minkz really needs something special now to come back at it. If we're looking for something special on the side of mid, I'm looking at that man that's been just taking the shot. I'm looking at Kobe. You know, maybe feel those freestyle mechanics. Go for the double flip.
Oh!
Oh my god, on Kenzo! Rinks on by Kenzo!
My god! This man can do something, can't he? What the hell was that? That was insane, and such a way to mark your dominance, to spit in your opponent's face after you've already put them on the ground.
That was simply rude. Not only did Kenzo get a beautiful crossfield double tap, no. He also bumped away his opponent who wanted to steal that very double tap from him. It's like, no, mate. This is mine. I'm going to score that goal. YoungStar is only a passenger, and Kenzo is going to try to do it again. Ayell trying for it, but Kobe on the back one has a covered system. Good quick follow-up. It's still a lot of time. Let's not forget, it's only 1 minute or nearly 2 minutes played. So Minkz definitely still have enough time to come back, but you'd say for the mentality's sake, they need to fight one now. Maybe here Kobe, but Ayell, what save?
So heads up, and now they go down the other end. YoungStar won't be able to get around to it, and that saves Minkz from certain doom. Their fighting chance is still alive, but they have to get moving. And if you look at how tough those goals were already to come by for Minkz, you can't fancy their chances too much, but a long clear over the top has been catching Rift Sloths off guard. This time, they stay in their own rights and make sure that they stand in the way of Minx's advancement as it perfectly trickles into the box, but there's nobody there to waterfall at home.
There's just no follow-up right now in offense from Minkz, where, you know, they need to force those awkward touches, exactly what System just did, but your teammates aren't there to convert on it. But now, 2v1 opportunity. Kobe is going for the bump on Ayell, but it's too slow. The control just took too long from Dustio. And with that, you know, even though you had the power play there, you had the 2v1, it just all trickles down, and it's forgotten by the stream of time.
Kenzo now with a clear away, and I feel like we can accredit a lot of these issues from Minkz due to inexperience in front of a crowd. They might be able to hear us as well, or at least a little bit. System wants to go ahead for the demo. He's only able to get around from the final defender and put it into the corner. That's not going to net you any chances. That's still a pretty safe zone. A Rift Sloths, they look on par to be sweeping right here, especially with the fourth one landing.
Who else but Kenzo? The French duo Ayell and Kenzo combining beautifully down that right wing. Kenzo to Ayell, Ayell against the backboard, and then Kenzo into the back of the net. 4-0. 1 minute 36 left on the clock, and a brilliantly delayed kickoff is going to spell disaster for Minkz. Ayell, oh, he's not going to go for the fake. That fake was open, but he just couldn't resist the wave dash.
Yeah, of course. Rocket League players, they always have to use the flip every single time that they have one. But in the end, it does not really matter, it looks like, because they've still got such a dominant position. This is now, slowly but surely, Rift Sloths being torn apart.
Rule 1 of the reverse sweep, you can only reverse sweep if in game 3 you go down.
Okay.
And you're actually at a deficit.
Okay.
That's what they say in Deutschland.
But seems a bit much for this, though.
I mean, still possible. We've seen weirder things, haven't we, in our time?
Oh, absolutely. Minkz, if they somehow leveled up off of the back of that and gained that surge of confidence flowing through them, but it doesn't really look to be the case. They're still stuck in defense. 20 seconds per goal, certainly possible, especially with System soaring through the sky still, and stopped by Ayell in the end. Kenzo, they're getting a few loose touches right now, and yeah, I'll join the possible squad. Dustio has to convert right here, right now. Not enough boost as he tries to get it around YoungStar, but so solidly in the way.
He got the bump on YoungStar, on the defender as well, but YoungStar just barely getting back to that, even though he was bumped here in defense, and now time ticking away. The fourth goal for Rift Sloths could be the one that is too many for Minkz to come back from. That bounce really not favoring Dustio. YoungStar, oh, that's dangerous! That is not a YoungStar! But Ayell's taking the ball away, so there won't be a fifth goal, but still, that fake.
Oh, he's already facing his demons, and you send him into the woods while doing it as well. My goodness, we keep on somewhat praying for the downfall of Rift Sloths, and they just keep on being such an iron-out squad. They don't make mistakes. They don't mess up. They're going to go through to the grand final.
And Rift Sloths, our #1 team from League Play, our undefeated team from this entire season, stay undefeated. My God, with that, they are through to the grand finals. And Minkz will have to do it again against Team Lëtzebuerg in the no bracket final.
And Renee is going to be hitting those hard-hitting questions directly after the game. Renee, let's get to it.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Wow, the hype is unreal. I'll tell you, these guys know how to do a flip reset. Saw some sick aerials, great matches. And of course, 2 of them were very close, especially the second one. Guys, on Minkz, how do you feel right now? You made it close for both first games. Second game was the highest level of Rocket League I've seen in a long time, to be honest, from both teams.
Yeah, it was a great match, definitely. It was very fun. We're looking forward to the lower final to face YoungStar and his team in the grand final again.
All right, so you're going to meet up again?
Yeah.
Nice, nice, nice. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to play them again. I think they're going to take the win over Team Lëtzebuerg, and I'm very confident that we beat them in the grand final again.
All right, you're ready to redo this, what you just did? You can do it again?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's see. Our casters are still setting up for analysis. So, guys, you've got a little bit of a break right now. Do you like that, or would you prefer to still be playing all the way and still be warm during the grand final?
It's different to player. Personally, I like to have a break to reset and take energy, eat something, and then go full concentrate again.
Exactly, yeah. Get some fresh air, get a drink, and then stay focused. So, guys, I think our casters are set up in the analyst desk. Let's throw it over to them once more. Hyperia and Machtfish.
And now we have a little bit more time and a little bit more calm to talk about that game.
how it impacted the players and how it impacts the chances for Minkz right now.
Yeah, and with that, I think Mink's chances mainly have taken a huge hit. You could see with their inexperience on land that once they were in deficit, it was really difficult for them to recover, to get back into the right minds. It's all well and good if you win, but if you're behind against such a good team like the Sloths and with a player that is popping off, such as Kenzo, it's really difficult.
It really shows that individual prowess that they have every single time. And the inexperience, we already talked about it. And look at, everybody sees the stage. They're already setting up for the next match. They're going to be taking on Team Lëtzebuerg in just a moment. How are they going to mentally recover from this?
I think now it's just a case of, taking that break that we have in between the series, talk about what just went wrong against Sloths. We've seen a lot of double commits, especially between System and Dustio. A bit of a reverberance to league play, where they also had that exact same issue. But, it's always, don't focus on the mistakes. Talk about them productively and efficiently, and then move on to Team Lëtzebuerg, because let's not forget, there's a lot of positivity there. You've already beaten them once before.
Exactly. You have beaten them before, and that's what you need to hold true to. Even in this little break, even in this pause in between, they're going to have to remind themselves continuously. So we're going to cut to that short little break, but you want to make sure you stay tuned, because I already hear some cheers for Team Lëtzebuerg. But we are going to be right back.
Mia? Hey, baby. Mama!
Good game.
Good game.
Well played.
We are multiplayers just like you. Ready up for the next game deal. Sign your first student loan with us and enjoy our green code study advantages. Get more information on our website.
At the end of my rope, I'm screaming out, fuck it. I hate the drugs, but when I use, I love it. A painful love, the kind of pain when no one cares. Addiction, the whispers in my ears. Think you're better than this, regret to inform. It's your daily routine, bro, this joint is the norm. You say you're getting off, but we've been here before. Here, I'll pass you some cash, you should go get more. I'm an addict and I like it, like a superhero. I guess we must be my sidekick. I cannot go back, so I've been prowling for a new fix, smoking different strains. Someone tell me where the booth is. Tell me why you lacking. I can trust you, cause I know you're finna fall. Too many times I told myself this marijuana getting old. I put those thoughts right in a cage. Now I smoke me another bowl, trying to melt all the time away. Every minute just too cold. I'm a sex addict, I love it when she touches the pole. My automatic bullets addicted to taking souls. We let them have it, empty the clip and reload. My bullets on go, I smoke some blow. I need it, I need my fix. Shop the demons, cause I'm so rich. Waiting, fiending, dreaming, thinking about my next time. Chasing the dragon, the one in my rope. I'm screaming out, fuck it. I hate the drugs, but when I use, I love it. A painful love, the kind of pain when no one cares. Addiction, the whispers in my ears. Think you're better than this, regret to inform. It's your daily routine, bro, this joint is the norm. You say you're getting off, but we've been here before. Here, I'll pass you some cash, you should go get more. Walking around with open arms, but my heart remaining closed. Care so much about perception, I buy designer clothes. I don't think they pay attention, as long as they're fulfilled. Your homies be there for trips, but don't wanna pay the bills. Smoke all up inside my lungs, decisions so complicated. LSD on my tongue, I don't know if I'ma make it. If I die, I need a blunt, at least to keep me sedated. So tired of smoking runs, Gorilla Glue, I'ma face it. Oh, I need the Adderall. The devil hits my line, and I answer that call. I don't care, no, cause I'm on my own highway to hell. Chasing cash flow, but nigga, I ain't fucking with Zell. Like, give me the cash out. These other niggas fake like laugh tracks. This at the top, look a snapback. You sung a flop, we can have that. Used to whip around in a hatchback. Now I drive around smoking big guy. With a white bitch, got a fat. Told me pass that blunt, that's that shit that I'm my rope. I'm screaming out, fuck it. I hate the drugs, but when I use, I love it. A painful love, the kind of pain when no one cares. Addiction, the whispers in my ears. Think you're better than this, regret to inform. It's your daily routine, bro, this joint is the norm. You say you're getting off, but we've been here before. Here, I'll pass you some cash, you should go get more.
Come on, my nigga, we on go, my nigga, for all of my doors in the pen. You said you was gang, but you never hanging, I guess it was a miss. The picture I paint is never gonna change, RPG, we gonna win. Spending this cash, we'll run to the back, we can do this shit all again. Come on, my nigga, we on go, my nigga, for all of my doors in the pen. You said you was gang, but you never hanging, I guess it was a myth. The picture I paint is never gonna change, RPG, we gonna win. Spending this cash, we'll run to the back, we can do this shit all again. They all in the front, they showing me love, them bitches, they bought their friends. Got racks in my pants and 10 in my hands, look how long I wait for this. I'm Mary Jeans with Dolce Gabbana, Fendi T, I might throw in the Pradas. I stay fly and I do what I wanna. Who the Prince of Flatbush? I'm the king of my hood. Now let's see how that look. DC to New York, just know we all good. But nigga, don't forget who was down for you. Most these bitches was clowning Come on, my nigga, we on go, my nigga, for all of my doors in the pen. You said you was gang, but you never hang, and I guess it was a myth. The picture I paint is never gonna change. RPG, we gonna win. Spending this cash, we'll run to the back, we can do this shit all again. Come on, my nigga, we on go, my nigga, for all of my doors in the pen. You said you was gang, but you never hang, and I guess it was a myth. The picture I paint is never gonna change. RPG, we gonna win. Spending this cash, we'll run to the back, we can do this shit all again. We can do this shit all again. Knew what I wanted at the age of 10. No matter story or path, I always knew money was gonna be the end. Did what I want with no consequence. Now we gon' ball at the score again. We not allowed in the store again. I think cause we bought all the clothes again. All of them packages made a shit. Found a new beat and I made a hit. This is the story I started with. We got a boat to the max. Couple bands on my neck. Flying through cash and checks. You don't gotta second guess. I know I'ma be the best. I know I'ma be the best, yeah. Same nigga from the block. Same nigga from the steps. Roll the dice, play it twice. You just might lose your life in these streets every night. I know niggas that was getting this chicken they cooking up. Guess they good in the kitchen. I started off from the street to the city. I'm getting guap. Let's go fuck up the city, yeah, yeah. Come on, my nigga, we on go, my nigga, for all of my doors in the pen. You said you was gang, but you never hang, and I guess it was a myth. The picture I paint is never gonna change. RPG, we gonna win. Spending this cash, we'll run to the back, we can do this shit all again. Come on, my nigga, we on go, my nigga, for all of my doors in the pen. You said you was gang, but you never hang, and I guess it was a myth. The picture I paint is never gonna change. RPG, we gonna win. Spending this cash, we'll run to the back, we can do this shit all again.
Yes, here we go again. We're ready to rock your world with Rocket League. Lower bracket grand final coming up. No more safety net, no more excuses, no buts, no what ifs, no take backsies. It is either you win or you go home in third place. So let's call up our teams that made it. First up, Team Minkz. Of course, they just played a phenomenal game against Rift, but they did lose, so here they are in the lower bracket finals. Their opponent, of course, home crowd favorite. Let's hear it for Team Lëtzebuerg. Yeah, I especially hear a lot of support for Loris Raptor. Of course, the first Luxembourg Esports, well, Rocket League player to have a Wikipedia page. So, well done, my man. Yep. And right now, let's see if they can win against Team Minkz. It's going to be very exciting, so stay close. And go ahead, guys, do your thing. We'll bring it over to our casters, Hyperia and Machtfish.
The losers final, and we are here. I am so ready for this. I'm so excited, Mark.
I feel like a little boy, like who's we're waiting Christmas. Well, compared to you, everyone is. Man, you got where you stand at 190.
Yeah, I've been fed well when I was younger. I came out of the baby out of the womb. Fat.
It's the Dutch, man. You're also high. I don't know where it comes from, but I feel like a little boy before Christmas. It's lower bracket final. It's business end of this double elimination bracket. We've seen so many games already, 2 series more left to go, and this could be the pivotal one for either team, just gaining the momentum going into the grand finals.
And both these teams, they've at least secured €1,050, massive prize pool already. But you can get that to 1950 by just winning another best of 5, playing your heart out for 35 or 45 minutes. Now, it feels a little bit cruel that we're little boys during Christmas because they're going to be playing, they're going to be facing pure disappointment when things don't go their way.
We're going to be little boys, but they're going to be absolute warriors.
Vikings.
on that pitch. Unfortunately, we don't have any Norwegian here.
I
That would drive the comparison home, like, properly. But we're going to have to make do with the home crowd favorite and some Germans. So, you know, it works.
It very much works. And I must say, thank you all for being such a massive fan. Even if it's just for the one team, right? It doesn't matter. You're still cheering them on. It's still making this such a grand LAN, and I've seen so many beautiful faces in the crowd already, and just some new ones got added.
Yeah, the crowd is getting ever bigger, and, you know, naturally, as it should be as we head towards the grand finals. But right now, still, lower bracket finals. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. One best of 5. We've seen it before. We've seen it as our second series of this day, where Minkz was able to take quite a commanding 3-0 sweep. So what does Team Lëtzebuerg have to do now to repent for their sins?
I don't think they need to do anything different from the second series that Team Lëtzebuerg played. We saw a completely different one, and all the opportunities that they had were actually working out. They were making sure on their chances instead of continuously being just that little bit short, and that is something they need to continue. I hope they're not plagued by some technical issues again that they have to wait for a long time, because the best of 5 ain't much time.
Best of 5, we've been saying it all evening, all day long. It's a quick one. Like, even though you think, 5 games, you know, it's not really 5 games, though. It rarely does go to a game 5. And especially today, we haven't seen any game 5s. But as you can hear, maybe, hopefully you can hear the crowd getting ready, getting riled up, as are we. And we're waiting the imminent start of this lower bracket final.
And we already mentioned, it's easy to have no LAN experience, but be on your winning way, and thus have an easy way either way. Dustio, he did not show up that much anymore against Sloths. Now, of course, that's hard, but the losers final, Team Lëtzebuerg versus Minkz.
Team Lëtzebuerg again faced with the Germans of Minkz. Let's see if this time around they can make amendments to what happened in the winter semi-finals. This and those taking all the pressure. Dustio quick to follow as well. This time around cleared by Loris. Again, we've seen it working a treat for Minkz in that prior meeting. The physicality, definitely one aspect we have to be keeping our eyes out for.
And in every single game that we've seen Minkz play, they have barely made any mistakes. Prizza coming to the rescue. Lëtzebuerg misreading systems, positioning, thus going way too early. System still has another opportunity. Whips that up for Kobe. Dives in for the challenge. Still lands into the edge of the box. Dustio with an insane second chance and a second touch.
Dustio with the reads, the mother of all reads. Gets back down to it, gets the double tap with the ground, and the defenders are stumped. Are glued in place, can't convert, can't come back to it. And with that, it is early 1-0 lead yet again for Minkz.
That's a good boost grab. Prizza could advance further here. Kobe wants to take a back step, a miss coming out of Team Lëtzebuerg, and that erases all the pressure that they were able to build. Dustio, no boost to get around to it. The second time, Prizza jumping to the rescue again, but it's still another opportunity. Lëtzebuerg finally with some reprieve, and a miss now coming through for Minkz. Dustio spawned on the perfect time, or Kobe should I say. Karoi takes it to the sky and he gets battered.
Karoi taking to the sky, you're taking all that trouble, and the result is just a clear battering by one of the Minkz players. And here though, Prizza tries again. It's the aggressiveness coming out of Minkz, and the aggressiveness really paying off for Minkz. It's a place there that Team Lëtzebuerg is very, very hesitant to deal with.
System making himself the sacrificial lamb, erasing the entire defense off of the face of the earth, and then yet again it's Minkz not making any mistake, and Team Lëtzebuerg being outplayed. But this is only the first game. Team Lëtzebuerg, also in the previous series that they played, the more it went on, the better they started playing. But this is not going to be happening anymore, because we all know how the previous one ended. You need to start it off right, but Minkz, they just keep on adding on.
And the team that is starting it off with the right foot is definitely Minkz. Kobe dunking Karoi, just outpacing his opposition. And outpacing their opposition overall is Minkz. Team Lëtzebuerg, they want to play a more controlled style of Rocket League, but you can't do that against the Minkz team that is fully caught onto that within the first half a minute. and is now just punishing you for being too slow by just yeeting into every opportunity they get.
Kobe missing the shot forward. Clear away. Kobe looks for the extension. They're all diving at the same ball right now, and that could be a way back in for Team Lëtzebuerg. What it's currently the case is that they are just cleanly getting beat to pretty much every single ball, while also making a few mistakes here and there themselves. And as soon as you do that against the Minkz, it's a beautiful demo, but he will spawn in time. Prison needs to get it to the back, but what an insane jump. And Lëtzebuerg still cranks up the pressure and keeps the lid on, but they finally break it up and all the steam erases.
Steam goes away, and you know, it's not necessarily even bad being second quickest to a challenge, but it's bad when you can't force a 50-50 anymore. It's bad when you cannot force anything out of the opponent that the opponent doesn't want. As Dustio's taking this one over from Kobe. Time around, no follow-up. The system thinking better of it, sticking back, and now he gets a beautiful infinite pass. That should have been for Minkz. Right now, though, the counter for Team Lëtzebuerg will not amount to anything, but again, it's important to kick that ladder, kick that, you know, kick it off, kick the top off.
Kick it into the back of the net.
And kick it into the back of the net. Thank you.
That as well. Kick, kick, kick. I mean, it's tiki-taka right now by the Minkz. Brilliant infield pass. Team Lëtzebuerg. The Prison was standing on the line. You're just a deer in the headlights at that point. No way you can do anything except accept your fate. With 2 minutes remaining, I feel like it kind of comes back to the 8-1 scenario where you're able to count yourself out before the game is fully ended. Obviously, they don't want to do that just yet, especially with a pinch almost going on target. There is a little chance here.
There's still a little chance, but at the same time, you have to think that Team Lëtzebuerg is going to have to take a step back and go for a bit more of a mindset of, okay, this game is over and done with, and we're not going to score 4 within 1 minute and 30 seconds, so we might as well already focus on game 2, already work out what's been going wrong, and then adapt for it in the next game.
Dustio. He's shown so many mechanics already today. In this game, also a bit of that, but it's more the pace so for Minkz instead of those pure and raw mechanics. They're showing up, and Team Lëtzebuerg, they're more of a rebound for Minkz right now to face Rift Sloths again. Maybe a goal for the road, as no, even that, Lëtzebuerg tries it too intricately, and they need to step away from that. Team Lëtzebuerg, you are way better in team play, I reckon, than Minkz, because you're prepared for it, but you're trying so hard to go for those individual plays, and that's costing you.
It's almost like playing a team on your own level is giving out the worst in Team Lëtzebuerg's arsenal, where they don't focus on what makes them strong, they focus on individual plays, and again, it's costing them dearly, because Minkz is not doing that. Minkz is looking for one another, and Minkz is finding the success for it.
And we said it earlier, that we want a Lëtzebuerg in the center. I feel like Karoi is actually a very good chance. A vibrant player and continuously the one to talk, but they need to keep up those comms. Yes, it's a batter. Oh, it hurts so much, and you're going to be livid with yourself because no touch went according to the way that you wanted it to. But still, you have so many more games to be played. And yes, with 20 seconds, it's completely over. You can start thinking about that next game already.
Yeah, and they realistically they could have been thinking about that next game for the past 2 minutes, because Minkz is again unrelenting. As Minkz is doing to Team Lëtzebuerg what Team Lëtzebuerg has been doing to the rest of the league standings, being unrelenting, not letting the foot off the gas, and just going on to dominate. But maybe here, Loris, again, it's good ideas, but the executions for Team Lëtzebuerg, that's where it's really struggling.
And in the league play, Team Lëtzebuerg, they've only lost 2 series against Minkz and against Rift Sloths. They are an insane team, and they don't really drop against people that are below them, but they also struggle to get across that top. That kind of is that bubble that we were talking about at the very start of it. They're not able to puncture that bubble and break into another class of Rocket League right now.
Yeah, it's a perfect gatekeeper team, basically, where everyone, if you want to go anywhere, you have to be able to beat Team Let's. But at the same time, Team Let's is not going to be the one team that maybe supplies a lot of the upset. It's the 4th game in a row now they've dropped against Minkz, and still nothing inside. And this was maybe even the clearest affair yet.
Yep, they have not been able to supply the upsets, but the fans have upset me a little bit in that previous game as well. Didn't hear them nearly as much, and especially at the start of this, a new horizon, a new leaf turn, and perhaps a brilliant first chance here for Team Lëtzebuerg. But Minkz, they will stay solo, but get those chances started again here.
As Team Lëtzebuerg, they don't need to close the chapter, they don't need to finish the chapter, they need to close the book and start writing a completely new one if they want to have any chance against Minkz, who again are looking very capable in offense. Dustio getting the boost steal on Prizze, so Prizze will be caught with low boost in the back. He still gets back to that challenge for Kobe, but again, pressure unrelenting. Kobe has an opportunity, fakes it through. Kuroi can't make it. System with the shooting opportunity. That's not going to trouble Prizze at the backboard. Pressure is still on. Kobe is going to be beaten by Prizze. Thinks better for it and just drives to the back.
Prizze now with a shot off the crossbar. He clangs it, and Dustio, he's got the follow-up unless he whiffs it entirely. Kuroi tries to turn it in field. Kobe still there, and Dustio, he now takes it to that high altitude among the planes, and he's still got a flip reset, or perhaps not given it by the game itself. But Kobe with the clear away. Minkz, they're still not making any mistake for Team Lëtzebuerg. They've already leveled up here. They're starting to play to the level that we know they can, making less mistakes, and as I say that, Kuroi backflips.
Big backflip from Kuroi there. It feels a bit backflip here, this entire series between Team Lëtzebuerg and Minkz. And all 4 games that we've seen today, it's not been going Team Lëtzebuerg's way at all. The bounce is not their way, the 50 is not going their way. Those close challenges, they finally get contact to the ball as they have here. They're not getting beaten cleanly, but again, they're still not able to follow up one another. It's still mostly the ball within control or within spitting distance of a blue car of Minkz, and that just prevents so much offensive pressure from Team Lëtzebuerg. And now they're going to face defense again as Kobe puts it down. It's going to be awkward for Kuroi to deal with Dustio, especially sitting back deep. Prizze can't make contact. Kobe's there with the shot, and Kobe will make you pay for missing that read.
And they're so smart by Dustio. Minkz, they know when to aggressively challenge, and they know when to just let the ball come to them. And we've seen it earlier. Team Lëtzebuerg, they stole away a boost from Minkz, but Minkz still were able to break away because they did not crank up the pressure. They were keeping it somewhere in no man's land. Kuroi, however, off the crossbar. Dustio with an insane clear away. So much power generated out of nowhere. But Loris Raptor, he's at least keeping this into the attack with yet another 50. Now he just needs to center this one up. That's unfortunate for Prizze. That should be the go-ahead goal.
That needed to be the go-ahead goal, but something about this Minkz goal line, it seems hermetically sealed at this point. Loris trying his hardest to dunk his way through, but will not find the necessary dunk to equalize the scoreline. Loris now trying to snipe Prizze out of the air, but it's just everything. It's just, again, it's well thought out from Team Letz. It's really creative from Team Letz, but it's just not as effective as it needs to be.
Minkz is like an oil fire at this point. You need to keep the lid on the pan in order to extinguish it. And every single time Team Lëtzebuerg, they have a tiny peek underneath. Oh my goodness, I thought that was going to be an own goal. I would have lost my marbles had that been the case. But you need to keep that pressure on and make sure that you slowly but surely whistle them down in the boost department.
Yeah, it's system, patient, maybe a bit too patient. But it works out for Minkz on defense. Every time the comms just seem to be there. Every time everybody knows when someone's taking it slow or trying to force a 50, like Kobe's doing here, and then someone else is there for a follow-up. Or if not touching the ball, then he's there to distract the opposition. And that's one aspect of challenging in Rocket League, is that you don't necessarily need to make contact. You do need to make contact on saves, though.
Yeah, and yet another case of Team Lëtzebuerg moving forward and Minkz in the counter. They turn it around, which is fair play, but they are just not prepared for it on the side of Team Lëtzebuerg. They have 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. They need to crank it up and reach another level right here, and that could be right now. Yes, indeed. Kuroi gets that connecting goal.
Important one to get back for Team Letz, for Kuroi especially. A whiff out of system in the corner, does not make contact with it. And Kuroi takes it 2-1, deficit half, but deficit still remaining nonetheless. They still need a second kickoff goal Will we see a shift in what Team Lëtzebuerg is able to offer? Loris, that's not a good touch in the middle. Kobe's going to be on the end of that one. Barely wide. Dustio, shot on target. Oh, actually the post denies, but the post also denies System. And with that, it's still only a 2-1 lead in favor of Minkz. Nothing decided yet, but Minkz is damn sure trying.
They were hanging. Loris Raptor bumps one out of the air. Prison into the attack. Loris Raptor still the way the boost. Tries to connect with Karoy. Does indeed do so. But Dustio has a hand in that honeypot as well. Loris Raptor, great pre-flip. Not enough boost to get a second touch all the way into the corner. But this could be that passing play. Karoy up high. Loris Raptor waiting in the wings as he flanks it right down to the center. Priza, he now just needs to get that right back into the box. This is the pressure that we've been talking about. That being said, the pressure is on Team Lëtzebuerg with only 15 seconds left.
It's that extended pressure play that we really haven't been seeing from Team Lëtzebuerg at all this series, that they're finally being able to set up shop in the opposition corner and really put the screws to Minkz. Yes, it might not have worked out in here as Dustio gets the third and takes game 2 in the coffin. It might not have worked out here for Team Letz, but it's promising signs. Again, a slow start from Team Letz, slowly but surely building into it. And now in game 3, it's do or die.
We've been talking about the reverse sweep the entire day. Every single time it's come up, and every single time the recipe is there, but the execution on the recipe is just not good enough. And the same goes for Team Lëtzebuerg in game number 2. They had the opportunities, but the chances just an inch skimped wide time and time again. And that's going to feel so frustrating on top of also losing. You do it at your own volition, which in this case is not great.
Yeah, and you know, as looking at the stage, I see a bit of head scratching, but I see also a lot of willpower. I see a lot of determined faces, determined looks, where they want to get back into this. They want to make something happen. They want that chance at the Rift Sloth. But for that, they have to find a way around Minkz. And what do they have to do to get that goal scored, to, you know, get those points on the board?
It's so rough because it's not necessarily that one factor. It's not one player that's standing out. It's more of they tiki-taka, perfect. Everything looks smooth. And then that final bit, they crumble under the pressure. And it's going to sound silly, but they have to calm themselves down, not be there in the moment every single time, but just have a bit of a reproach and take a step back, take a breath, and then go for the shot. Because usually you have a bit more time. Minkz have shown willingness to give you that time, and you need to take it from them.
Yeah, take your time. Remember what you excel at, basically. Have Priza in that glue position, have Priza holding the whole band together, have Loris and Karoy absolutely be menaces and be relentless on offense, and with that, we have the ingredients are there. You just need to put the damn recipe and cook the damn thing.
What are they cooking though?
Oh, they're cooking up the reverse sweep, obviously.
Okay, they're cooking up the reverse sweep.
Putting it in the oven, 20-minute bake time, let's be having it.
Let's get that going. As the game, I hear it somewhere
I
underway.
hear the game, but I don't see
it's
the game.
pretty tough casting when you're still looking at our mugs. Can you do a good car impression with your body?
I will not even dare to try.
I'll just bump into you every single time. I mean, we might not even be starting, so let's take a little bit more time to talk about that game, about this series in general. They know what they need to do. They've shown it time and time again, and we can show it as well.
We can show it as well. We didn't hear a goal explosion. The good thing is we still had audio. So if a goal would have been scored, we knew a goal would have been scored. But the only thing is we just wouldn't have known for who.
Especially Loris Raptor. I do want to point him out because we mentioned him as the poster child, and maybe that put too much pressure on him. I'm seeing him be really intricate and kind of have that hero mentality that System was falling into against Rift as well. And then it's not going to work anymore, especially when you're whiffing opportunities. They're keeping this out right now, but a second time might be lethal for Team Lëtzebuerg.
It's cutting it very, very close on defense. And System, oh my god, that dunk is amazing! But the save from Priza is even better. The glue is starting to work. It's starting to harden, but that's a great pass from Dustio to Kobe. Mechanical ability. We said it at the beginning. Not just Kobe, but Dustio as well. Has been known in the German scene for good mechanical displays, and that pass, I mean, that just proved that proof wasn't needed.
Yeah, the glue has got nothing against the Woo as the goal explosion pops smoke. And Minkz, they now need to just hold on and you're sending Team Lëtzebuerg home. It might not be a long ride, but it will be a hurtful one. It will feel like a long one. But Loris Raptor, he's not going intricate this time around, and see, two players of Minkz were believing that he did, and this is that final part where it just did not work out for them.
It's called, I think it's called play conditioning, where Loris has conditioned the Minkz defense to pre-jump basically everything he does because he always goes high. Now with Loris keeps low, it's going to be keeping the Minkz defense guessing. They're going to be unsure of what he wants to do, just buying himself those few extra crucial tenths of a second that the opponents don't have, or that they're going to react late to. But as it stands, you know, he has to work something out. That shot though, that's not it, Chief.
It ain't it. It's just as simple as that. I was sitting there, my eyes opening up widely as I gazed upon a beautiful whip down. And then the shot, so soft. Dustio, he's not going to have a soft shot, but he makes everybody in. And the system goes for the second time around.
Janitor, clean up on aisle 4 because system just put it in. Cleanup has been done. 240 Minkz 2-0 lead in the game, 2-0 lead in the series. It's all looking rather sweet and dandy here on Arcpado.
Screw being the glue, says Prizza, but he can't have that second touch. Loris up to it. A lot of boost used already, and only with one left in the tank. Won't be able to whip his car underneath and get a flip reset so far out of the rotation now. It's Prizza who has to hold on together with Kuroi now through the sky as he is showing himself to be an offensive factor. But there's nobody there, and Kuroi going for the boost steal. Boost over ball in this case, and that's costing them heavily as it just goes for Minkz down the other end.
Does go down the other end, and with that boost over ball, I could see what the idea was. Again, you know, you thought you trusted in the follow-up challenge as you trusted here, and Kobe making the same. Oh my God, President has to be it. You cannot be wasting chances like that. Kobe was already beat. He had no right to get back to it, but Brizzy just found the weakest shot he's found in probably 1,500 hours of play, and Minkz on the other side. Absolutely lethal.
Gutting blow to Team Lëtzebuerg right here. Dealt out by themselves. They've shot the bullet and it's reflected right back into their own leg. And the rest of this game, they're going to be feeling the wrath of that bullet aching in their body, and they have to shrug it off and get their way again, because they've shown it time and time again. Prison now with a boost steal. Loris Raptor, it's a tad bit awkward, but could still be good enough. Well, Kuroi goes on a tangent for some boost.
Kuroi just says, okay, now I'm just going to go for boost, but Prizza actually offensive positioning, and Loris, he's trying to find the bump on Kobe, but he just, you know, he doesn't make contact. In the end, Minkz survive yet again. It's only a minute left here for Team Lëtzebuerg to get that first goal, to get all 3 goals. It's do or die. This is series point here for Minkz, and Minkz is not stepping off the gas one bit. They want their chance at a rematch against Rift.
Well, Raptor up high, but it's looking very bleak for them. A gloomy day is up ahead for Team Lëtzebuerg. Obviously, you can take the positives away of having earned a decent amount of money, but Minkz, they will be taking the lion's share if they're able to hold on for just a mere 35 seconds, and it looks to be the case because they just don't have that venom on Team Lëtzebuerg.
And having the venom to come back, having the belief to come back. Is it maybe missing? Prison looking for Kuroi, but System decisively jumping in the face of that pass and decisively putting the last nail in the coffin that is named Team Lëtzebuerg.
It is a hurtful one here as Team Lëtzebuerg. There's no lower bracket anymore. It is Minkz who are going to have to take on Rift Sloths again with 15 seconds remaining. This is going to be entirely chanceless here for Team Lëtzebuerg, and they're just going to have to accept fate.
They have to accept defeat, and have to accept defeat gracefully as the ball hits the ground here, and we have our third place team in Team Lëtzebuerg, but also we have our second grand finalist. It's a rematch from the winners final, and it's Rift Sloths versus Minkz.
And I'm sure there will be plenty of questions here to ask for the Minkz side, and they're already chatting it up. How are they going to answer them? Well, Renee, he's going to be asking them again and have fun with them.
Yeah, thank you guys. Wow. The level of esports we've seen this weekend is phenomenal. The level of Rocket League is out of this world. But of course, Minkz was a bit too good for our team Lëtzebuerg. However, keep giving that energy. We are feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm sure the players are feeling it as well, and it helps them give their best level. Guys, Team Lëtzebuerg, obviously not the result you wanted.
No, they played way better than us, and they are way faster than us, and stopped every attempt to score. Well played.
So back to the drawing board, and maybe next year you will be able to beat them?
Definitely, since we are qualified for Season 4, because we third, so next time.
Nice, that's the right attitude. Keep on grinding. Let's hear it for Team Lëtzebuerg. And of course, Team Minkz, guys, that went very, very well, right?
Yeah, we did play well. It was overall a way better match than the first game against them. I think the
rotations went well.
The reason why we played maybe better is because we played directly before the match against Sloths, and they had a break. So I think we played maybe better because of that.
Bit more warm-up, so yeah, nice. So how are you looking forward to those grand finals?
Yeah, definitely. We played, this was our best match today by far, and yeah, looking forward to it.
Nice. Rising as the tournament progresses. Let's see if they can rise to the challenge in a grand final after the break. Yeah, give it up for Team Minkz. One more thing, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to go into a break, but it's time for that giveaway. We're about to give a Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra to someone in the crowd. So, obviously, we're still gonna analyze the game first. Our casters are ready for it. Hyperia and Machtfish.
Thing on.
Beam, 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 beam.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, y'all fell for it. Y'all thought the giveaway was already happening. I must say, Mark, I'm a little bit upset that Team Lëtzebuerg lost, not due to me having any beef with Minkz, but purely because of the home advantage, the crowd, they had it behind them.
Yeah, the crowd really was here for Team Lëtzebuerg, and we're going to hear the crowd one last time. Cheer for your home favorites! Lovely.
It's beautiful.
That's absolutely lovely. I hope that got picked up by some microphone here around, because these lads, they've been really hyping up the place. Unfortunately, it just didn't end up well for their team, Team Lëtzebuerg. It's just at the end, again, it's almost the same as what we said in that first series. They were making too many individual mistakes.
Yeah, well, Minkz, they barely made any. They were continuously solid and popping off when it needed. They had that individual prowess while they stayed solid as a team all together. But my, oh my, they still showed up, and I gotta give credit to them. They're gonna be back stronger. They're the representatives of Luxembourg's Rocket League, and I can't imagine them going away any second.
Yeah, those three are definitely the three best players that Luxembourg has to offer right now, and they're going to be grinding, they're going to be improving, and next time, for the next post Esports Masters, they're going to be back, and they're going to be back with a vengeance, because they want to avenge their untimely exit here of the tournament. But, you know, still, it's credit where credit is due. Again, Minkz against Team Lëtzebuerg played really, really strongly. They worked together well, and they didn't double commit as often, which is what broke their neck against Riftsoft. They were able to play at not at a leisurely pace by any means, but they played with more self-confidence and they played with more purpose.
Team Lëtzebuerg, they showed up, but now it's time for the literal Team Luxembourg. Everybody who's here and everybody who's watching the stream, we already alluded to it. There's going to be a giveaway, and I'm going to give it back to Renee to run that marbles game.
Yes, thank you guys. Waiting for the camera to switch through. There we go. So one more thing before we head into the break, for everybody in here in the Lux Expo the box, this is the moment that you might very well win that Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra phone. Stay put, open the twitch.tv/postesportsmasters and enter the command in the chat, !play, and during the ad we will wait until we have like 4 minutes of people entering, so you have your time. We're gonna put the instructions up on screen and you might very well win a brand new Samsung Galaxy phone. So stay put and enjoy the game. For everyone at home, small break, but we'll be right back with you.
Hey, baby. Mama.
Good game.
Good game.
Well played.
We are multiplayers just like you. Ready up for the next game deal. Sign your first student loan with us and enjoy our green code study advantages. Get more information on our website.
She wanna kick it like Ronaldo. Flew her right out of the state of Monte Carlo. Pink slips, we don't even got a car, no. I've been drinking all this liquor in my sorrows. She wanna kick it like Messi. She been tryna text me. Nothing been the same since the day that you left me. Now I'm on top, I've been whipping in a Tessie. She been playing games, no scrimmage tryna test me. Wake up feeling moody, she just wanna use me. Story of my life, every day feel like a movie. I've been with a gang, walking around with them Thule. Air Force Ones on my feet, I've been cooling. Smoking on that Doja, not cat, just Skittles. Tattoos on my body, I'ma rock it like it's Riddle. She want ass shots, poke a hole like a dimple. Sticking to the call with the bros, keep it simple. And I ain't never need no soul. She just wanna call my phone. I ain't picking up, lil' ho, I won't answer. She said she a Leo, but she act like a Cancer. Tell me what's the move? Tell me, baby, what you tryna do? I've been outside, what's the move? Look into my eyes, it's me and you, and that's the truth. She wanna kick it like Ronaldo. Flew her right out of the state of Monte Carlo. Pink slips, we don't even got a car, no. I've been drinking all this liquor in my sorrows. She wanna kick it like Messi. She been tryna text me. Nothing been the same since the day that you left me. Now I'm on top, I've been whipping in a Tessie. She been playing games, no scrimmage tryna text. You wanna kick it like Ronaldo. Flew her right out of the state of Monte Carlo. Pink slips, we don't even got a car, no. I've been drinking all this liquor in my sorrows. She wanna kick it like Messi. She been tryna text me. Nothing been the same since the day that you left me. Now I'm on top, I've been whipping in a Tessie. She been playing games, no scrimmage tryna test me.
Feel like what we had was different. It was caught up in each other. Guess I should've seen a difference. Was caught up with another. Don't know how I'm dealing with it. Don't know how I'm gonna recover. Guess I gotta cut my losses or else I'm just gonna suffer. The damage was done and you weren't the one. This shit was all over before it begun. The shit went and sunk and so did our love. Always forever was short like I thought. So long until we meet again. So long, I don't need you, my friend. So long, I got 3 in the bands. So long, I'ma be like it was time for me to vanish. Don't care if you understand it. All the nights you made me panic. I'm anxious to what you planning. Highs and lows you made me manic, but doubled it now I'm frantic. Now I'm leaving empty-handed, but happy to finally end it. Cause it don't even make sense when I think about the time I spent. All them years down the drain with them lies you said. Shit was never ever clear, that's why I'm upset. And I was never made aware, fuck it, I don't care. You the devil on my shoulder saying I should never leave. And I know it's finna haunt you cause I'm all you ever need. Now I'm longing for my sanity, it's hard for me to breathe. You told me that you love me, that's some shit I don't believe. The damage was done and you weren't the one. This shit was all over before it begun. The shit went and sunk and so did our love. Always forever was short like I thought. So long until we meet again. So long, I don't need you, my friend. So long, I got 3 in the bands. So long, I'ma be like the way
I got voices in my head telling me things, tryna incite the violence. I never liked it, I tried to fight it. Last night we talked and I think that he's my friend, yeah. But he came from the damage you did to me. Ever since I just been thinking differently. I know I always regret what you did to me, but it was meant to be. So long, bitch, see you on the other side. Me and your dad worked a deal you can never hide. I finally feel how I feel being dead inside. And all I gotta say to you is forever goodbye.
The damage was done and you weren't the one. This shit was all over before it begun. The shit went and sunk and so did our love. Always forever was short like I thought. So long until we meet again. So long, I don't need you, my friend. So long, I got 3 in the bands. So long, I'ma be like the way I. I say, yo, bitch, a party, call her Fiesta. She wanna skirt off in back of the Tesla. Way too fast, I've been missing every rest stop. If we got a problem, send the niggas at your head top. We ain't in the same lane, we ain't in the same game. Little nigga Paul Pierce tryna step to MJ. I ain't finna say no name, better stay up in your lane. I've been sunning all these niggas, they don't wanna hear these niggas never ballin'. Broke boy facts, but my money always callin'. Finna call back, on my back they put a target. What you call that? I just been a better artist, they won't talk back. Real chat, I've been doing what I want, with no problem from the jump.
Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. But before we head into our grand final, we obviously have a little bit of a gift of Samsung. That's nice. Yeah, who wants to win it? All right, let's start that marble game. And we're off to a good start. Lubaloo in the lead. Maxi Pichu. Oh, TNM takes over. Orden Pai in the lead now. Look at him go. It's changing a lot. Stay focused, ladies and gentlemen. It could be you up there. Oh, it's Dino. Suddenly dropped out of top 10. Here it goes. The twisting tumble. Gotta love the marble game. It's got many levels. Oh wow, look at him go. All of them in there. Who's gonna be first at the bottom? Keep it going, Geisha-san. Who's Geisha-san? Are you in here? Rocks on top, right now. Oh, Rocks had the fastest swimmer. "25 more seconds, and then everybody's in there." But I'm pretty sure we've got our winner. Rocks, are you in the building? Oh my, here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Rocks! Ladies and gentlemen, once more, big applause for Mr. Rocks. Yes, keep giving that energy, guys. Together we can make Post Esports Masters the best esport event in the Benelux. Now, are you ready for the grand finals? I said, are you ready? All right, I'll take it. Let's call up first team. Let me see in which order. Yes, let's first start with the #1 seed because they came from the winner bracket final. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Rift Sloths. Yeah, and then we're gonna make place for their opponent, of course. They managed to win the lower bracket final. Can they go all the way? Give it up for Minkz! guys, looking focused. Are you nervous?
A bit.
A bit, he's honest. Are you nervous?
I'm confident.
Confident, I like that. Confidence, nerves. What will be the best in a grand final, best of 7, with of course 1 map advantage for Team Rift Sloths, because they came from the winner bracket. Best of 7, let's go, let's give it up to our finest casters in Lëtzebuerg, Hyperia and Machtfish.
One final time is that we're here, Mark, for the grand final of this post-Esports Masters LAN. It's been so insane.
It's been a long day. It's been an insane day. But the one thing that we haven't been treated to thus far is an upset. I can feel it. You know, you've got that little tummy feeling where you can see something coming, you feel something coming, and this series, this grand final, might just be the perfect stage to pull it off.
Oh, my stomach is twisting and turning the entire day because I've been feeling that upset the entire day already, but thus far it just has not happened. In all the previous series, it's been the better team straight out winning due to making less mistakes. Now that sounds fairly obvious, but we already pointed out with Lëtzebuerg and we already pointed it out with Minkz against Rift Sloths. It was purely due to those own individual mistakes.
Yeah, and those individual mistakes, they are going to cost both of these teams, where either team is really in a good position to just punish you whenever you do that mistake. We've seen it in the winners' finals. Minkz was close, but not close enough to get this, and when the pressure was really on them, they made those errors in defense. They double committed in defense, and that's just the perfect opening for someone like, especially Kenzo, to just completely rinse them.
Kenzo already earlier, I talked to him and he said he would love to play Team Lëtzebuerg in the grand final. Obviously that's not happening, but he would like to sweep with all the fans there. So he's feeling confident that he's going to sweep either way, and already said it, I'm feeling confident.
Yeah, they're all feeling confident, like all three of them. I mean, I'm not really surprised about YoungStar feeling confident, because I don't think there's a setting in his brain that's not cocky. But
fair.
You know, Kenzo and Ayell are pretty much made on the same sheet of paper. So I think all of them, three of them, are going to be confident. So it's going to be even more vital for Minkz to take that first game, equalize the scoreline, and come back to it. Come into the series really strong. Use the momentum you've just gained against Team Lëtzebuerg.
Yeah, you need to continue that further upon it, because after you get swept by a team 3-0, yes, it's close every single time, but you still in the end got swept. You need to wash that away from your memory and do a Man in Black and have that little machine and zip it, gone, and you're on to the future.
Exactly. The past is no longer your concern. Only the present is. The future you cannot affect. You can only affect this present moment in which you're living. And that is what Minkz needs to do. They need to live in this present time.
You could be a philosopher as well if casting doesn't work out.
I mean, I think I make more money casting.
I mean, hey, maybe afterwards, after dropping a truth bomb like that, and I hope that they take that to heart as well, that they realize it, because Minkz, let's be clear, they're not the favorites coming into this. They've lost against them earlier, and they have to do it with a game down right here and right now.
Right here and right now is the stage. Grand Finals, best of 7, 1 game advantage for the Rift Sloths. And I'm just going to pose the question to the crowd. Crowd, who's got Minkz winning this one?
3 people.
3 people, good.
Right, so about 97 people are going to have Rift Sloths taking this one. Or, well, let's properly pose the question. Rift Sloths believers, turn up your volume and pipe up, make some noise for them. A little bit more. Fair enough, they're already winning by 1.
They're already up, so they're just using the momentum of the early goal. That's a bit cheating on behalf of the crowd. But what is not cheating is just the fact that Rift are coming out of the gates hot and wanting to sweep, wanting to crown their perfect season with another sweep. Let's not forget, they are still unbeaten this season. They are still yet to lose an entire series. They're still yet to lose their 4th game. The only team to take games of the Rift Sloths were the Lëtzebuerg. And you know, they bounced out in 4th.
And they got 2, and then earlier on today, Lëtzebuerg did it again and got that 1 game. even if you rack all of those up together, so all the losses that Sloths have taken throughout the season, it wouldn't be enough to take them down in this grand final. And I'm starting to notice a pattern here, with Lëtzebuerg being the only one taking games off of Sloths. Have a look at their game, see what they're doing, see how you can adapt to that as they double commit and keep the defense clear for now.
And the game plan for Lëtzebuerg against Sloths was soak up all the pressure that he could possibly soak up and then punish the overcommit. And Kobe here does not need to punish the overcommit. He's just going to make it with the defender, it's there or not. The prime shooter for Minkz does it again.
On par with the course, stick close to the level that Sloths will be barking at you every single time, and they'll be commanding so much out of you, and you need to be aware every single time. Kobe won't be able to touch the ball, so he went to divert the opponent off target, while his boost also got stolen away. Dustio, meanwhile, down the other end, however, getting close, awfully close to a goal.
Getting awfully close. Kobe, though, picking boost over ball. That could be the one decisive mistake, but YoungStar only peppers the post. And with that, the 1-0 is still in effect. Just missing that one closely on the transition from Minkz. They're trying to play it quickly. YoungStar whiffing the pass, nearly letting Ayell into the play. In the end, no one able to make contact, and Minkz actually looking the better of the two teams right now. Dustio has an opportunity here, but Kenzo will deny.
And Kenzo, he was the pop-off player. He's already said, YoungStar dives at every single ball. That's something that Minkz has to start utilizing. Makes them dive in. Ayell, not a lot of boosts, and that's an own goal. Oh no!
Oh no! That's an own goal from Ayell, and Kobe will once again be the beneficiary. Ayell just no boost, and it's as we said before, these Rocket Leaguers, they can't resist flipping into it, even when it's to their own detriment. Minkz en route to equalize this series.
Now, it might seem silly when looking at it, but what was going on in his screen, hold on, I thought for a second Ayell dives to the rescue, but what was going on in his screen is that he was in ball cam, basically looking behind him and seeing how he could touch that ball, so he didn't have a gauge of where the net was, and thus he estimated wrong. This could be nicely cleared out, and Dustio actually taking it to the sky with the first touch, not really what he wanted, and he gave away control.
Giving away control, but System is recapturing that very control. Kobe with a good demo on YoungStar as well, gets a bump on Ayell as well. Kobe employing the physicality that Minkz have employed the entirety of today. It's right now, Garcia and Kobe, on defense, talking to one another, using one another. Ayell with the shot, and there's a demo coming on. Kenzo clearing the path and making a decoy smoke screen for YoungStar. No chance for the defense.
So innovative every single time when Kenzo doesn't flow through the sky like a silky smooth bird. He goes for the demo and is that enforcer role. They can adapt on the fly, and yet again they show it down the business end of this game as such an important one for Minkz to be winning, and it's just been equalized. Ayell is going to have an easy clear out, controls it, and makes sure that he sticks his card close to that ball to disallow a 50 going awry.
50 will indeed not go awry because of Ayell's card placement. YoungStar's taking over, but in the end, System able to take it to the corner to the relative safety there, but Ayell already coming in, and again it's Kenzo, the bulldozer, clearing the way. Once again, it's for YoungStar.
And look at System driving out of the way of Kobe, but Kobe didn't have any boost. He was just sitting duck, and they are having the rifles out. The dogs are let loose on the side of Sloths, and the hunt is on to try and demoralize Minkz even more. They have to snap themselves back, but they've historically not been the greatest in the final minute, but that's going to trickle on in unless Kenzo can pre-flip it back.
He cannot just do it on the offense, he can also do it on defense. Kenzo, the main man for the Rift. Sloths right about now, opening up those two goals with major physicality, and now clearing it out of the bottom corner. And now Kenzo, that man up again, laying it off for his teammates. A YoungStar's taking it slow, very slowly indeed. Just here is able to get it out using System as well. Get it out of their own half. They're working for every inch on that field, but it's to no avail. The ball's coming straight back from whence it came. YoungStar tries for the double, but it's denied.
Inches in Rocket League matter, and it's so important right now that you get that control. Kenzo, that's not the hit that he was looking for, but that's still going to be a goal somehow for Rift Sloths. It bounces, it pinpoles all over the place into the back of the net.
Rift Sloths apparently have spent last night at the arcades here in Lëtzebuerg and tried a bit of pinball, because that was exactly what that goal amounted to. Perfect snipe from YoungStar to Ayell, who just basically had to stand there and watch it unfold. With that, Rift is again taking a commanding lead, and now Kenzo is looking to add some flair onto that lead, but to no avail.
It's the exact same as we saw earlier. Opportunities, but it is Rift Sloths every single time converting on those opportunities, whereas Minkz, they have a grand opportunity, a lot of space in front of them. They succumb to the pressure of it, and then they go down the other end. It's just not the game right now for them, and that's going to lead them to a 2-0 deficit already.
2-0 deficit in the series, but we are not in the best of 5, so we do not have a match point scenario right here. But it's so important for Minkz to just get that victory and get it now. You don't want to be in reverse sweep territory or in sweep territory. You want to take a bit of confidence and take this next game. You have to go at all guns blazing, be relentless, be aggressive, really be what the opponent doesn't expect. Don't give them any respect.
Don't give them respect, because you're fighting for 1,000 big papas a piece. Every single player on this pitch can take home a grand in prize money, and with that, the prestige of winning this tournament, that's also counting for something. And with that, a trophy, of course. But as you said, it's time for Minkz to start upping those thrusters and go ahead at Mach 7.
It's time for Minkz to just utilize that rocket booster at that jet engine, really, at the end of their car, and boost themselves, propel themselves into the faces of Rift. But at the same time, Rift, they seem so overwhelming. Every time they go on offense, every touch they do, it's just precise, it's calculated. A few might go awry, but it's still well within their control, because they know they can just, if need be, they can just still step up again, outpace Minkz.
That will lead to a frustrating part of the game that you know you can, but you are not exerting it, you're not showing it, and thus it looks like you can't. Kenzo, he absolutely can, as he drops it down. There's a block there by Kobe, and to me that heads up to realize, okay, it's Kenzo, I know what he can do. I'm going to block that double tap. Yet again, Kobe jumping into the mix. There needs to be that one player that kind of pops off on the side of the Minkz, because that will accelerate the rest of the team.
Yeah, we need that one pop-off player. In the first series, it was Dustio, but again for Rift Sloth, that pop-off player, we have found him. We have never been doubting him. It is no doubt Kenzo.
What a placement as well. Of course you're going to be expecting on the right side, because both of you are already residing on that left flank of the goal, and instead it gets put right behind you. So smart in the placement. Ayell, that's not the landing that he wanted. His cars or his wheels were off the ground, and thus completely messing up his aerial. Kenzo will try it again. No, that's a decent pinch. Kobe has to take the long route, but he does have a lot of boost to be working with. Throws it away to Ayell.
Throws it away to Ayell, throws it away maybe a little bit too easy. Oh, disregard me. Kobe has to sprint back, throw some new legs under that car. But he does so successfully, and with that, it's only still a 1-goal deficit. That might be an overcommit here from YoungStar. Dustio has the opportunity to double tap, leaves it for system, and that's going to be the equalizer. Minkz are still in this.
Absolutely, and this is starting to grow legs right now for Minkz. They're showing themselves. Dustio not dive bombing on that play again, because that would have gone wide. He realized it instantly after that touch. No hero mentality there, and with 4 minutes left to go, it's going to be a scorcher of a match.
Rocket League is a team game, and you have to do whatever is best for the team, even if that is to your own detriment. And that is something that Minkz have to learn the hard way here against the Rift Sloths. But Kobe is trying to get one past. Ayell, where were you going?
Oh, Kobe with a lovely little scoop and a quick turn in field as well, accelerating directly, and he faked it out. Ayell didn't expect that much power because Kobe's car positioning was so weird. And then all of a sudden, with a flick of a finger, he managed to get around to it and perfectly slot that in. Minkz, again, take the lead.
Minkz take the lead, but they've already lost the lead in game 1. Let's hope that the past does not predict the future. In this instance, Kenzo, it's a beautiful pinch inside. It's going to force a double commit out of Minkz, but no follow-up here from the Rift Sloths, which is something that we very rarely see, really. It's always someone cutting rotation, committing in. This time around, they're giving Minkz a little bit more respect.
Well, that respect is certainly showing a YoungStar. You have to respect that as Kenzo slots it in again, right where the two defenders were already, and Minkz succumb to the pressure that Rift Sloths are exerting forward.
And again, it's such a smart placement from Kenzo. It's behind System. System already caught awkwardly on the ball side in the back rotation, but it's made infinitely worse by Kenzo's beautifully placed shot in the bottom corner. Kobe, who was coming in from the back post, could not get back to that with that all square here. 2 minutes play, 2 goals apiece, beautiful symmetry, and Ayell is going to ruin it by taking a third.
It's in the subtleties that bring the beauty here. Look at the touch of YoungStar. You think going away from the net, that's a terrible option. No, he's got the vision. He's way ahead of his time already and spots that there's a player of his own into the box as he yanks it upwards, and that is Rift Sloths in the lead. They take it from Minkz and they've been pushed out of the car. The steering wheel's all theirs.
It's again Minkz not being able to hold on to a lead long enough because their defense is not as clean as it needs to be. The reads on defense, yes, they are difficult, but they're not there. The offense, though, is combining beautifully. System with the shot, put a bit more mustard on there, and you could have an equalizer here for Minkz as well, but Ayell is going up high. System barely gets back to it. YoungStar leaves that one for Kenzo, surprisingly, because, as you said earlier, Kenzo says YoungStar just goes for everything, and we just kind of work around that.
And that could be the punishing factor here. If that does end up happening, you're going to leave gaps at the back end with balls that you're not supposed to be going for. And Ayell calling System, bluff System, whiffing the boost thereafter. Kobe with a ball and going past him. Ayell, he's also not following up properly. Kobe, not again. This is yet again a similar scenario where they had a way through and the demo was going ahead, but they just could not get the acceleration on the ball.
The demo was coming, but unfortunately the player with ball control just didn't have any boost to work in. But that's a beautiful pass play down the length of the pitch. Shot unluckily not on target for any of the Minkz fans at home or here at the Lux Expo. But Minkz is trying, they certainly are, to put the screws towards the Rift Sloths. They're trying to put on the pressure, but they can't find it. Instead, it's Ayell and YoungStar pinching it out of their own half.
Down to the business end of the game again, and this is time where Minkz have to start going again. YoungStar with another intricate touch. And this time, it's not going to be paying its dividends, or perhaps it is. If Minkz, they mess up grandly, and Rift Sloths immediately smack him in the face.
Again, it's not necessarily Rift doing amazing things, but it's Minkz inviting those mistakes and inviting Rift to take advantage of their mistakes. Ayell with beautiful ball control there on the ground, catches it, flicks it up high over the last defender. And then again, we have the 2-goal lead for the Rift Sloths. Minkz have to find some semblance of defensive pressure. They have to find some semblance of offensive wherewithal. But right now, they just cannot find it.
Kobe perhaps here, then it's an uncomfortable bounce for Minkz, so they can't have the follow-up as Kenzo takes such a defensive approach, continuously keeping his car right in front of the ball, thus blocking the path towards the goal. And again, Rift Sloths breaking out rather smoothly, and this might just be another goal for them. They didn't even want it. They could have scored that easily had they actually tried.
Had they actually tried, they could have scored, but again, it's arrogance on the side of Rift, and that could bite them. That could come to bite them, but not with touches like that from Ayell down to Kenzo. Unfortunately, just hitting the post. At 20 seconds, they don't really care. They just had to play keep away. So Ayell and Kenzo not able to find the pinch. YoungStar diving in there, keeping up the pressure for the Rift Sloth System against his own backboard. 10 seconds, the countdown is there. And I think Rift, it's going to be Rift moving on to match point, to post Esports Masters Season 3 points.
It is so close every single time, but you see the struggle that Minkz have. As soon as Rift Sloths have their boost under control, they just can't break away. They just can't get out of the grasp, the vice grip that they've got. And they need to change that around. Have a way out. Give yourself an option. And I think pushing a man upfield will do exactly that.
Yeah, it's almost, it sounds counterintuitive, but it's like, in order to make less mistakes on defense, you have to make more pressure on offense happen. It sounds like it's not related, but it completely is, because if you make that pressure happen, if you force those bad touches out of Rift, your defense is going to have an easier time dealing with those. It's not going to be Kenzo having perfect control in the air. It's not going to be Ayell and YoungStar pinching it in the air, because someone is there to intercept. And that is, you just have to basically throw reason overboard and just go full monkey mode.
At this point, try and challenge them. Try and get up to that same pace, match their speed, and see what you can do. Because obviously what's currently going on is not working out. You're on the point of being swept, and you need to clap back here. Minkz, they've got one final opportunity. If they mess up, that's going to be it. But this is a brilliant start for them.
Exactly the start Minkz needed, but now it's even more important to keep on the accelerator, keep the foot on the gas, pedal to the metal, and follow this kickoff goal up, because we've seen one goal advantages can be overturned in the matter of seconds.
And it's not even overturned. It's literally turned around entirely, where it's Sloths who take that one goal lead. And all of a sudden, Minkz are fighting back. They kind of start losing hope. That can't happen here again, because that means it's the end of their run. Sloths, they are the favorite since day number 1. As soon as this league started, everybody had their eyes on them, and they've been performing to that level time and time again.
They play like the favorites, but now they're finding themselves in the rather inconvenient situation that they have to play from behind, a situation with which they're not accustomed to. They rarely have to play from behind. And Dustio looking for Kobe. Minkz trying to work their way out, trying to work in their goals, but in the end, that last little bit is just missing.
I think I saw a YoungStar pre-jump. It doesn't surprise me that much. I mean, it shouldn't, but when you're 1-0 down in the grand final where Minkz can start it off by reverse sweeping, you don't want to go for risks like that. You just want to keep it secure and get that comeback first, get the go-ahead goal, and then you can start thinking about going a little bit fancy with it and get frisky with your opponents. But Minkz, they're in low boost struggles, and they need to quickly get away, because this is a prime Sloths territory. That is an open net, but nobody with any boost. Kobe could go for a demo though, but he's reluctant, he doesn't want to, and that's an insane in and out save by YoungStar.
Going in into his own net, driving out this squishy save, as it is known. Coming out from YoungStar, no fear, but of course someone needs to call that safe, and then the attacker can go no. That's the beauty of it. It's very predictable what's going to happen with the defender. It's not the sharpness that we expect. It's the sharpness that we expect from Minkz that just isn't there.
And they are still in the lead, and Sloths are getting pushed back slowly but surely, but that's not going to be good enough. You need to ramp it up. Kobe going forward system, meanwhile flipping backwards as Ayell gets rid of Dustio entirely to a mere particle. He's been reduced, but it only takes 3 seconds for you to get back into the comfort zone. Kenzo missing the ball entirely, not enough boost to system. He's on the hunt for YoungStar. He wants to get him off the pitch. He's been annoying. He's been jumping at every single ball, and he doesn't want to have him jump anymore. Kobe down into the back of the net. Minkz, they flex their muscles.
Kobe dunking it in. Death from above for the Sloths. Kenzo had that save. Kobe had to make that exact touch to put it in to the back of the net. And that's more like it from Minkz. Using their chances, being effective in offense. And it's the change that we've been asking for. Have someone be a bit more annoying in offense. System has been filling that role beautifully. Will there be a 30 system? Oh, he can't dunk himself through.
Kenzo, he just solidly stood in the way. Ayell solemnly back in the defense. Throws it away, but Dustio is the one to pick it right back up. And Sloths, the game is not over, but they need to recuperate quickly. Shake off the losses and shake off the arrogance that they have been portraying. All three of them converging on that ball. And Minkz are just waiting it out right now. They're letting Rift be monkeys while they just sit around and wait for opportunities like this. Okay, Dustio throws it away, but still there was a heap of space in the midfield.
There's a lot of space there, and Minkz really... Something's different about this game where Minkz suddenly, out of nowhere, have found some confidence, and maybe they're going to make Rift pay even more. That shot barely wide from Kobe, but you could feel that the air, there's a different air, air around Minkz. They've somehow turned it around. The pep talk, whatever it was, has significantly worked to a degree that Rift doesn't know what to do.
They're showing their swagger. They're getting up to the level. But Sloths, we know what they can do in such a short amount of time. And they're going to try exactly that. A system dives right underneath the ball. Kenzo still residing close as it pings off the post. They're going to take it out to the side. YoungStar up for it. 30 boost still left in the tank. Player up forward, and I think he got a touch on it as well. He wanted his teammate to take over, but it was a system taking a back step. Minkz, they've just got 50 seconds to hold on to a 3-goal lead, surely, and indeed it is.
50 seconds, 3-goal lead. That should be the game for Minkz. System with a good touch, nearly gets the double, but in the end, doesn't matter. Kobe is there to follow it up. And now, you know, Minkz gaining that momentum. We've talked about it earlier. They had to adapt to the way that Rift play in comparison to the way that Team Lëtzebuerg play, but they've made that adaptation. Now it's interesting to see, will Rift be able to counter-adapt, or will this game of tactics only be one way?
It's a great start for Minkz, but it's the start of a tremendously long road, and one that hasn't even been started yet, because Minkz, they're fumbling the bag heavily right now, and Rift Sloths, they'll yank it off you.
Kobe misflip, System misflip, and doesn't get the 50 on Kenzo, and Ayell's like, ooh, I've got an open net. I'd rather like to score that, thank you very much. And with that 31 seconds, 3-1 the scoreline, that wouldn't be the first kickoff goal that we see. That's a good follow-up from Kenzo. Dustio faking him out though, YoungStar still eating into it. System though, long clear, and that should be it. This clear should have been the game winner.
It's about knocking those seconds off the clock, and that's exactly what they're doing. Dustio driving backwards, faking them out. He easily could have gotten the touch, but he decides to let that ball loose into the air. And Minkz, they've waited their time. I know everybody had a little bit of a scare right there with the goal landing for Rift Sloths, but we are going to see a start of a potential reverse sweep. It's a very long road and an insane shot that only barely gone wide.
Barely. Woo! If that shot would have gone in, that was a tremendously close. If that would have gone in, that would have given so much confidence to Rift, right? And that's going to be like a really sour taste. Like, yes, you've won, but in the end, Rift, you know, put in that one.
Don't Rift already have enough confidence at this point? Feels like they're exuding it. I'm smelling it from right here. But that could also be the sweaty players on the pitch, because this is it. This is the final. There's nothing else after this except glory.
There's only glory to be gained here for Rift Sloths and for Minkz. Like, we've talked about it before, we haven't seen any upsets, and this might be the first tiny baby step towards one, because Minkz are really needing to run across a mountain range. You know, they have to run from here all the way to Italy, like across the Alps. That's the way they have to track against Rift Sloths here.
I hope they've watched Forrest Gump recently then, and just run ahead, keep on going, and never stop. Grow a beard in the process. But Minkz, there's a lot up ahead, and it has to be another great start. They've gotten the swagger, they've gotten the confidence. Now it just needs to continue, game in, game out. They've at least upped the grand total of Rift Sloths game losses throughout the season, so they would lose a best of 7. But that's still not going to be enough. You need to crank it up to the max.
You need to crank it up to 7 losses for Rift Sloths in this entire season if you want to win. And you cannot drop any games yourself. Ayell up the ceiling. There's no defender back. Kenzo's shot is safe. Kobe. I said there was no defender, but you know, Kobe coming in outside our view, just barely getting back to that. And with that, 40 seconds played, the kickoff not going anywhere, the first attack not going anywhere, but YoungStar has a double tap against the ceiling. Oh my God, Kenzo!
What? You missed that! That is insane. Now Minkz, can they punish down the other end? Dustio doesn't have enough boost on the second tap right there after Ayell. That's not what you're looking for. Ayell still right into the center as Kenzo follows it up. Dustio nicely trickles it on down, but YoungStar, he's waiting in the wings already. System with an easy challenge up close, and that's the breakthrough. Kenzo still back, and he fakes it out. Kobe already setting himself up for that as he goes the long way around. A quick challenge by Dustio as System dives on in there as well. Back pass, keeping it under control. Now double tap as well. Kobe, you can't let the man loose.
No one then, and started Kobe draining that back boost from Ayell, so Ayell can't go up to make the challenge, but he was the one tasked with the challenge, but he cannot be there with just 10 or 15 boosts. You can't deny Kobe in that situation. Minkz take the 1-0 lead that should have been Rift Sloths by every stretch of the imagination. Rift Sloths should be 1-0 up here with the great chances they had before. But right now, Minkz, they are slowly but surely building that momentum system, looking for the cheeky drop past Kenzo, but can't find it.
I mean, it was a shot. We saw it in the top right. It counted as a shot. Whether it actually made its way in, please don't concede this. That would be horrific. Rift Sloths, this is usually what they need. One of those awkward scenarios, but Minkz, they quickly iron it out. And Rift Sloths, perhaps they're the ones feeling the pressure, because it is right into System's hands, and he pushes it in.
Pushes it down the field. YoungStar. Sus.
Yeah.
Sus. Very sus
Wrong
move.
way.
Yeah, but YoungStar taking it up his own corner, not the first touch he won, and that's that's the beginning of the disease of the battle as such that we've seen with Team Lëtzebuerg, where once the touches don't go your way, you get easily frustrated, and Minkz can take advantage of that.
2-goal lead. We've seen this one before. It has gone either way. Minkz, they've just closed out a 2-goal lead, but it's been plenty of times where Rift Sloths have taken it away from them, right back into the center. YoungStar quick to it for the pre-flip, landing him out of position, still over the top of Kobe with the pace that he's got for System. He's got a vision up ahead, and he knows exactly where that ball is going to go. Does he know it again? No, he doesn't. It's Kenzo to cut the lead, slice it and dice it in half.
A magician can only do a trick once. By the second time that the viewer knows exactly what is happening, and that's basically what, yeah, but let me have it.
Rift Sloths still, they seem to be magicians. So on the side of the Minkz though, and it's kind of the battle of who can be more intuitive, who can play this game within those split seconds that you have.
And those split seconds are currently in favor of Rift, who have been angered. Minkz is sort of awaking a beast here with that 1-game victory, and also already the lead in game number 5 of the series, where Rift, is trying to come forward with anger. Let the hate flow through you is a great movie quote, and that's exactly the power that Rift are trying to harness.
What Minkz are doing right now is they're not trying to cleanly beat Rift Sloths anymore. They are realizing, okay, we just need to get a touch to throw them off their course, and that way we can continuously do that. In the end, we send them down into a tizzy. But Minkz, this is going to be a conceded goals. Everybody of Rift Sloths converges and they tie it up.
In the end, 3 players for Rift is one too many, especially as, I think taxed Dusty just that little bit to get him away from that save. Rift Sloths equalize here in game number 5. 100 seconds left, and the one thing that we haven't seen next to, of course, an upset on this day, is we haven't seen a single overtime.
It's been pretty dominant. YoungStar still flown through the sky. My goodness. It was only stopped due to Kobe literally bodying him out of the way. Ayell down the side of Dustio. Now it's System up next, evading the bump. That allows Dustio to go into the attack. He throws a long ball over the top, but Kenzo is already prepared for it. Quick trail back. Kenzo still has a boost, and that disallows anybody to be challenging. And Dustio can't go in for that. Ayell realizes and takes it down to the side. Uncomfortable right now for Minkz System. That's a perfect challenge. Just get it into the center. There's a teammate waiting there, but YoungStar has got it perfectly read.
Perfectly weighted pass for System, but unfortunately YoungStar was already back. So that perfectly weighted pass, it only goes in the hands of YoungStar, who now has an opportunity. Aims for the top corner, tries to snipe it, but it's denied by the crossbar. 40 seconds left. Kobe, not the flick he wanted in that situation. And again, it's down that blue half of the pitch, and Dustio's trying his hardest to get it out of there.
Oh, Rift Sloths, they're coming, and that is frightening. It will make you quake in your boots, but Dustio, he can do exactly that as well. Kobe, especially if he goes for a bump, but realizes that Kenzo is already up into the sky, flying high with the birds. Kenzo still with the clear away. Ayell having the control of the ball. Dustio leaving it for Kobe. System is up for, and this could be the game finisher right here, right now. Drops on down, but they're not quick enough. Dustio has to stay put in defense. Keep it clear, because that overtime is looming. Just make it hit the ground after it hits 0, but that's a terrible mistake. Kobe up high. Rift Sloths, they've still got an opportunity to take it. They're into the attack, but this is going to slice into the ground, and we have an OT.
We have overtime in game number 5. Golden goal, the next one to score, wins this game. With that, oh, the stakes are getting ever higher. Kenzo looking for some magic, gets the dunk on Kobe.
This then, not quite yet. Dustio, he got taken out cleanly. Still uncomfortable system with a long-range shot. It's up high. Kobe, what can he do? Is he a magician in disguise? Throws it away, and the entire trick gone begging. Ayell, that's a good demo, clearing up the defense. They've been strugglesome under pressure, and that's exactly what Sloths have got right now. The breakaway needs to happen, and it needs to happen quickly. That's going to go into the net, but Kobe comes to the rescue and fishes it out of the net.
What a save from Kobe, keeping Minkz alive. They cannot afford a singular mistake. The next goal for Rift Salt will spell the end of Minkz, and Rift is working towards that very goal system though. A long clear, long clear down the length of the pitch. That's going to alleviate so much pressure off Minkz. And now Dustio forcing a bad touch. YoungStar has to make the save. Kobe can't convert. The offense still going on for Minkz. Right now they have to keep their rotations clean, I fear.
Dustio, challenge with Kenzo, up close and personal, really getting in their face right now, disrespecting them, Dustio, but hold up for a second, that was so incredibly close, and Minkz, they're showing what they can do in the mechanics. Kobe getting a pivotal demo, and the comeback at the right time, still a shot ripped off. Dustio comes to the rescue. Minkz, they've got that individual prowess, and they're activated right now, but they have to do it yet again as YoungStar lays in the wings. He's on the prow, and he wants to come out of the bushes and swing it.
Oh my god, we've had so many good opportunities already in this overtime, which given on nearly 2 minutes. Kenzo will finish it, and Kenzo wins it for himself and for this slot.
You just see Kobe chanceless in that position. Nothing that he can do. And Rift, they are the champions of both Esports Masters here at the Lëtzebuerg. Immaculately played by them.
No one could deny Rift. Perfect through league play, perfect through playoffs. Only 4 games dropped. 5 games this entire season.
They have shown up time and time again. And the unfortunate situation is that Minkz are still going to have to answer some questions. Renee, he must like his job. He must like to pry a little bit in there. And let's just leave him to it. Have fun, Renee.
Thank you so much, guys. What a grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody give it up for both our teams, Minkz and Rift Sloths. Thank you so much, everyone. Now it's time to call to the stage some very special post people. They have the cups and the shacks at the ready. Let's bring in our friends Manon and Liam, and also, specially coming here for the prize ceremony, Director of Post Telecom, Cliff Konsbroek.
Carry 'em all, just look at the boards. I had to show up and ball to settle the score. All the lights are beaming down when I'm in the arena. I pulled up at the Octane, boy, this ain't a Beamer. Real slick, whipper, made another hitter. Certified winner, that's where dim and I differ. Pockets on, swole, flipped on the mode. Running up the score, girl, I look like goals. Running it up, running, running it up, running, running it up, running, running it up.
All right. Our post group is complete. Now, before we bring in all the teams, we're going to bring in one singular player because we have an MVP award for the season. We got a winner, ladies and gentlemen. He was crucial throughout the league season to bring in his team to the grand finals, and he was crucial to taking the 3rd place against Ayell. Ladies and gentlemen, Loris Raptor! Wow, He obviously brought a few fans. Now let's bring the teams up on stage. Starting out with our number 4 team, Ayell Foot. Good stuff, my guys. Now, I think we're gonna get a real hard applause for this team. Our number 3 of this year's Post Esports Masters Rocket League Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Lëtzebuerg. Here they go, but they'll be back on stage later. But right now, let's give it up for our number 2 team. They were so close, but in the end, they lost the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Minkz. System. First let's do the picture, sure. Just a few more questions, guys. You've made it to the grand finals. Did you expect to stand here as number 2 today?
It's difficult. Like, obviously, with Sloths are all pretty good players. They are faster, they are more mechanical than us. But I think we did a great job at playing against them, and it was obviously very, very fun to be here. And yeah, it's difficult to say if we expected to be second, but it's kind of the result that we expected. Like, yeah.
So you are satisfied?
No. What?
Are you satisfied with the result?
Satisfied, definitely, yeah. It was our plan to get minimum second place in this tournament. We got that, and everything after the lower final was just fun. And we had fun.
And that's the most important. Thank you so much, System. They had a lot of fun. I'm pretty sure their opponent had fun today as well, especially as they managed to bag the gold medals and the big trophy. Let's bring them up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our champion, Rift Sloths. So a few more questions, guys. Of course, we need to give you some shine, give you an opportunity to speak. Who wants the word? Here we go. All right, so how do you feel right now? First feelings after the final.
It feels really, really nice. Really good.
And you expected to win. Did it give extra pressure here on stage? Did it give any nerves?
I guess when we were one game away from winning, to just convert that last game is always the hardest thing. And it was.
Mission accomplished, right?
It is. It was. That was a really good game. Well played to Minkz. They played really insane.
And how about next year? Back-to-back champions?
Yes.
My man. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Rift Sloths. Guys, stay on the stage. We're going to bring in all the other teams as well. And I have a feeling that Cliff Konsbroek might want to say a little word.
Thank you, René. Thank you everybody. So post Esports season number 3 comes to an end. It's the first time we had a season with the public. So my first thanks goes to the audience. Thank you very much. Thank you for supporting your teams, and especially Team Lëtzebuerg. Thank you. So then thank you to my team, the post team, especially Manon, Liam and Guillaume for making all this possible. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you to 11F, Rift and all the staff who have worked hard to make this possible. A big applause to them. Thank you. So, and exactly as last year, I'm very happy to announce that we will find each other again for season number 4. So we hope to see each other again around here. Thank you very much. Stay tuned.
Yeah, great news, everybody. We will be here back next year with Post Esports Masters Season 4. You heard it from the man himself. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Cliff Konsbroek.
Carry 'em on, just look at the boards. I had to show up and ball to settle the score. All the lights are beaming down.
Then, of course, a final thank you word to everyone in the audience. All of our players, of course, the teams here in Rocket League, but yesterday our FIFA and Clash Royale players as well. Abdu Brown becoming champion, great story. Underdog story with Clash Royale. Thaddeus making it to the grand final. Black Pearl finally beaten after 31 game unbeaten streak. And of course, big thank you to the crowd in here and out there at home as well. We hope to see you back next season. Big thank you to our partners and sponsors as well. Ocean, Enovos, Foyer, Fritz, Raiffeisen, ACL, Samsung, and of course, Post.
I'm with the squad, we in the VIP. The B got a penalty kick.
So before we conclude our coverage today, I would like you all to keep an eye on our social media and our website. We're on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram with Post Esports Masters. Keep an eye out for registrations for next season, because then we'll be back. One more big thank you for everyone behind the screens as well. 11F, Wild and all the people working on stage. Thank you so much. See you next season.
I gotta cut my losses or else I'm just gonna suffer. The damage was done and you weren't the one. This shit was all over before it begun. The shit went and sunk and so damn